Hello and welcome back to day 2 of GWENT Open number 2. That's a lot of 2-2s. Does the train go 2-2? I don't know. You let me know in the chat. Hello everyone and welcome. It's going to be exciting semifinals and the final coming today. There are going to be more leaks coming today. Also, one for me which is a very special one after the first semi. And a big, juicy, awesome, amazing, I'm lost for words, pre-final segment with Ryan and Jean that will cover the last cards for Black Sun, which is launching on the 5th of July, which is very, very, very soon. And yeah, we'll have a new meta, we'll have new cards, everything is going to be awesome. Like this day is going to be awesome. So yeah, without further ado, let's throw it over to the casters, because I think I said my part.
Hello everyone and welcome back to day 2 of GWENT Open number 2. We are going to find out who is going to be crowned champion today and who books their place at Masters Season 4. Joining me as always, Tia Beastie. How are you doing? Are you ready for this? This is huge.
Oh yeah, I'm ready, Lionheart, and I hope you had a great night's rest because every spicy list from yesterday made it through to day 2. We are about to see some piles facing off against each other, and I am honestly here for it.
Me too, me too. Now, I've got to remind everyone, based on what Borja just said, that pre-final segment is sounding spicy. It is going to be Ryan and Jean together going through what is changing for 10.7. I am absolutely hyped for it. I'm also completely in awe of the suit from Borja. I don't know about 2-2, but there were definitely 2 cans, and you know what? I love it. I'm definitely going to steal it from him one day.
Hey, if it fits, you are welcome to wear it. Though your suit looks great as well, Matthew. I mean, I like yours too. It's not as great as Borja's, okay, but it's
fine.
It's good. It's good.
It is fine. I will allow that, but our viewers watching along at home, I do believe, have some benefits, not just the joyous matches, Tia.
Yeah, if you are watching at home today, maybe you missed yesterday. Hey, I'm sure this will be 8 hours long. Every 2 hours there will be a Twitch drop. At 2 hours, you can get 50 meteorite powder. At 4, another 50, and the wonderful looking Eclipse avatar. At 6 hours, you can get an ultimate cake, and at 8 hours, another ultimate cake. Remember, just link your GOG account to Twitch so you can go ahead and claim that drop every 2 hours, or else the next one will not be progressing.
Yes, definitely make sure that you do claim your drops. There's nothing worse than realizing you've been sat not claiming them, so make sure you do that. I really like that avatar. I'm going to be sporting that all next week, no question at all. But I think it's time to take a look at the final 4 players. Yesterday was an incredible day of Gwent. We had complete opposites. We had 3-0s and we had best of 5s and reverse sweeps even. It was an incredible day. But we have 4 players who have made it through to this moment. And 2 of them are legends of this game.
Oh yeah, 2 of them we've seen quite a bit up until now, and it is the Magpie versus the Piable. This is going to be really interesting, Lionheart, because yesterday they played against very similar matchups and opponents. We're going to see a repeat of yesterday, but with new players playing the deck, so I cannot wait for that. And then we go to the new faces who are here to prove their worth to us today.
Yeah, that is Gandalf and Mystical. Now, Gandalf reverse sweeping Lerio yesterday, managing to take Nilfgaard down not once, not twice, but 3 times on his way. Both of these players here are definitely looking to write their name into Gwent history. Both of them at their first event, and one of them is going to make it to a final. This might be the best opportunity they are going to get to book their place at a Masters event, because there are not many, and they deserve to be here without any question. I'm so hyped for these series.
I honestly cannot wait, Lionheart. And just a reminder to all of you at home today, this is an online format. Players as well as casters are connecting from our homes. All matches will be played with a delay for the integrity of the tournament. And remember, the Twitch observer is fully operational, so go ahead and hover over those cards. It is, in my opinion, one of the coolest things you can do while watching from home.
Completely the case. And don't definitely remember. Do not forget. If you are tweeting about this, if you are talking about the Open, the crazy matchups, the reverse sweeps, then use the hashtag GWENT Open when you do, because we definitely will be flicking through them when we are not live casting ourselves, just to see what you're all thinking at home. So thank you so much for that. Don't forget to do so. It is time to look at the brackets. I think that would make sense, right? It's time to take a quick look there, Tia. What do you think?
I think it's time. I think it's time. Waiting any longer would not make sense. And we see Magpie versus Piable in the first semi-finals. My gosh, that's gonna be quite the lineup, Lionheart.
It really is. Now, these two know each other oh so well. There is no question of this. They have gone backwards and forwards. Magpie, in fact, winning the first Open. The only player here already at Masters. It's going to be interesting to see if that affects how he plays today.
Oh, for sure. It's going to be massive. And like I said, these players had such similar lists. Kuner and Piable, they prepared together. And Magpie already played against Kuner's lists, which he'll be able to do again today for a second time. So I can't wait to see this. I want to see how it differs. I want to see the small differences in plays and coins choosing and all that little stuff that players decide beforehand. But after that, we go over to Gandalf and Mystical. Again, two new faces in the Gwent Masters scene, and it will be nice to see who makes it into the finals.
It most definitely will. I think both of them will have been delighted to make it through. Played very well. Mystical 3-0ing yesterday, which is, that is no mean feat. First ever time on the big stage, and goes, wow, okay, you know what? I am just going to go straight through and do that. That is pretty incredible. I'm not going to lie. That's an impressive debut in game series.
For sure. I mean, a Magpie also just going straight ahead and 3-0ing, I believe. So we're going to have a very similar matchup today with Piable, and I can't wait for it, honestly. But I think we should go over to the prize pool, Lionheart, and explain how that's going to work for the day.
Yes, well, the prize pool here, honestly, all of you at home have made a massive difference. You all know the way that this works here. Whenever you purchase one of the bundles, the gorgeous Eclipse bundle that was there, you help support GWENT Esports, and you added a massive, massive extra amount to this prize pool. An extra $13,000 going on to a total of just over $23,000. But I think I see a beautiful little graphic in front of us right now.
Yes, and if you at home wish to support the GWENT esports scene, soon you will be able to purchase the Times of Day bundle, which will boost the prize pool of the World Masters Season 4 event scheduled for December. And this bundle will be available later on. It will be available soon for you to purchase.
I'm a huge fan of this bundle. It's just one of the most gorgeous things that's ever got into Gwent. The moving card back the titles are really cool as well, but it is that card back. I remember the first time that it was available, and the number of times I had people saying, "Where did you get this?" Absolutely stunning. It really is. And you know what? Speaking of resources available in Gwent, if you have Prime Gaming, you are watching this on Twitch right now, make sure if you do have Prime Gaming, it is connected because Gwent has partnered with them. Right now, you can get yourself a free premium ultimate keg just simply for playing Gwent and having Prime Gaming. Multiple months of this still to come with different rewards each month. You do not want to miss out on that kind of free reward, dear.
Oh, anything free is the best, Lionheart. I can't really think of a reason not to. And I mean, Prime Gaming itself is awesome. You get a free sub every month. Give it to your favorite creator. Support the Gwent scene. But I think we've been talking long enough. How about we take it over to the players? It is Piable versus Magpie. Let's see what they have to tell us.
My favorite expansion, I believe, is gonna be the Nilfgaard one that's brought a new faction in the game, Syndicate, because the game became more complex with a new faction, and now it's way harder to find good lineup for a tournament or qualification. So yeah, I guess the Nilfgaard one is the best for me. One card. That's tough. Because I know. Oh, okay, it's not tough. Dagon, of course.
So my favorite Gwent expansion is probably Iron Judgment. I kind of felt like, I don't know, the game was just the most fun for me after Iron Judgment. It added a lot of interesting cards, and there were a lot of viable decks back then, with pretty even matchups. I did feel like I had maybe the most control over the game back then. But some of the recent expansions have also been pretty good, although it's mostly about some specific card drops, not the entire expansion for me. But the Iron Judgment is probably my favorite overall from all Gwent expansions. If I could add one card, what would it be? Probably Dagon. It's probably time for the boy to come back to the game. It's been a long time and he had it coming. It's probably time for him to come back.
Well, it is very clear to me from that both players are desperate to see Dagon return. In the stead of the legendary Watchflake, I think it's time to say maybe today is the day.
Is it? I mean, there are still a bunch of reveals coming. It could very well be Dagon. It checks out, I think. But yeah, two giants facing off against each other today. They've been here from the very beginning. And I would love to see what the Twitter poll says about that. Who stands the best chance of winning? Of course, only our community would know, right?
Well, that's so very true. And yesterday, it was 3 out of 4 predictions were correct. So 3 and 4 times yesterday, you guys got this correct. I can see the poll desperately tried to show us there. And it is in, wow, okay. It is skewed in one direction. Now, let's be real. Pireball usually wins these, right?
I mean, Pireball has won quite a few competitions. I know he was very modest the other day, telling people he's just a random guy, but let's be honest, he has won Masters twice now, and he is the champion once. Well, soon it will be two.
Foreshadowing.
But yes, Pireball has won more competitions versus Magpie, but Magpie has brought interesting lists today, and I think it's going to be very interesting to see whether Pireball's lists are able to tackle that which Magpie brought to the tournament.
It's going to be really interesting because that surprises me. I know Pyre always, like, there's a huge fan base behind him and he is unquestionably phenomenal. There's no way around that. But the same lists as yesterday, effectively, that they're facing, maybe. And we will take a look at those decks in just a second. Magpie did well yesterday into these decks. I am very curious to see if this is going to be the curse of the Twitter poll. But let's take a look. Oh, I love these decks, Magpie, you hero. Tia, I think you have to go through the first one for us.
Of course, yes. We're going to start off with that beautiful looking Arajas Queen. We saw it in action yesterday, and what a card it is. It consumes an allied unit, preferably a Death Wish card, and then when the Arajas Queen is killed with its Death Wish ability, it will spawn a base copy of the consumed unit on the row. I mean, this is a very strong card because not only do you trigger the Death Wish of the card you killed, something like Deathlaf for example, you also make another copy of that card, again, Deathlaf for example, and that is able to play for quite a bit of points in a short round. Now the rest of his list is all our Death Wish, and we also have the consume packages in place that will keep on boosting as separate engines every time a card is killed. We have the Vran Warrior that will boost itself by 1 after every kill, and the She-Troll that will boost itself by 2. Now if left unchecked, these engines pack quite the punch. Also, we saw that this list has a lot of wide punish at its disposal. You have Lacerate, damaging every card on a row for 2 points. You have the Werecat, which is able to do the same after his Death Wish is triggered. And essentially, you have the Forktail that will just damage every card on the board by 1 point in one go. And of course, this list does prefer blue coin normally because of the Urn of Shadows stratagem, because you can play something like Brewers Ritual, which will pull out 2 random bronze Death Wish cards from your deck, hence thinning as well as playing for a lot of tempo. And I hope we get to see this list again today. But next up, it is Northern Realms Stockpile.
It is indeed, and this isn't a list we saw too much of yesterday. It did take a good majority of the bans, I believe, from a lot of the players. It is your Siege Mutagenerator list. There is a ton of power, a ton of carryover in those 5 provision cards coming from that Mutagenerator. Then it's Siege, 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 all of that control, all of that damage before King Henselt drops on the board, paired with that leader ability. It is a wonderful list. It is a powerhouse of a list. Whether or not we see it today, well, that is entirely up to the players, but we do not need to look over it too much more because it's another spicy one here. It's the Imposter Nilfgaard.
Oh, please let us see this in action again today. What a list this is. We have the Imperial Practitioners, and of course, basically you want as many of these on the board. You want one in your opponent's graveyard, and what better way to do that with Volgefort's Renegade. Volgefort's Renegade will allow us to swap a card from your opponent's graveyard with a card in your hand. Now, normally you put the best card for the matchup into your opponent's graveyard, and then you use the Practitioners to spawn a bunch of those cards into your deck for a later round. This can be anything from the Mushy Truffle, it can be Roderick, it can be Brathens, whatever wins you the game. And of course those Practitioners are Assimilate cards too, so if we see a Nilfgaard match again, Nilfgaard V Nilfgaard, that can get quite tricky, seeing that Assimilate is something that Nilfgaard likes to steal themselves. But off to the next and final list, it is Off the Books Syndicate.
It is indeed, and there was one of those Nilfgaard matches yesterday, masterfully casted by Spessy and Sealing. I hope we get to see one ourselves, I'm not going to lie. And this off the book list, it is a Golden Necker one, and he is one of the players who has decided to take Ciri over a value card like a Savola here. And a card worth noting, it's a card that disappeared for a while, but is perfectly slotted into this. It's Morale. Now, you may have missed Morale. It was meta for a little while when it first dropped in, and Golden Necker has resurrected it and its ability. It is a card that can transition a poison all on its own. Deploy, poison an enemy unit, and as long as it stays alive, unlocked, and on the melee row, it can do it all over again with its order ability. A really, really useful removal tool because you constantly have to be aware of it existing. Poisoning isn't just about removal in this list, of course. There is also the added value of the coins you get from the Roland Blenheim, the ability to pair several other poisons and poison multiple things. So it is a really, really strong option. This list does run Azar Javed to protect it, among other things as well. So many, many, many ways of removing and damaging and gaining points in this list. I'm really hyped that the Golden Necker lists have made it into the competitive scene. It adds that really nice bit of diversity to it. So hope this list does well today and that we get to see it. But now, let's take a look at Pieball's deck, shall we?
Alright, Pieball. Now, like I said, this is basically exactly the same as the list Kuner brought yesterday. So Magpie will be very well prepared, but we'll start off with the off-the-book Syndicate list. We have a Golden Necker package there that packs quite a punch. And as we can see, Pieball decided to bring Tunnel Drill. Not a lot of people brought it. Some chose other options to their disposal, but the Tunnel Drill can play for 3 points for 2 coins, which is quite a bit of value there if you're able to play a crime card in the same turn. We also have the Poison package with Morale, which we just saw, the Roland Blenheim, Gallard Blenheim brother. We also have 2 Fistic here. No Fistic Traffickers though, but those shady vendors often give you poison if you look hard enough. Salamandra Hideout, of course, also provides you with some attacks for poison. It allows you to transfer poison from one unit to another, or you can just decide to pick something like the Failed Experiment, etc. So quite the list, quite a lot of points, and I must say my favorite card here is going to have to be Xavier Lemons. Xavier Lemons allows you to manipulate your own graveyard or your opponent's. Now, as we could see, Magpie brought some lists that really rely on that graveyard being stacked with certain cards, and Xavier finding his way onto the board might be a deal breaker here. If this card is able to get rid of something like Imposter, the Imposter list Practitioner from your own graveyard, that will just ruin the entire setup for Magpie. Well, after that, we will have to go on to the next list and see whether it's worth banning over something like Xavier. It is Stockpile.
It is another stockpile list, and yes, it is a powerhouse, and this is the very aggressive, offensive one that we did see yesterday. As you mentioned, Kuna's lineup. Paya and Kuna have been prepping together for not just for this tournament, but a lot. You can hear Paya has so much love and respect for Kuna, as he has helped him prep for multiple tournaments in the past, and their lineups are very similar here. Has got the Heat Wave and the Muzzle in place of some of those fives. The overall lineup for Paya sort of tackling some of that greed. You can see the Karathi Heat Wave. It is terrifying. It will banish any unit or artifact, and if you look, one of the reasons perhaps you'd run this, sort of a soft self-wound target maybe, deal with the Melusine, deal with something like that you can't remove or steal any other way, but it is a powerhouse of a list. Most of Stockpile got banned yesterday. Will we see that again today? Well, we are moments away from finding out. But, it's Paya has got Nilfgaard as well, Tia. I think we're going to see one of those series.
I would like to see it as the very first game. It's going to be double cross here. Again, all out assimilate, meaning the more cards you have from your opponent's side, the better, right? Rune Mage just making RNG so much more consistent, so much better. It allows your creates to make 5 targets instead of 3. Hence, Bribery will give you 5 options. Arturius Vigo will give you 5 options. The Double Cross Leader ability gives you 5 options. Honestly, it's just such a cool list. Now, we saw yesterday how Kuner didn't draw into his Yankel Vates in one of the games, or was that in the second series? I can't recall, but yeah, Yankel Vate doesn't always make its way into your hand in round 1.
Yes.
And we're gonna hope that's not the case today, because that is a very unlucky draw if that happens. Finally, we go over to Piable's 4th list. It is the Deadeye Ambush one.
It is, and Piebol played this masterfully yesterday. When he was playing against Kerpeten, a player he knows very, very well, he was phenomenal with this list. The way that he pushed it was very, very impressive. You know the elf list, it relies around the scenario and lots of tempo early on. It can really punish control heavy lists because they're just losing so much value because a lot of your units stay at lower power and just swarm. It is all about Vanadane here, one of the key parts of this one. You may well have seen this gentleman before. He will move and he will get rid of 2 cards from your hand, put them to the bottom of the deck, and add 2 waylays. When those waylays have been used, you can get them back from the graveyard with Alyssa Henson, and then have 4 or even 5 of these sometimes if you can really play your cards right when Simless jams them out. Pairing all of those Deadeyes with Venosiel, well, I've seen a board wipe or 2 in my time with this list here, I'm not gonna lie, and the way Paya played this yesterday, even into a Nilfgaard Imposter matchup, was so impressive that I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit more of that today.
Oh yes, anything is possible, Lionheart. I'm so excited to see these matches and these decks in action. The only thing that bothers me is that a lot of Magpie's lists really rely on your opponent not really interacting with the list at all. And something like Xavier alone would really frighten me if I were up against Piable. I'm just saying, it's not looking good, but anything's possible, right?
It is completely possible. Paya in his interview yesterday said he didn't feel overly favoured into the lineup, but I know Magpie felt exactly the same way. A lot of respect going backwards and forwards between these two, and we are moments away from finding out which list they have decided is just too powerful to allow the other person to have. I do believe we have seen the coin, so we know Magpie is going first here, and the bans are in tier.
Oh, both players made the same decision. Stockpile is the deck to ban. Yeah, we saw this throughout the series yesterday. Stockpile and Off the Books being very popular choices to ban. It's interesting, but Stockpile is a very strong list in the meta, and I can see why you'd ban it.
Yeah, I can completely understand why you would choose to take that ban, especially from Magpie's side. Honestly, it is absolutely terrifying for him, the amount of control options within the Stockpile list. It is just such a powerhouse. But now we know there is no Northern Realms available today, my friends. So it is going to be a case of what are they going to do with their other options. They are not hanging around. Game 1 is literally seconds away here. They are keen to start this Clash of the Titans. This could be a World Masters final, let alone an Open semi-final as we go into Game 1 here.
And Magpie deciding to go for his Nilfgaard list on blue. I can see it, that Curse Scroll is really important when you need a certain amount of cards in your hand to start off with. And right now Magpie's hand doesn't look that great. I'm going to be honest here, he's missing a lot of the setup he needs. Draws into Operator, which is good, but still missing cards like Vilgefortz, missing Practitioner. Oh, there we go. We got another card there in hand, which is going to help set up that. But again, the Curse Scroll will allow him to draw into a card that he needs, and it will likely be enough to start setting up those practitioners early on.
It will. It's going to be very interesting here. We saw Pyre deal with this a couple of times yesterday. Did a really good job of fighting his way through this. We even saw him heatwave the operated practitioner, and Kerpenton's face was a picture when he did. Not necessarily going to be an option here, though, if, however, you do see that Xavier, as you mentioned. So this is going to be very interesting.
I'm honestly not surprised that Pyable decided to bring his off-the-books list here. I think it is a snipe, if I'm going to be honest. That Xavier is going to find the most value against Magpie's Nilfgaard list. His other list doesn't really bother about any graveyard setup. So Pyable here making a good snipe, in my opinion. This is going to be difficult to pull off for Magpie.
And yeah, you can see Magpie just starting and opening with the defender, is taking things a little bit slower here. Saying, you know what, can you deal with this? How are you going to get through it? Have you got the Kurt, or is this going to take more than one turn for you to manage? And now we see Pyre frantically looking through. It's early and taking his time. The rope timer is there to be used.
Certainly is. Pyable has to be very careful here with what he does. I'd say he rather would start off with setting up his own cards here. Not a lot he can do in order to interact with that defender. I mean, of course it can be poisoned. That's the obvious choice to go for here. Just remove the defender with a quick poison. Not a lot Magpie can actually do to counter that.
No, and it's Magpie, and that's the thing with the defender. What do? Purify it? Oh, wait, that's not great, even if you can. So Magpie now will be looking to see, can he get things set up the way he wants them? Is it worth jamming this immediately? He does have access, of course. That Curse Scroll will allow him to take any card of his choice out of the deck, quite possibly the Vilgefortz Renegade, to be able to keep it ready in his hand. Could be looking to start the Operator here.
Yeah, definitely going to want to use that Curse Scroll, and goes for Vilgefortz. It makes sense. That's going to be his first bit of setup there. Ooh, plays Roderick. That is something. Grabs Idoran. Is that what he was going for, is the question.
So it's actually really, really sensible. There were 4 golds in deck still available. Brathens, as well as the Idaran, Yennefer, and Alza's Double Cross. He was looking for the Idaran here. So he has a chance to see Idaran, and Alza's Double Cross in that situation would actually also have found it. So the odds were I think it's like 83% odds that he would have found the card he wanted. Would have been very unfortunate if he didn't, but did always have the coup worst case scenario if it really came to it. Brave from Magpie, but it is set up, and I think he knows he needs to get as much value as quickly as possible from these practitioners.
For sure. Pyable really taking his time here to decides to go for the Eternal Fire Disciple. Is he going to spend though, or is that just the card he throws away? It seems he's just placing it onto the board, not really interested in starting that spending, even though it is one of the best spenders as a bronze in Syndicate.
Yes, it is indeed, and that maybe that signals he is looking for a little bit more. Maybe he wants to keep those coins behind to use for something else. It's going to be interesting to see what he decides to do here as we start to see those practitioners stack up. Has got the Mushy Truffle in hand as well, which is huge. You can't tutor that to pair it with the Renegade. It has to be in your hand. So good-looking hand state for Magpie here.
I think Magpie's very happy. He can easily go down all the way to 4 cards if he really wants to set up those Mushy Truffles for round 2 and 3. Pyable here making a decision, going for Azar. So denying Magpie the option of using his leader ability to take another practitioner onto his side of the board.
Yeah, not just that. Also the spies now. Duchess Informant cannot create a copy of a card it cannot target, and it cannot target behind those defenders. Becomes a little bit more awkward all of a sudden. Really, really nice from Pyre there. Just holding it and saying, okay, what are you going to do now? Show me how you deal with this.
Yeah, that is rather awkward. Magpie doesn't have a lot of options to deal with the Scarabs, decides to go for the Megascope. The Megascope will still be able to make 2 copies of the Practitioner since Idoran is on the board.
Yeah, completely the case, and that is a huge option, right? He's going to have 4 of them already on the back of that, which is huge. Another one in hand as well, and that's before he starts playing Coup and the Informant that currently don't make sense. Still, even with the denial using the Defender, pretty tough. I've got to be honest, a pretty tough possibility. That could be 5 or 6 mushy truffles.
Yes, it can. It can be a lot of mushy truffles, really. Pliable still taking his time here. He has a lot of options, really. He can commit quite a bit of cards before he starts committing too deeply into the round, but I think he's going over every single choice here. How can he make Magpie's life as difficult as possible? How can he try and deny Practitioner value?
If he do this. He has decided to take the pass here, saying to him, you know what, that's fine. You play down, no problem. I'm going to give you this. I'm not going to commit into a round where I don't need to. He knows he has Xavier Lemons, and he is going to use that to get rid of the Practitioner sat in his own graveyard. He has that access. He's going to be very, very happy that he can deal with that element of it. Now all he's got to worry about is what is going to be arriving from the Mushy Truffles. And it'll be the Eternal Fire Disciples, but they're not that great as an option to steal, so jumping out this round early could end up being massive for him.
Yeah, this is going to be funny. There's going to be people queuing into the live feed right now saying, hey, how did he get so many mushy truffles?
Yeah, there is.
Well, again, what just happened was the Practitioner did what it's supposed to do.
That Vilgeforce Renegade is a powerhouse. You may think it's a meme, and when I first saw it, I thought it was too. And then you realize that each of those is playing for so many points, so much potential carryover, and in a list that runs Assimilate, the fact that each of these creates as well, it's an astonishing amount of points here, and even a few cards down, the amount of carryover if Magpie decided to go in would be quite scary.
Yes, so what we're likely going to see from Piable's point of view, I'd be very surprised if Magpie decides to push here, but hey, decides to pass. That Xavier is going to come down before Piable is even able to think about it. He's going to get rid of that setup, get rid of the Practitioner. If he really wants to, you know what, Lionheart, he can get rid of his second bronze card as well.
And he's going to as well, 100%, because he wants to drop this Conjurer's Candle here. He's in the perfect spot, and that makes life very difficult now for Magpie. Because it's all well and good, you mushy truffle, and you're going to create those Illusionists. But if there are no bronze cards in the opponent's graveyard, well, that's pretty useless to you. Really not going to be the easiest spot for Magpie now, and he is now frantically trying to work out, how on earth do I manage to kill here?
Yeah, that's rather awkward at this point. There is nothing that the Illusionist can go for. There's just simply no target in Piable's graveyard. And I don't think Piable is going to allow for a target to enter the graveyard either. He's going to have to hold on to his bronzes so Magpie doesn't kill one of them. But, I mean, every mushy truffle still has a 6 points worth of golden froth, right? It's not useless, but it's significantly decreased now in value.
It has indeed, and honestly, he's got to find a way to remove a bronze unit here, because otherwise those truffles, they're still going to play for 10 points each, but you're losing all of the assimilate value that you would be desperately looking for. It's not found a lot. You can see the Fist Tech in his hand. You might be thinking to yourself, but that's a Syndicate card. Is this a visual bug? No, of course not. The way that the Vilgeforce Renegade works is it swaps a card from your opponent's graveyard to make the truffle interaction work. So he does have access to that poison. Has Menno as well to be able to grab himself a Tawny Joust maybe to make it a little bit easier to kill there. But has missed Yennefer and Brathens at the moment.
Yeah, well, that is what happens if you decide to fill your deck with mushy truffles. Chances are you won't necessarily draw the cards you want. So we see Piable starting off with Gellert Blainheim. That's going to be a very nice engine. Can't be targeted until Adrenaline 5 is reached because of the immunity tag. And Magpie setting up his only Practitioner in hand there. Now, if that doesn't get killed, that's going to be one of the few cards that actually has Assimilate. But I doubt Piable will ever allow that card to stick for very long. He's going to want to get rid of that engine as quickly as possible.
He is indeed, and you can see it's a really nice strategy here from Pireball. He knows odds are he is safe just to drop this tunnel drill. It is an open deckless situation. Normally you'd use the Conjurer's Candle to protect it slightly because you're not 100% sure what your opponent has to offer. But he knows there's no 5p access. Maybe there's a Yennefer's Invocation, but if you're going to yen that, then you know what? Absolutely fine is the way Pyre's looking at this. Really nice. Also, only dropping gold cards right now. Why? Because, well, Duchess Informants, Spies, all of those things become a lot more awkward.
And Magpie decides to use his leader here, so Pireball can't use the tunnel drill, but there is still the option to simply get that location card onto the board, draw the lackey, and purify the tunnel drill. But Magpie also has access to his own now, and that fist stick is a crime card, so he will be able to use it and get rid of a card. But there's Kurt also purifying, not necessary for a lackey here.
No, it's not, but we will probably see Magpie take the line you just suggested. Fistek perhaps onto the Kurt, and then with those coins pairing the tunnel drill will clean up the tunnel drill. And that is exactly what happens. That threat needed to be answered. But it's really smart from Pyre, because he's forced him to answer it, because otherwise his would be answered. But again now it puts him in the spot where he hasn't removed a bronze unit. No bronzes mean no spawning from this illusionist, which is really frustrating. You are losing so much value so constantly.
It's very true. Holding on to that leader charge might have been better, but I know the tunnel drill itself is really a threat you have to remove. And yeah, now unfortunately Magpie is still left with no graveyard setup. We see Morale finally targeting that Assimilate card. And again, once that's gone, there's not a lot left here for Magpie to make use of with the mushy truffles.
No, there's definitely not, and you can see that it's just a sad illusionist. It's playing for the 4. It is spawning and boosting that practitioner, but we don't think he's going to be on the board ever so longer, as Morale is now available for Pyre to clean that up if he chooses to do so, which I would imagine he does, and he keeps the Morale actually. Holds that knowing that it is free for him later, opens up a little bit of space in his coin purse.
Yeah, and now we do see that failed experiment. That opens up a little bit of opportunity here for Magpie, but he would literally need to just get poison himself in order to remove that now, but does he have the option of doing it?
Oh, and that's what he was trying to do. He was trying to use Create to find it, and you're going, oh, the Shady Vendor can find it. He doesn't have the coins to do it. Magpie here instead takes the Witch Hunter Executioner just because there is some more value in it. He will be very, very unhappy there, because if he found that poison, he had a chance. With no coins, he's now sat on 2 coins. He's going to have to try and find a way to get a few more and remove this failed experiment.
Yeah, Magpie still has the Duchess Informant at his disposal. He could technically steal that failed experiment, but really he can't use it. He needs 3 coins in order to transfer poison, and right now that card doesn't even have poison. Magpie looking pretty frustrated here. There really isn't a lot he can do at this point.
No, masterfully played, Pyre, as I say, played this matchup, and each of these, there is still a lot more points on the board, remember. Each of these truffles themselves have still got 6 extra points in them, but not getting those additional Assimilate procs is going to be pretty massive here, I would say. Still, the huge tempo slam of the Golden Necker and the Shady Vendors to potentially just find a lot more poison here. This one is definitely an uphill battle for Magpie.
Well, sure. It's really awkward. Magpie can now go ahead and use his Duchess Informant to... Well, Golden Necker could perhaps give a bronze here, and that's exactly what happens. Now things are going to be interesting, Lionheart, because Magpie can steal that for extra coins, and if Pireball doesn't boost it, he can just coup de grace it, putting it in the graveyard. That might change things.
It might, but I would be very surprised if we do not see Pireball protect that very quickly with either a little poison or a spend on the candle, but he chooses not to do that. Magpie says, you know what, it doesn't matter anyway. He has forfeit. It is game 1. To Pireball there. Just thought it might have opened up, but you could see there was so much of a point gap there before he spent, still had full leader, and Magpie said, you know what, I think I want to go next here.
Interesting. I thought it was just getting exciting, but alright. Piable taking the game very nicely done, bringing through his syndicate list. Al has blue coin, so he has the option of, bringing through his, syndicate off the books list. So he has the option of bringing Nilfgaard or Deadeye Ambush. Of course, Deadeye Ambush is normally the deck you want to take through in blue, but it's also pretty predictable, and I've seen Piable in the past purposely just playing a different list to confuse his opponents.
He is, yes, some 4D chess possible. I would expect to see that as well. I think his elf list is certainly a possibility. It's one he's going to be keen to get through, and I feel like he's going to be confident with his Nilfgaard list. He knows he has had that matchup yesterday in terms of Nilfgaard v Imposter. He knows how that matchup plays out, and I know it's different every time. It's certainly not a guarantee, but it is one that he has played well and knows well, crucially. So he could take it on blue. I think he'd rather take it on red, maybe, just in case you miss the Calvate, as we did see, unfortunately, yesterday. So, gonna be really spicy. But Magpie, now on red coin, would be surprised if he doesn't return the favor with off the books.
Yeah, Magpie now has red coin, and like you say, off the books seems to be his red coin choice.
And he is not playing friendly at all. We get to see he's not worried. He's played this multiple times this way. Even though it was set up to be a blue, the versatility of it being possibly red, he has done this because of the wide punish that you rightly pointed out earlier, right? He is thinking, you're gonna take the elves, and this is my best chance to get the list through. Punish your swarm.
Yeah, you're very right there. The wide punish is going to find the most value against Piable's elf list, and I am here for it. We already see the Werecat in hand, we see Lacerate in hand. It's looking rather good for Magpie, but yeah, the night is still young. Let's see how these two players decide to go into this match.
Yeah, on Piable's side, not exactly the best. He has got access to that scenario, does have Maxi Van Decker to give him information, but no Vanadane, no Fisher King, no Heatwave, no Aneromancy here. Could be a little bit awkward as we see him start slow instead with this Squirtle Neophyte.
Starting off with a Squirtle Neophyte, very simple. Magpie here really needing to set up cards and get to that tempo, because not starting off on blue coin is denying him a lot of things he could have done with the stratagem. Instead, he now has to consume cards in order to use them, and that takes a while to set up.
It can do, but he could take the decision, because Death Wish is... I'm just checking, does Piable have a lock available to him? He doesn't in this list, so he could reasonably pull the Whispering Hillock and then Brewers Ritual, hold it on the board, and if he does want to do it twice, play a buyer the next turn before consuming it. Hasn't got to worry about a lock here, and he's certainly not going to mind if it gets killed by his opponent saving him a consume.
Oh, certainly not, right. That's the problem when you're playing Death Wish. You actually want your cards to die, ironically. Piable still deciding carefully here what he wants to go for. Has a few options, but needs to be careful. Hasn't gone for the Feign Death setup, the one which you normally want to start with, to secure the round. Instead, just playing it slow, going for those Neophytes and turning them into Deadeyes.
He is indeed. Neither player here with their foot on the gas just yet. They are really, really eyeing each other up. They're like staring each other down at high noon. Slow little plays, not massive overcommitments. Pi are going to be keen to try and get out of this round without overcommitting too much. It's going to be a challenge for him, I'm going to be honest, given the hand state. But if anyone knows this, it's going to be Piable.
For sure. I'm curious to see how he's going to be using that sword. It's a very interesting inclusion in the list, and I can't wait to see it in action later on. But yeah, just both players taking it really slow, actually. It's, if anything, Piable's telling me he wants to get out of the round. He hasn't shown any signs of committing, really. And that could be because he has a different game plan in mind altogether.
Yeah, that is very, very possible here. We could see that he just wants to go away. Has the option of playing something like a Maxi Van Decker now. That is certainly an option to give him some information. Looks like that's what he is going to do here. And he's never seeing Vanadane, Anero, or Fisher King. That is a horrible, horrible board, sort of deck order. Would be stunned if that isn't shuffled away. As we see him also thin the Ailerin for that big gap of points here.
Yeah, we see Aaron coming out on 25. Now, Magpie deciding to go for the Whispering Hillock. He can decide to go for that. Yes, he does. Goes for Brewers Ritual to pull out another 2 bronze Deathwish cards. That's the bit of tempo he needed here. Decides to go for Leader Charge as well. Interesting decision there. Gets out on even.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting to see from Magpie. Has decided, I'm not going to let you out here. We saw him bully with this list yesterday. We saw him take his advantage and really hammer that home, locking in Kuna yesterday to the round, trying to do the same thing here to Pyre.
Yes, remember that Paya also has Spores in hand, which is one of the cards that is going to be able to reset. He decides to use it now. I think we saw a very similar play yesterday from Kuner, using that just to get out, not really holding on to it longer than necessary. And Abaya triggering another Death Wish, a nice 6 point coming out there from the Harpy Egg.
It is, but the hand is getting awkward here for Pyreball. He could commit the Feigned Death, but it's slow and has committed most of the else he'd want to play here. Yavin is a possibility, not too bad. You've got a row with 3 elves, so it will do 4 damage by the time it hits. It's a possibility. It would just about get him ahead. Isengrim's a huge piece of the puzzle to commit, and obviously you can't use the Alyssa yet because you 100% want to be putting either Waylays or Heat Waves back in. This is tough for Pyreball here. He's either got to commit or get out here, and he decides he is going to commit, but doesn't get himself ahead. Very interesting.
Yeah, and we can see his hand right now, and it's... I can see him playing something like Yavin or even Isengrim if necessary to get out. That Alyssa won't do much. The Mutna sword can do a little bit more damage if necessary. I mean, right now you have a 6-point card as your biggest target. Magpie just going ahead, playing another Deathwish card, doesn't even have to activate it. Very comfortable in his position.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see Pyreball take a pass here and defend the bleed. We did see it didn't quite go well yesterday, but it did feel like the intended strategy. Wouldn't be surprised to see it with the hand state for Pyreball thinking, you know what, I don't want to commit this. I've just played out a bunch of bronzes thinned, and that is exactly what happens. Magpie gets it the way he wants it, but Pyre not looking phased at all there. Cheeky hydrate from him as he goes in to defend this bleed.
Well, Pyreball has decided to hold on to his good cards, and at least he has that. He will definitely be able to try and outpoint a bleed. He still has Feigned Death, he still has Vanadane. He hasn't drawn into it though, but it's still one of his cards he has at his disposal. And Magpie, oh, that hand is looking scary. Has the Ran Warrior, has the She-Troll. That's all the setup you need for a long round, and if it's not dealt with quickly, Pyreball's going to be facing a lot of engines that are scarily dangerous.
He is, and from Pyre's side, like you say, oh, he's found Simless, but you don't want Simless right now. He may have to use it, but when Vanadane has yet to be found, no Heatwave, no Anero to try and shuffle that, also no Verno. This is going to be a tough bleed to defend, and I think Pyre is going to try and take it seriously pretty quickly here. Would not be surprised at a scenario open. Could also stay slow. Vial of Forbidden Knowledge, maybe?
Interesting.
Trying to bait Magpie into passing, saying, come on, give me the round, go on, that's fine, go in with the extra card, value the double lasso, giving Magpie a decision to make here. This is really interesting. I think this is bait from Pyre, because he knows if he finds his cards in the long round, he's in a decent spot. Is Magpie going to take it?
Yeah, the bait is almost too obvious. I mean, that is never the play, and Magpie knows Pyre is extending that branch. Magpie doesn't necessarily want to go for this round, though. He might really want to go for the long round. He's missing a lot,
right? He's missed his horn. He hasn't got his Dettlaff for his combo here. Maybe Magpie is also going to think to himself. You see Pyre nodding away, but... oh, that's really interesting. Both of them had missed key pieces of the puzzle. Now he does have access to that double lasso, something he did use to great effect last time to get the value out of the Arrakis Queen, to get the value out of the Dettlaff with that little Were-Rat combo. Can the players find what they're looking for? This is going to be a huge round here. The whole series could pivot on this.
Yes, for sure. Now, I'm very curious here because Magpie now has last say here very comfortably. And he also has a lot of cards that row punish, and I want to see those in effect. That Lacerate is going to do up to 18 points of damage if it finds a row with 9 points of card, well, 9 cards on them, which is going to be a lot. I'm not going to lie, it's going to be quite a bit of cards.
It is indeed huge final mulligans there for both players. Vanadane being found for Fireball, which is massive for him, and on the other side, the Royal Decree, so that missing Detlef finally does come to the party. I can't wait to see how this goes. Magpie has so many different ways of damaging and punishing this swarm, but Pyre kind of has everything he would want to also remove things, right? This is going to be scary. Can he get his damage without proccing too many death wishes? As we see scenario v scenario here, which one's better?
Which one is better? We just see that Banshee disappearing. Pyable not even thinking twice. The less consume Magpie has at his disposal, the better. He sets up Burris now. Burris having 1 charge. Not ideal, but of course it can get another charge if you play the other Crow.
Yeah, it can gain that second one. Not too much of a problem as we see the Vanadane dropping out here. Only 1 Waylay, probably, the Fisher King to be changed. Makes sense because you are going to get that additional one from Feign Death here. Doesn't need to go greedy in that sense. You certainly don't want to be replacing any of the other cards. Feels about right for Fireball here. He's going to be quite happy and feel safe knowing that Vanadane isn't going to get dealt with immediately here.
Yeah, Vanadane in a pretty safe spot. There's not a lot you can do here, but Pyable also does run the risk of overswarming at some point in Vanadane's sticks. Magpie going for Detlef right off the bat, so that's going to find value. And that's going to find even more value if Magpie is able to pull off the Araha's Queen consume.
Yeah, and with no locks and Heatwave missing here, it's looking very likely that that will be the case, which Magpie is literally sat waiting now, thinking to himself, okay, when am I going to see it? When am I going to get what I want?
Okay, Yevon coming down immediately without a second thought. That Burris gone.
Yeah, consumes are very valuable here. There's 1 more on board, 1 more leader charge, and then it all comes down to the Were-Rat in this list. So it's going to be... there is the Endrega Warrior that's been missed as well. Pyre doesn't know if that exists or not. Obviously, we can see that it doesn't here. This is going to be very interesting. How long is he going to leave it before he does consider dropping the Forktail, for instance? How much time can he wait before he's going to start spawning things himself?
I think the Folktale can wait a bit. I think there's no harm in waiting. Magpie here having to decide what card he wants to set up. He really needs to set up a card like Sheetroll, but the thing is Sheetroll won't find value quickly enough. It might get killed, whereas Araha's Queen seems to be an obvious choice, as Pyable won't be able to deny it from here on out. Once it has consumed Detlef, it's too late. Killing the Araha's Queen won't do anything. And yeah, I won't be surprised to see the Were-Rat coming down as well soon.
Ooh, now that was big. Magpie still thinks Heatwave exists. He just gave up 4 points there. The Arrakis Nest he could have spawned a turn from now on the idea that Heatwave exists. Also, of course, because it's just going to fill his row and he's going to Forktail them away anyway. Not taking that risk of potentially losing that. Jams that leader charge straight in.
Yeah, it's interesting. Pyable just didn't draw it, which is rather unfortunate for him, because that would have come in very handy right about now. Also, one of the reasons he might have been able to use Spore so early on, knowing that he could have used Heatwave later. But now he has to be careful. There's not a lot he can do here except sort of play his own cards. Yeah, has Vanadane on board still, is able to make use of that. Decides to go for Simlas.
Decides to Simless now before the Alyssa. So is potentially looking at Alyssa. I suppose he's worried about filling the row, right? He knows he can't overdo it here. He is already in a spot where he has only got 3 more spaces for units left. And he has a leader charge that he wants to use. Waylay is going to fill a spot. Verno is going to do a lot as well. He's got to be really careful here. He's very lucky that things can't go onto the other side of the board. And now Magpie is going to be playing that game, thinking damaging things, removing units is actually going to help him. It's a really difficult position.
Yeah, and for me, the fact that Sheetroll isn't on the board yet hurts my soul because it's such a nice engine to set up, but Magpie might be afraid that it would be too easily removed. But the fact that Simlas is gone now really opens up the possibility that Sheetroll can be placed on the board without a lot of interaction from Pieball's end.
Yeah, I suppose that the threat Vernocil is going to come down at some point and Gatling gun its way through pretty much everything on board. There are a lot of Deadeyes here, so maybe he's worrying that he'll get sniped in that situation. It's a possibility.
We see Isengrim coming down instead, doing a lot of work, boosting all the elves on the board. Of course, it also works sort of retrospectively. Every time you play an elf, it will get a boost. Magpie really carefully trying to figure out what he needs to do here.
Yeah.
Lacerate would probably be a bit early here. He'll be losing 2 points if he goes for the range row, as there is an artifact. Again, Werecats is also something he's going to be wanting to play later on. That's going to do quite a bit of damage, especially if he gets to trigger its Death Wish ability. Other than that, it really is Sheetroll and the Were-Rats, in my opinion. Oh.
Takes the Lacerate value now, knowing that it will not remove a unit. It's a good amount of damage, and he needs to find a card of choice to play. It's awkward, has to make the decision. He's waiting. I'm a little surprised we haven't seen the Werecat dropped yet for, if nothing else, the Thrive benefit as well, to be able to hit that. He doesn't want to clean a row up here.
Yeah, interesting. Taking it slow, and we see Alyssa finally coming down there, not really doing anything but play for a 6-point body.
No, I did move the Waylays back for what it's worth, but Fireball noticing it would be a terrible situation for him otherwise if he played them the way you normally would, he would have missed several card slots because the board has obviously got a row limit that he would have surpassed about 3 turns ago if he'd played this the normal way.
Yeah, this is looking rather good for Magpie. We'll have to see after Vernocil's drop to see the damage. Oh, interesting
he opens
play.
up the space. That surprises me. I would have thought he would have played that on the front row to not open up an additional space there. That's what I was expecting. Consumes are at a serious premium right now. He's still concerned that Heatwave exists. I think that's the problem. I think he's got Fireball's hand as probably Verno Heatwave. That's what he's expecting here. As we see now, this is going to be 22 points of damage. This is massive, but it does hit the Werecat and the Death Wish. So a lot of that damage just got quite seriously negated, and it's a 20-point game, but I think there might just be a little bit that's going to hold. This is going to be close.
Is this not the best opportunity to play Forktail if you are so afraid of a Heatwave? I mean, Sheetroll is also an option. Setting that up really would make for a horrible Heatwave target, right? So I would see no reason not to either go for that or the Forktail, but a Magpie still, assuming Fireball has a potential Heatwave in hand and has to play around it.
And it's difficult because the Sheetroll is going to make a lot of points. Whenever a unit is destroyed during your turn, well, Forktail has the potential to destroy multiple units during the turn. So he's trying to work out, and he's dropped the Sheetroll. He's gone for the line and said, you know what, if I don't do it this way, I'm in trouble. Pyre is now ahead by just over 20 points. Is it going to be enough here? We see the Wereat jump down. It is going to consume at the end of its turn and fly back, and I think this Forktail does it by a mile. And it does indeed. Magpie and his Magpiles. He said it would be one of his greatest ever achievements to get a win with this deck. He did it yesterday, and today he just did it against one of the best to ever play the game. What a game!
I absolutely love it. And he sniped that match perfectly as well, knowing Fireball was likely going to go for Squirtle. Cute and monsters. I mean, that list was just beautifully teched for a match against something that goes wide and where you just need to punish them. Take your time. And luckily, Magpie didn't really have to worry about Heatwave or anything like that, which definitely made a big difference in the result there.
It did. One of the things that's awkward and nice from Magpie's perspective here is one of the reasons why he's done so well with that match. He had round control. he also decided to force Pyre into that long round, didn't bleed. Pyre gave him the opportunity to get out and have that double lasso. Kind of a bit of a bait from Pyre, saying, go on, take it, you know you want to, and Magpie decided to go for it. Could have backfired if Pyre still found everything, but that's not the version of reality that we live in. It went the way of Magpie. As we are going into another game, another series here, and I have a feeling it is the Nilfgaard V Nilfgaard. Pyre knows Magpie's bringing this, and he knew it would be now. He has brought his option. Oh boy, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, Magpie definitely wanting this list on blue, and Pyre very happy to oblige with the Nilfgaard on red. Okay, so can Magpie take this list through on his second attempt? That is the question.
The hand's not looking terrible at this stage. He has got the defender. He's going to be able to use the curse scroll here. That curse scroll's going to have to put Mushy Truffle into his hand. As a result, he's going to have to decree instead for the operator. But instant from Pyreball. That Diviner is an Assimilate engine, but the Purify is pretty great as well. It's a wonderful little addition at 5p, and he's going to be very happy that he teched it in here.
For sure, yeah. Pyreball has a lot of Purifies up his sleeve in this tournament, and they are coming in very handy. So, like you said, Magpie has everything he needs. He is definitely going to want to draw into the Mushy Truffle. Of course, can't do that with Royal Decree. Royal Decree instead going to have to go for an Operator if Magpie decides to push into this round.
Yeah, it's really scary for Magpie because he kind of needs to win this round. We were discussing between us, Sealy, Spessy, the difficulties and the nature of this kind of matchup. It's not a direct Assimilate mirror, but it kind of is, right? The player who wins round one may have a card less, but pushing is brilliant. We saw it yesterday where Gandalf was quite brutal. He put Lario into a position where he was damned if he did and damned if he didn't in terms of leader abilities. Is this going to be Pyreball's plan here? Is he going to do exactly the same and try and force control of this?
Ah, and I saw a quick Idoran there just disappearing almost immediately. I mean, Idoran's not a bad card to steal, especially if you are a Nilfgaard, but I'm sure that's going to do a tiny bit of damage to their Magpie's plan. But alas, it's not the end of the world. He is still going to be able to draw into the cards he needs. Decides to use the Curse Scroll to draw into the Operator. So this is interesting. With regards to setup, he isn't going for Mushy Truffle. Instead, he might very well do something entirely different. Maybe even going for something like Brathens.
Yeah, it's Brathens, and we've seen before in the long round in that Nilfgaard mirror, being able to clog your opponent's board is terrifying. Well, what better than being able to add a spy every single turn? Has decided I would suggest that he is going to play that way. Pyreball says, I win this long round all day, Chief. Come at me. And he's going to let him play down to 4 cards. Let him set the Brathens up. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I am here for it. So, what is going to go into the graveyard? It is in fact Brathens, and he takes the Yennefer, which is not bad. 2 Yennefers?
I know. Well, that's one of the difficulties here. You don't want anything in your graveyard in round 1, and it would have been almost impossible for that to be doable with Magpie's hand if it weren't for the use of that Yen. So now that is a scary looking Nilfgaard hand. Just 2 Yennefer's invocations, 4 Brathens. Oh my word! But mulls away one of the Yens there. That is interesting.
Well, the problem is, of course, if you play Yennefer a little bit too early, it's going to open up space on your opponent's side of the board, right? You kind of want her as a last say card, if anything. So perhaps having 2 isn't always the best thing. But hey, you have it at your disposal if necessary.
That's a very good point, yeah. Very, very good point. Now, this is cheeky. Drops the Adaran now, and you might think, well, why would you do that? So that it can't be stolen back, so that it can't be used on a coup, anything like that, because it would be astronomically scary. He doesn't want to be spawning other cards into a round, certainly a long round. This is going to be very spicy here.
I am here for it. This is what I've been waiting for. And I just love the fact that even though the setup is always similar, you can really turn an entire game upside down just by picking the card you want to put in the graveyard. And we see Brothans being the choice here. I mean, having 3 Brothans here, 4 Brothans, it's going to be even more than that if Piable commits one too early and Magpie is able to steal one of those as well somehow. Though he isn't playing an Arto Terra Nova list, is he? So he doesn't really need to put a spying tag on one unless he wants to coup them.
No, but you would imagine Piable will be able to do exactly that with his Mage Torturer to find at least 2. There are going to be so many Brothans. Oh, that's a Master of Puppets. That's a very scary find if he decides to go for it. We saw this taken yesterday, the ability to seize and trade self with one of the biggest units on your opponent's side of the board. Bronze, of course, thankfully. So wouldn't work for the Brothans here. If it was Mushy Truffle, it might have been the play. Instead takes the Fire Scorpion. One of the reasons that Fire Scorpion is good, the order ability is damage a unit, not an enemy unit. So that Fire Scorpion could get in the way of this clogging plan here.
That is very true. That does change things, but I'm sure Magpie has the ability to just sort of get rid of it if necessary. He has quite a lot of tricks up his sleeve, really. He just needs to be careful here. These assimilate matchups are really intense. You have to plan everything one step ahead. Don't want to give your opponent too many cards to steal. You want to make sure their side is full before yours. It's a lot. It's a lot to go through.
Yeah, multiple decisions to be made here as we see the Alza's double cross takes the coup, goes again. That is not what I was looking for. I don't think that's what he's looking for either. But he takes the ADC and does jam an Assimilate Engine onto the board here. Although saying that, his other option was the Mushy Truffle itself, which could well have been a slightly better choice for him because it would have played for more points. But as it happens, he gets ADC twice and takes it.
Yeah, that's true. Again, if you decide to put cards in your deck, that's going to decrease your consistency. It's as simple as that. And Piable very happy to have his own practitioner there. That's just an Assimilate Engine for him. And I'm sure Magpie is going to jump on that really quickly. That's going to give him everything he needs to make use of this Brothan setup.
There is going to be so many Assimilate Engines on the board here. A lot of the decision-making in this match, it's all about getting more Assimilate Engines than your opponent now. Pyre sitting with a huge extra with that Mushy Truffle order ability, and his leader, knowing pretty much he's guaranteed to find a Brothans within his hand. It's going to be... there's going to be so much Assimilate. They look like they're both trying to clog each other at this point, which is going to be very interesting if they can be successful.
Magpie deciding to go for the Mage Torturer there instead of the Practitioner. Not a bad choice since it does have Veil, and the Practitioner's order ability isn't really going to do anything at this point. Yeah, both players just really quickly slamming cards onto the board. Piable playing his first Brothans as well, another Duchess Informant, probably going to steal the Mage Torturer as well. Whew. The points are increasing, Lionheart. They are going through the roof.
I play Brothans, you play Brothans, I play Brothans, you play Brothans. Oh dear, the over-under on Brothans played in this, I didn't imagine it would ever be this high. Look at the points per turn here. That is so many. Yep, that is another Brothans tier.
Another Brothans, who would have thought it? Not what I was expecting. After Terra Nova coming down there for the Brothans, we're going to see... are we going to see an Emissary at some point, Lionheart? Do we think Piable is afraid of overswarming? No, it is a Duchess Informant. Going for it.
He's going to try and get as many Assimilate Engines as he can on the board as quickly as he can. He jams his leader straight away here as well, knowing that this strategy, filling his own board, is just as problematic for the opponent as well, right? And now is when he emissaries. Look at the points! Look at it. This is insane. He left himself intentionally that extra space there because he wants to be able to play one more unit potentially. He has got spies that he can jam onto the other side of the board to get some value. Might want to try and find the Lydia. Even if Bribery doesn't play the unit, it will still create it and then disappear, so even the points from it won't exist. You will still, of course, find that. Lovely choice. Fire Scorpion here now for Magpie. He has now got pings to keep creating that space.
Yeah, that is actually very nice for Piable. He plays another Duchess Informant with another Fire Scorpion as well. His board is now stacked, so the problem with Magpie... Yeah, Magpie can just use the Fire Scorpion himself to play a Duchess Informant, which is likely what he's going to be doing.
Yeah.
And I think both players are quite content with the state of the board at the moment. Yeah, we're going to have to see those points at the end because these things get crazy.
They do, and that brings it to 9 Assimilate engines apiece here. However, access to Final Say and removing the tallest one for Magpie could be the deal breaker. A couple of Imperial Diplomacies as well has the opportunity, if he can get it right, to proc every single one of them here.
And Piable going for another Brothen's. Going to have to play Emissary here as he didn't open up any space for another Duchess Informant. He could have if he wanted to, but yeah, not necessary, right? So Magpie here having to decide what he wants to play next. Yennefer likely going to be his last option. He has 2 Imperial Diplomacies that will trigger all of his Assimilate engines quite nicely. And then lastly, he is able to play a tactic from his deck. Decides to actually click the Practitioner.
And he's just given himself coups. There are so many coup de grace now available from Menno to give himself another set of options if he really wants them. He can kill another Informant here. That will count as a tactic, of course, opening up the Fire Scorpion to his availability. This is going to be really interesting. He creates himself another Fire Scorpion as well.
Yeah, a lot of Fire Scorpions for players who don't run any Fire Scorpions in their decks. So we see Bribery coming out there. Oh no.
Oh. If you are brand new to Gwent right now and you were like, but you can only play 1 gold. There's only 1 copy of golds allowed. My friends, welcome to Nilfgaard. It's 196 to 126 right now. This is quite an experience.
This is giving me a headache is what it's doing. Trying to keep ahead here is so much work. We're gonna see now how Magpie uses the slot. He is in fact going for Menno. And what is he gonna...
Coup
the
Boardfill again.
Roderick. Oh.
He was hoping for another coup, maybe? So he takes the yen here, but that just opens up a space. Obviously, you're getting a lot of points. You're going to steal an 18-point Assimilate engine. Not necessarily what he would have been hoping for, though.
Yeah, getting another coup would, of course, triggered his Assimilate cards even more, which would have been beautiful. But that's not what he got, is it? So he had to make do with the Yennefer, which just frees up more space for Piable.
Yeah, and you can see Lydia here coming down. Is she going to go create into create? No, into the coated weapons, valuing the damage and saying, you know what? I can't afford to greed this here. It's 51 points in this, and you would assume you're going to be thinking to yourself, there's no way you catch here, right? There is no way you catch here, and yet we see a yen. Pyre cannot, he can play his last emissary because he can use these leader charges to free up the space, so that is going to play for a 6-point plus then the Fire Scorpion damage. It is all going to come down to, is one single Imperial Diplomacy going to catch up? Is this 4p bronze going to find near 40 points of value?
I don't know about that, Lionheart.
Doesn't look like it.
Doesn't appear so. He's not really finding the right one to do that. It's Piable's game. Piable takes the Nilfgaard V Nilfgaard. Very nicely done.
And that is 2-1 Piable right now. He knows that matchup well. He did exactly the same thing yesterday against Karpatan, and he is on the verge of booking his place in yet another final tier. It is, he's got his elves to get through, and that is it.
Yes, elves and blue, actually, and I'm sure he's very happy with the outcome of that one. Magpie, now having tried to bring that list through twice, likely will go for his other list on red, something like off the books, and then probably fall back on Nilfgaard for blue. It seems he prefers the Nilfgaard on blue because of the consistency that the stratagem offers. and is likely going to want to take Syndicate now versus Deadeye Ambush.
Yeah, it's not the best matchup in the world though. Obviously there's a lot of tempo, but your poison removal side loses a lot in that series, right? Because you're removing 3 and 4 point tokens, and a lot of the value of them is in their existence rather than in their removal. So it's going to be an interesting one. It definitely feels like the right call. Imposter really needs blue coin, and if he's going to do it, he's got to do it this way. Can he get this Syndicate list through, or will Pireball take Elves at the second time of trying and book his place in the finals today?
Yes, Pireball only having to bring through this final list. Now, Magpie's Syndicate list isn't exactly teched against this. There isn't any Tin Boy or a wide damage. It's more poison, which isn't always the best against a list that goes wide. So I'm curious to see if Magpie will be able to give Pireball a run for his money here in this potentially final matchup.
Yeah, it's possible, although not the best opening hand if you are Pireball, really. Going to have to play some bronzes, perhaps use the Fisher King to set up a card of choice to be able to pull here. No Maxi Van Decker to even give you information. One solitary Waylay to maybe set up, sort of shuffling it back later, but no access to that either. So it's going to be an interesting one as we see the little tempo. Just uses the Tesha Mutna sword just as flat removal and thinning their Roach heading to the board as well.
Yeah, that's a very expensive sword there. A 7 provision sword doing 4 points of damage there. Yeah, I still haven't seen any player who brought that sword actually use it as intended. It was more or less always just for a solid 5 points of damage or a little bit more. It has the potential to play for way more than that, but again, still a very interesting inclusion in an open series. We see Magpie going for the Eternal Fire Disciple, a nice way to start spending some coins.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the sword, it's one of those things a lot of people soft-targeted self-wound, thinking it's such a powerful deck that it would end up being here and you'd find some value, not have to ban it. The final top 64 qualifiers that we cast, where Puzzle Express targeted it so well, so effectively, I think had a big impact on a lot of the decision-making for lineups here. People saw that it was targetable, and that has resulted in, I think nobody bringing it, in fact.
Yeah, that is the problem, right? And we see Pireball here finally allowing Erlen to come out there. Again, very similar to his sort of setup in the game we saw just a while back, where he brought Square and also really didn't play Feign Death round 1, even though he did have the option to. So he's just taking it slowly here. He has quite a few options if he wants to push into the round without committing too much. But Magpie here has access to some tempo, and his round is going to get stronger by the turn because of the engines he has access to.
Definitely, and we've seen Pyre is very, very comfortable taking this into a longer round if he has to. He is more than willing to do that, especially when the hand state doesn't add up. He is working through this right now, trying to decide what he's going to do. Instead, feels he can play one more turn here. Use that value, set that little bit of additional vitality ticking, give himself a bit of distance to see maybe if he can get this round himself.
We see Magpie playing the failed experiment, clicks the Fire Disciple real quickly, doesn't need to do more than that. And a Pireball can, of course, do quite a few things here. He can even go ahead and purify the card. Not that it's necessary. I think you'd rather hold on to that purify, if anything. But yeah, again, both players here really have quite a few options at their disposal. But Pireball decides he's just going to get out of the round here at 6 cards.
Yeah, although a bit of an awkward situation if you look at Magpie's hand, because it is too good here. The Necromancy is doing absolutely nothing for you because it only pulls a bronze unit from your graveyard, and as you will see at home if you're using the Twitch Observer, there are none. So he now has to consider dropping one of the key pieces. Morilci is probably the best option, as nothing goes too tall here, and just not tribute it, and I think that is what he's going to do. It's a lot to find your way out by doing that. Also chooses to spend because why not? You can't carry just a single coin over, and Knickers thins as well. So a lot of commitment to get out there in quite a cheap round for Pireball.
Yeah, but like you said, Morilci wouldn't really have found a lot of value, and I'm sure Magpie is happy to see Suri there in his hand. Pireball has access to Heatwave though. That's definitely something that Magpie should look out for. But yeah, both players really just taking it slow, going into the next round, sort of checking everything out. There isn't really a need to overcommit if that's not your plan, and Piable still has access to a lot of the cards now, has a Neuromancy, can commit if necessary.
He does, but he's missed all of the options. There's no Feign Death, no Vanadane, no Alyssa Henson, no Simlas even in his hand right now. Can Maxi Van Decker, and obviously at 9 cards, I'm pretty sure no matter what Magpie decides to do, he's going to give himself that information, but has a pretty bronze-looking hand here.
Now, interestingly enough, Magpie at 7 cards decides to play the Eternal Fire Disciple instead of Suri, indicating that he might be going into this round.
Yeah, the Siri play is quite scary. You notice in Piable's list he didn't bring it, because as far as he was concerned, everybody plays Purify. Well, Heatwave exists, but so does Purify in this list. I think he's going to make a decision on when to drop that Siri so that it's awkward. I think he wants to give himself a big enough gap where it's not going to be enough value, it's not going to be enough points to do that, to remove the Siri and get the pass, and I think that's what he's looking for.
And Magpie goes ahead there, plays Gellert Blainheim. Gellert Blainheim, of course, providing 2 points a turn if you're able to pay the coin. Now, pairing that up with something like Roland would be a lot of fun if he really does want to go deep into the run, but indicates he is going to go. He is playing Azar, boost one of the Scarabs out of killing range. This is starting to get intense. Piable might need to consider setting up some cards here, as Magpie is indicating that he's willing to go into this round.
He is, and maybe the Azar Javed here was hoping to find a little bit more protection. We've talked about what Piable has missed. Magpie, no Conjurer's Candle. This card is astonishing. Has a 50-50 on it from Golden Necker if he chooses to use it, of course, but it's really difficult. It is really tough, as we see that Purify traded now. The Vryad Zappers has used it. We're more likely to end up seeing that Siri Nova as a result. But we know, as you can see, that Heat Wave might just exist.
Yeah, and Magpie finally going for Suri Nova, indicating that... Yeah.
Forget the Heat Wave. Teshan Mutna Sword clears it up. There are 3 statuses. It hits, and hits again. He will never need to Heat Wave it, and the Teshan Mutna is going to find a lot more value for Piable than Magpie. That sword hiding very nicely. The problem is, it's tempo, right? This is kind of good for Magpie. Teshan Mutna still only plays for 8, and he'd still be behind by 14 in that spot.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? And Piable has to decide here whether he's willing to commit at some point. Right now, Feign Death isn't even an option anymore, but we see the Mutna sword coming down there, getting rid of Suri. Again, Piable, it's a bit awkward, isn't it? It's a bit awkward. He can't play Feign Death, only has 1 elf in hand. We'll have to go for something like Vanadane instead. Try and set up the graveyard for a potential Alyssa. Magpie's not showing any intention of stopping.
No, and why would you if you're Magpie? Because if, let's say he goes Vanadane, what's he getting rid of? All he can do is get rid of a single Blizz Maxi. He's not getting rid of Heatwave for that. He's certainly not getting rid of Verno, and he's used the Anira already. Magpie got a big decision to make here. He's going to... he plays the... Is he going for the Salamandra Mage here? He is. And probably tributing? Yeah, goes for the value. This could be a brutal push from Magpie here.
Yeah, Magpie here having the option of getting out if he really wants to. Piable needing to decide, is Magpie going for it or not? Is it time to commit? Or is it time to sort of place your cards, setting it up for round 3, going for Maxi? Decides to go for Heatwave instead, getting rid of Gellert Blainheim.
He does, but it's slow. Oh, okay, the Squirrel's not amazing. It's probably it's not a great set of pulls here, but he can squirrel that Heat Wave straight away. No second Heat Wave for you, good sir, in that final round with nothing else set up. There are a lot of points about to jump on the board, and I'm not sure Paya can catch here.
Yeah, that's rather problematic, and Magpie takes the game. Piable getting 2-0'd with that list. Oh dear gosh, this is going to be interesting. There is one game left.
There is. We get a game 5, and we know exactly what is heading our way. It is a 3rd chance to bring that imposter through on blue coin for Magpie. Piable now having to take that elf list a 3rd time himself, I believe, but this time on red coin.
Yeah, which isn't ideal, right? But perhaps this is the first time we'll see Piable actually playing Feign Death in round one, which is normally what players do, right? Maybe he'll draw it this time as well. And yeah, will Magpie's Achilles heel be his imposter list? Honestly, maybe this is the perfect matchup for him. Maybe with a little cards that can get in his way, he can actually set up the practitioner this time and really go for it. But we'll have to see, right?
That is going to be incredible. Anyone who doubted that these two titans wouldn't end up taking this to a best of 5, well, you see it here. It is going to be a final game, a final shootout to find who is going in to the finals later today. Is it Piable or is it Magpie? Let's find out.
Okay, let's take a look at these hands. Piable already drawing into Vanadane, Feign Death, as well as a Neuromancy. Very happy with that. Magpie, on the other hand, has Mushy Truffle. He has a Practitioner. He has his, gets Vulgar Force. This is going to be beautiful. We're going to see what both lists are capable of at their very best, and I am here for it.
I am very much here for it as well. No access or no direct defender in hand this time. Blue, he is deciding here. He's grabbing the defender. Yeah, he wants this defender on board. He is saying, I'm going to make you answer this. But Pyre has the Purify as well as the Heatwave, but would have to lead a charge to use that Vryad Sappers offensively, because it will purify an allied unit unless you control an elf. Wouldn't be surprised to see that here. The leader's really valuable, but not being able to deal with this defender is far worse for Piable.
Piable's literally sitting back there thinking a bit. I wouldn't be surprised if his camera is frozen because he is not moving. Oh, there he goes.
Well, he will have played this matchup, right? He will be thinking through, what did I do here? How do I deal with this? This one decision could make all the difference. And he has decided to say, I am going to play my game. I have no worry about yours. He's going to use the Vryad Sappers a turn later instead. That is very interesting.
Yeah, final time we see this list and Piable decides to actually play Feign Death. Now, Feign Death does provide a lot of tempo here, and Piable can use that at his disposal. I do think you're right, though. He's definitely going to want to purify that defender, and probably we'll see Vanadane coming down soon as well if Piable decides to go for a more sort of uninteractive game style. And gone is the defender status. Gone is the defender status. So I don't see Idoran surviving very long either, if I'm going to be honest here.
No, very unlikely. It might have one more turn in existence on the board, but we are going to see that operator here jump in, spawn, and give 2 copies of the dreaded Imperial Practitioner on his side, so it will have made at least a little bit of difference here.
Yeah, we see that operator coming down there, and we have 2 practitioners on the side of Magpie. He'll be very happy with that. Now,
is he going to Heatwave? Is he going to Heatwave that Practitioner himself? He did it in a matchup against Carpaten. It was different. He's going to self-Heatwave here. He does it. I knew it. It's just, I would never do this. And I love watching him for this exact reason. He did it yesterday. He values it in this matchup, which is slightly different as well today. Love to see it.
Oh, that is such a Piable thing to do. Piable breaking the status quo every time we see him live. Nobody does that. Nobody, Lionheart, but Piable did it, and I bet you it's going to make a massive difference here when Magpie relies on his opponent's graveyard later on.
There's just so much happening here, and you love to see it. You really do. Oh my word, that is a massive decision. You're thinking to yourself, but now it's a turn where he's slower. It's a turn where he doesn't deal with Idoran. He can't deal with something huge later, but the amount of value taking that Imperial Practitioner out of his own graveyard has on this matchup, finding that could potentially be the difference between winning and losing here. It denies 2 from the leader. It denies so much graveyard access later. It's absolutely huge and a genius play from Piable.
Yeah, you love to see it. Well, Piable can still give Magpie a run for his money in this round. I mean, he has a lot of tempo here. Decides to go for the Mutna sword, instead getting rid of that Practitioners. Now, when he eventually decides to play something like Vanadane, he'll be able to get rid of that 1-point Practitioner as well. He'll immediately have Waylays as well. And Magpie is going for it. Magpie is going for Vorgeforts right now.
So he's going to put probably Mushy Truffle in over the Brathens, but it'll be interesting. Now that that's gone, does he sticks with it and steals himself an extra heat wave? Oh boy. It's always nice to have a spare heat wave. Nilfgaard things, your opponent has one. It's our heat wave now.
Indeed it is. We make tons. Pliable deciding what to do here with Vanadane. Is he going to go for all the waylays? He sure is, and he is going to get rid of Idiran instead. The Practitioners isn't a threat anymore. They have given Magpie one extra Mushy Truffle, maybe not as many as he would have hoped for, but right now Idiran is the main threat, I would say.
Very much so, but the Pyre has tempoed ahead here, is ahead by 7, as well as having an engine ticking. And Magpie not necessarily in a spot where he wants to play too much of this. The Roderick obviously has targets. It has Mushy Truffles, but you don't want those. It has ADC, which will give you another Practitioner, maybe. Or Menno to grab slow plays. It's not amazing for him. Committing Brathens is huge here. It's so many points into a round. But it is what he decides to do, because I think he feels he cannot just lose this on even here.
And we do see Brathens coming down there with another Purify. Just purifying the Practitioner for fun, not really doing anything with it. Waylay coming down there. It's the Practitioner now and not Idiran, interestingly enough.
Yeah, well, looking at the value it's spawning, the Practitioner's guaranteed to make a point every turn, whereas Idiran would have done already if it could have done, I think. Oh, this is tough. You do ADC here, and he does take another Imperial Practitioner, but the Idaran would only have been able to keep spawning at this point with the Solitary Megascope or Mushy Truffle commitments generally, and it seems unlikely that's going to be the case.
Pliable deciding here, looking at his list.
Yeah. Not fight. He finds Fisher King and Alyssa, so he can use the Fisher King to put something on top for round 3, but he was missing a lot there. He wasn't finding Simlas, for instance, but does have a Nero in hand, so it doesn't hurt him too much.
Magpie can still tempo ahead here if he is willing to commit something like a leader charge, but I can't imagine he's too happy about this here. Pliable about to win on even if things go the way they are going.
Yeah, he does have coup available. If he wants to coup the Roderick, go for that again, but he's only got 2 Mushy Truffles. He hasn't been able to set up a lot of value for this at all here. The Waylays being put into the graveyard by Pyreball, making such a difference because it blocks off your card that you're taking a copy of. Maybe waiting, it's one of the reasons we haven't seen the Aneromancy yet, because you know Magpie is going to click it as soon as he can if that is the case.
Yeah, Magpie can use coup de grace as well if he really wants to. Kill something of value like Roderick and then click the Practitioner, as it would have been the last thing to go into the graveyard. He still has the option of setting those up. But yeah, going very slow here, really slow, and probably hoping he gets something out of Pyreball, but Pyreball has a very good hand here. He is very content with that hand.
Yeah, and he should be. He should be. The Squirrel would have just got him ahead there. Nothing he particularly feels the need to Squirrel, as we do see... Ooh, is that Yen? If he Yens here, he takes the Vanadane, it is just enough, correct? I'm pretty sure it gets him ahead. That's pretty big for him. And Pyre knows what he's sitting on now. He knows that's his own heat wave. He can see it.
And decides not to click the Practitioner, interestingly enough. Decides not to click it and get another Roderick.
I suppose he's going to draw into both of his Mushy Truffles and Vanadane already. The only gold he's missing is Menno, so you're just killing Menno's value.
That's very true. And Magpie out of the round. Pyreball left here with a Neuromancy and definitely enough points to catch up if necessary. Yeah. He just has to be worried about board space. He has the ability to play a unit and click 1 leader. So that would be 3 points with the leader. He needs 8 points with a Neuromancy to catch up here.
Magpie hadn't passed yet. He was looking through the list to see if there was anything that could do it or how easy it was to do. Venosiel is definitely going to be possible. He was weighing up using his leader ability there, I think. I suppose it's got to be Isengrim or Verno, right? I don't think anything else does it.
Ooh, that's a lot of commitment, but it does do the job, gets him ahead.
It does, and he manages to win that round on even maintaining his entire leader ability and, crucially, denying a massive amount of Imperial Practitioner carryover. Only 2 Mushy Truffles. I know that still sounds like an extra one, but when this list can have 5, 6, or 7, that's huge. And no Assimilate target in the graveyard. In fact, the only bronze is a Vryad Sappers. Not exactly the target you're looking for from those Mushy Truffles.
Yeah, and Pieball having to make a big decision here because Magpie is able to get carryover if Pieball decides to pass. If anything, Pieball might be deciding to see what he can do here, maybe place Magpie in a bit of trouble. He decides to play Fisher King to guarantee a draw into another card that we can't see right now into round 3, and commits a leader as well.
Yeah, the leader is very clever. The leader puts him on 9 points, and he knows Mushy Truffle plays for 8 at most right now in this turn, locking him in and saying, okay, you're going to have the leader. And you're going to have the leader because, of course, the first one plays for that 5th point, and he gets the leader and keeps himself ahead. Pretty big there.
Yeah, very nicely done. Magpie going for the second Mushy Truffle. Pieball now knowing exactly what he has in hand, can see the Vanadane card back. And yeah, is Pieball deciding to go for it here? Is he going to try and bleed out some of those Mushy Truffle order abilities? Only he'll know if it is the move or not.
I mean, it depends on what he put on top. If it was Simless, he could have Nero the Alyssa Henson here because it gets him ahead. Not worry about the fact that he knows Magpie will get out because he can put all of those Waylays back at choice, well, 2 of them anyway, and go into a short round knowing that he has got probably the ability to board wipe with Last Say. Instead, he holds it here. Okay.
Right, well, Magpie going to be happy with that carryover. I mean, that's 12 points right there. He also has Vanadane in hand, which is not bad at all, especially if some of his draws are not ideal. This is going to be fun. Now, Pieball has Alyssa, and he's going to be able to Simlas, and that's going to play for a lot of points.
It really is. He's also now, because he's drawn so well here, he doesn't need to risk a mulligan. Doesn't want to find a waylay. He knows he can grab the Verno or the Yavin at will here, which is pretty good for him, I'm not going to lie. That could be a lot worse. The Assimilate Engine, the Diviner available, and an Illusionist to get that extra unit as well. Going to feel pretty nice.
Yeah, Pieball just quickly shuffling 2 waylays back into the deck. Going to be very happy with that. Now, I don't suspect to see that Assimilate Engine staying on the board for very long. Instead, we see Vanadane coming down there. We see an immediate click as well to prevent that from getting killed. Very interesting play.
It is indeed, because if it can survive, which we know it won't, we know all of the value of this Simless is going to go in to punching its way through this Vanadane now. Ooh, that's going to be interesting, and I think that pretty much is going to be GG. Has to protect it and hope it lives. It does not here, and the Waylay's now trading for 7 a turn. He's just got to hope he finds enough points. The leader ability alone is going to clear this up here, and I think we know what's coming.
Yeah, this does not look good. Magpie did his best, but that Vernasil is going to do a lot of damage, and a simple Waylay isn't going to cut it, unfortunately. Magpie, being a good sport, still plays it anyway, and Pieball shows his last card. What a game. What a game. We have a winner, Lionheart.
We do indeed. What a series. 2 of the very best. And you can see Paya looks more relieved than excited here. He is very, very happy to be through a massive 5-game series against Magpie. He is progressing through to the finals tier, trying to book his place in Masters.
This is going to be great, Lionheart. That was quite a game. I mean, that was so close. It came down to the T, really. And Pieball managed just to book his place in the finals. It's going to be an exciting final for sure, especially since he'll be facing off against somebody who's never been in an Open before. And it truly can be anybody's game, believe it or not. It isn't necessarily decided yet.
No, definitely not, and that adds a little bit of pressure to the next set of players. Realistically, they knew it was either Magpie, the winner of Open 1, or Pieball, one of the greatest players ever. So there was already pressure, but now you know who is waiting for you. If you want to book your place at Masters, you have to go through the legend that is Pireball. That's such a great series, such a backwards and forwards between those players, and it came down to both trying to get that final list through. They each had tried on 2 occasions, desperate to get it through because that would probably have meant the win for them. But standing by to tell you all about it, Borja has Pireball.
I do indeed. Pireball, this is getting old. Like me talking to you, I feel like it almost happens in every tournament that we do. How you doing, my friend?
Fine. I'm pretty happy to win this one because, yeah, my draws with Erso are atrocious. And thankfully, Magpie helped me a bit in that last game. Well, like he said,
Yeah,
against Kjolnir. Kner helped him a bit, so now he returns the favor to me. I think he got a bit too greedy in that last game, holding the leader. And yeah, as I would take the win.
Yeah, it's interesting because he had a very crazy lineup. He's known for bringing these so-called Magpiles, but he's able to pilot them very, very well. So I saw that in the end you were kind of relieved that, you know, this is over more or less. But I also feel like, yeah, you played super, super well. So kudos to you for that. When it comes to the finals, because you're going there, you'll be going against a player who has actually never been here before. They're both newcomers. Any favorites in terms of the person that would like to go against?
I would like to go against Gandalf. First of all, he's a fellow
Polish player, yeah.
Yeah. Second of all, I'm better into his lineup than Mystical's lineup. Mystical is targeting NG fairly well. I would be surprised if Gandalf manages to get through, but who knows? I mean, everything can happen, we will see. So yeah, I would prefer to play against Gandalf, although I really respect Mystical too. I think he's been a pretty underrated player.
I agree.
So we will see.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be an interesting one. Get some rest, and yeah, we shall see you in the finals.
See you.
Take care, man. And before we go, I promised you something special for today, but it's not connected to Black Sun. It's connected to the Golden Necker project. So yeah, I will leave you with something to look at and ponder on. And after that, we will go to the casters, but I wonder what it is. Interesting. You haven't seen anything like this for sure. More info soon. Well, we'll see how soon though. Haha. All right, back to Lionheart and Thea.
Well, Borja there is taking things out of his quiver of leaks. Golden Necker, that looked like a very interesting, I'm gonna say board, I'm gonna say he's done it again. He's done it again, Tia.
Honestly, there's so many things on that screenshot alone. I was not prepared for that at all.
No.
That needs analyzing right now. That was interesting. Wow. That was definitely like a map of some sort.
Yes, it was. It did look like a map, maybe a map that we make our way through when we do that, when we see Golden Necker. He said he was going to give us some more information soon. Well, I can't wait to find out what that means. Oh my word. We didn't know that image was coming, so I am just as excited and thrown as you guys. That is incredible. Before I focus entirely on that, we should check the bracket, as we have just seen. A phenomenal series, and Pireball just edging out Magpie here. He has said he would like to face Gandalf's lineup because it's slightly better into his, but he has made his way there, Tia.
Yeah, Pireball literally just making it. Again, this was a phenomenal matchup between phenomenal players, and we'll be facing either Gandalf or Mystical in the finals. Can't wait to see it, Lionheart, but I think we can go ahead and take a look at the prize pool as well, see what both players are walking away with so far.
Yeah. Most definitely. You can see for each game that you end up playing, you earn a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, and there has been so much money on the line here. You guys really helped with the prize pool, adding in another 13k to the total, more than doubling the amount that was on the line. It is just a huge amount, as weirdly, because of the way the stakes work, Pireball and Magpie currently on the same amount, even though Pireball progresses. However, he has still got a huge slice of the pie available to him in the final.
Yes, Magpie has a big slice of the pie indeed. And $3,220, not looking too shabby. I think he can be very happy with that. That's going to keep him going up until the next Open, I'd say. And Gandalf and Mystical also looking good. Interested to see what they'll be walking away with, but that will have to be up to Spacey and Sealy to check out. We'll be here watching, of course, and I can't wait to see the next match.
Me either. We are going to send you over to Spacey and Sealy now. Some intro videos for Gandalf and Mystical. It's not goodbye from us, though. We will be back later for the Grand Finals.
I think it will be qualification for the Crown Pines tournament. I think I'm on the good path to make it, because at the moment I'm on the place where guarantees it for me to make it, and I hope at the end of the year I will be in the tournament. I think it can be Guillaume from Blood and Wine. It was Knight who has his storyline. It was connected with Vivian and Knight tournaments. I'm not sure which ability he would have, but I'm sure he will be the Nilfgaard card, because Nilfgaard is my favorite faction.
At first, I think I want to try my best and win this Open, and then show good results on the Masters. I think I would like to finally see Tris as Northern Realms faction card, because so many people are waiting for this.
Welcome everyone to the second semifinals of today. What an exciting series we just saw, and what an exciting series we have ahead of us as the second finalist will be decided. As always, my name is Sealy and I'm here with the one and only Specimen. How are you doing, Speci, today? Are you excited for the games?
Hey Sealy, yeah, great to be here. We've got the second semi-final coming up. The two underdogs really, Gandalf and Mystical, of course, both winning their quarterfinals yesterday. And they have got a big test ahead of them. Of course, they've got to win this game, and then the winner is going to be up against Pireball. Of course, not only for a prize for winning the Open and that prize money, but also booking their place at Gwent Masters later on this year, which means that they're sorted for the year, really. They've got that tournament to look forward to later on. And yeah, the hard work would really be done if they can manage to succeed through this tournament.
Definitely, they've both been performing really impressively. Of course, Mystical yesterday with a 3-0 and Gandalf with a beautiful reverse sweep. So tough competition with Pireball in the finals, of course. But hey, either of these players have a chance, and I'm sure they are ready to go for the action and prove what they are made of.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see the Twitter poll on this one, what the community think, because we haven't got that big top dog player like Pireball, like we saw in the last poll, where you think it's going to be skewing one way or the other. And there it is, Mystical 54%, Gandalf 46%, a very, very tight one indeed. And I think Mystical just deserves that edge after that impressive 3-0 performance that he gave yesterday.
So very 50-50, could go either way, and I think Twitter is right about it. It's what I have as a feeling as well. Could go either way. Now, of course, we do have the decks to talk about. Again, we've seen them yesterday, but it's a little bit of a new setup as these players are going head-to-head that they did not do yesterday.
Yeah, always love looking at the decks. And we can start off with Gandalf. And his first deck here is going to be Rage of the Sea Skellige. So there was 2 Rage of the Sea decks this tournament. Gandalf favoring the Golden Necker version. Of course, you can see he's got the Ring of Favor, the Ciri Nova, some of these neutral cards which were introduced in Forgotten Treasures. He also has the Magic Compass, as his deck is going to be thinning a lot. And, of course, the key card city, this Messenger of the Sea in at 6 provisions.
That's right. So this card and this whole deck, in fact, revolves around playing as many of these messengers as possible. So for every damage that the weather effects will do on your opponent's side of the board, the messengers then will boost themselves by the same amount. And considering that Rain can be up to 4 damage per turn, and Skellige Storm, on the other hand, can deal 9 points of damage on a full row or a board, these engines have huge point potential and they need to be kept in check. We saw yesterday what happens when these just grow and grow and grow. So yeah, with 2 Megascopes and Resurrecting cards, Gandalf here has the potential to play up to 7 of these messengers, and that is a lot to keep in check. Very difficult to remove indeed. And we can look at the stockpile list here as well. Pretty standard, really strong list. Now goes in on the Amphibious Assault instead of other control cards, allowing Gandalf to really maximize on these 5 provision bronze cards.
Yeah, we've seen almost an identical list from a lot of players. The key difference really is at 5 provisions, where Gandalf has favoured the double drummer setup. We've seen other players going for maybe a Griffin Witcher Ranger or a Maxi in at this slot, so double drummer is the option for Gandalf. Double cross up next, another familiar looking list. Of course, Assimilate Nilfgaard has been top dog in the meta for a very long time, and Rune Mage is a card we want to highlight, which has of course really helped this deck just become even better. It was introduced in the Forgotten Treasures. While it is a neutral card, Nilfgaard, it finds a great place in because of the Assimilate synergy, giving you many options of create. And also, of course, the Runestone itself that it's playing is also going to trigger your Assimilate.
That's right, and another really valuable thing is the options that are increased on your double cross leader. That can be really valuable, as you're able to utilize that leader option earlier if you'd like to, and then increase the likelihood of hitting something that you're really looking for from opponent hands. For example, we did see Lario yesterday looking for Siege in a 10-card round against Gandalf yesterday. So you can do plays like that, and your odds are increased of hitting what you're really looking for. Also, Rune Mage does proc that double Assimilate, so a little bit of decision making there. Whether you want to develop your Assimilate engines beforehand, like playing a Vigo before or after Rune Mage, when you could potentially then get more choices on Vigo. So a little bit of choices to make there. Of course, Calvit is included here to help you find the cards that we just talked about. And actually, 9 tactics here, a little bit of an increased chance for Gandalf to draw Jean Calvit in round 1. I believe it's about 75%, so pretty good chances.
Yeah, and finally, off the books, for the Skellige deck, he favoured the Golden Necker, but for off the books, no Golden Necker here, which we've seen lots of players go for, instead preferring the King of Beggars setup. Of course, King of Beggars really benefiting from a bunch of tribute cards, and in particular, a surprise is the Keeper of the Flame, not a card you see very often, Sealy.
Absolutely not. So while his normal deploy ability will almost never be used, the purpose and why this card is included here is because it's going to be playing for a lot of points once you've set up those Firesworn tokens with the help of your other Firesworn cards. So many of those also happen to be clerics. So his tribute cost is not too difficult to reduce to 0. And the deck does aim to play this card for 12 or more points if Jacques is on the board in his evolved form in round 3, which can be really huge and a pretty cool card that you can include in this list. So good stuff from Gandalf, and let's take a peek at what Mystical has in store for us. Here we go, off the book. So just devotion for Gandalf here, but Mystical, a believer in a Golden Necker tribute. So some interesting twists here, of course. Instead of that fist deck like most similar lists, this deck then opts for the Teshamunna's Sword. We've seen a little bit of that over this weekend. And then the Necromancy as well, in addition to the Bank. So it's a nice removal tech, the Teshamunna's Sword for cards like Defender, Melusine, and Sirenova, which otherwise can be a little bit hard to get through. And speaking of Sirenova, Speci, why is this such an important card in this list?
Yeah, well, with Sirenova, of course, comboing with the Golden Necker, it's really opened up these cards, so you're really getting use from not only playing the Golden Necker, but also the Sirenova just slots in perfectly. That little bit of carryover, of course, that she can provide can be fantastic. And of course, her shield and as well as her veil does mean that she can be quite difficult to deal with. There's some situations the shield could give her an extra couple of points by tanking a hit, but overall just an incredibly powerful card. Of course, the downside is if she's purified, she is only trading up 4 points on a 4 provision Pella, but in a poison type deck, purifiers are already getting value at removing poison, so I can certainly see why Mystical is going for the Sirenova.
That's right, and there's also a possibility to hide her from your opponent's answers, like Purifies, by playing her right after your opponent passes, and this could be possible if you go second in round 1, which is why this deck has kind of like a red coin preference, but it could also happen while getting bled in round 2, which is a little bit less likely to happen for this deck, except for in off-the-books mirrors, and there will be no mirrors like that exactly today if we will see a Syndicate mirror. But yeah, pretty cool list overall, I would say. So then we have Stockpile, of course. Again, very similar to what we have seen. Amphibious Assault is in here over, and reinforcements over then the control options like Heatwave and Muscle that, for example, Paya and Kuner have been running. And yeah, allows you to play those 5 provision cards and really maximizing on carryover value from Mutagenerator.
Yeah, and favouring that Maxian at 5 provisions over the second drummer, just to add a little bit of consistency, but maybe have one less engine overload threat. Up next, Double Cross, again, a similar looking deck from what we've just looked at with the Rune Mage in as one of the key new cards. But there's a couple of other subtle differences. You can see a Mage Infiltrator down at 4 provisions. This is going to be one of the nice ways of dealing with Azar against some decks. And also this Tourney Shalmar we want to highlight in at 6 provisions. Got buffed a couple of months ago. It can be very strong in the Nilfgaard mirrors because it can play it as a 4-point card with 7 damage, which is not a very common ability. But then also the Assimilate value when you can boost self by 2 for each allied unit from a different faction. So if you're copying lots of cards from your opponent's faction, which of course you do as Nilfgaard, this Tourney Shalmar can be a really nice point stand play. And also at 6 provisions, you're going to know where it is in your deck after you've played Calvate.
That's right, having a point potential of 20 or even more is pretty insane for a 6 provision card, which is really cool if that Tourney Shalmar can get to those extreme values. Really nice and solid double cross list, of course, here. Then we have Deadeye Ambush left, which is pretty straightforward. We've seen that as well. It revolves around establishing the Vanadane and Simlas Elisa combo with your Elf Swarm payoff cards, Isengrim and Vernociel sitting there as well. Now, an important card that we'd like to highlight here is Feigned Death. So this card is very often used before round 3, because on one hand, Elves would overswarm the board in a long round 3 with both Feigned Death and Simlas, as well as the Deadeye Ambush leader. So it provides an extra waylay there for Simlas if that second chapter can be triggered. And I think Feigned Death can be a nice tool to utilize from both blue coin and red coin, and blue coin especially when you're looking for a tempo pass, if your deck is favored in a long round, for example, as it can trigger that early Elren, and very few decks can then keep up with those points. And yeah, it also mitigates your opponent's Heatwave value, for example, if you play this on blue coin, which I think can be relevant in this series, but we'll talk a little bit more about that later. Really useful card there, though, for Mystical to have access to early.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an expensive card, but being able to condense so many points into just one card is always a really nice thing in Gwent. And that's, of course, one of the downside of these other Golden Necker decks, and why I really love that Golden Necker decks are into the meta and we're getting these different takes on Gwent decks and really mixing things up. So excited to see how this gets on. We can also now take a look at the bans. In the previous series, we saw both Northern Realms decks getting banned, and we can take a look very shortly to see. And look at that. That is the theme of the day, apparently. No Northern Realms in this second semi-final either, Sealy.
No, that is, I mean, Northern Realms proved to us yesterday why it's a very threatening list. Mystical yesterday did play against Spelling Bee, who was targeting Northern Realms. That's a hard target to pull off, and Mystical had a game where he really missed so many cards, but still managed to win against something that was supposed to be tech against Northern Realms. So I think it makes perfect sense that this is such a threatening deck that the players do not want to go up against it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm particularly excited to see this Rage of the Sea Golden Necker deck in action. Rage of the Sea, it seems to be a deck which doesn't really see that much play on the ladder too often, but then out of nowhere in a tournament setting, it just comes out and does a really fantastic job. We saw it at Masters last year, and it's definitely a deck I am keen to see, like with the Magic Compass, like the hyper thin part of it as well, and of course the Megascopes just working so well with those messengers. I think that's the deck I'm most excited to see, but also just seeing these Keepers of the Flame in action in this Devotion Syndicate deck as well is not a card I see very often at all.
Indeed, they are very cool cards, and something that is important mentioning before going into the series is the setup we kind of have. We do have a player that has a leg up here. That doesn't mean much, but let's talk about why. Gandalf has decks that are really good into Mystical's Elves and Mystical's NG. So what Mystical is hoping to do once the game starts is getting that Scoia'tael list through, as well as a Nilfgaard list, which can prove quite difficult. And that might also affect the queue order that we see. I think Elves here is very likely to be a queue on blue coin. Gandalf has the first blue coin, however, and potentially something like Skellige Rain could come in there. So basically, Mystical has 2 weak links: Scoia'tael Elves as well as Nilfgaard Assimilate, while Gandalf has one weak link, which is the Assimilate list on the other hand. So I think this series might come down to something as a Assimilate mirror, and it'll be really curious to kind of see how the players end up queuing here, which decks will go through. But keep in mind that the Nilfgaard decks against Gandalf will be really important here.
Yeah, absolutely. Really excited to see how these guys queue their deck orders. It's always, honestly, the thing that I find most difficult to predict as a caster, what order you're going to queue in. And it's something that you don't see as so much as a viewer, but it's a really high skill ceiling part of the game, which it happens with outside the game. You've got the deck building, you've got playing it, but also deciding which order to queue your decks to maximize your chances. And here we go. First game, Gandalf on the blue coin. He has this Rage of the Sea Golden Necker deck up against Mystical from red coin with the Elves.
All right, and Elves, of course, will have a really tough time into this Skellige. Something that Mystical probably is hoping for is that Gandalf doesn't really draw all of these messengers, but we can see that Gandalf is very happy having 2 messengers already here in his hand. Mystical can kind of hope that Gandalf misses a couple of key cards, and then Elves can potentially tempo ahead here. It's going to be really, really difficult matchup just because Rain, of course, punishes the swarm that comes down from Mystical. So even without the payoff from messengers, the Rain can do a lot of harm onto Mystical's board once it's established.
The good news for Mystical is he does have access to this Vanadane, which is providing a whole bunch of carryover. Gandalf not messing around, getting that bonded ability through with his little half-throughs, an 8-point half-through now on the board. And yeah, both players seems like they're setting the tempo for this series. It could be a quick one, judging by their first opening plays here.
We are going into this really quick, but that's fun. It keeps the excitement going. Something worth noting here, of course, with the Golden Necker version that Gandalf is playing, we saw a non-Golden Necker Rain version from Karpiten yesterday, is that with the help of Golden Necker, Gandalf is able to put a lot of threats on the board at once. He has the double Megascope, which is the only artifact in this deck. So when Gandalf is going to want to play that Golden Necker, he will have to have a Bronze Engine to copy on the board, which ideally would be a messenger, and or pull that from Golden Necker. And then there's a lot of threats on the board, which can be really awkward for Mystical to deal with. So we'll see how that ends up working out. Defender, really nice pull here for Gandalf, because another thing that is just going to be really difficult for Mystical to go through.
I love the timing of the Seelie here, Celia. Something you mentioned, that you can play Seelie when your opponent's going to pass. Usually that will be from red coin, but Gandalf fully anticipating the pass from Mystical, putting a bunch of tempo on the board with his Roach, his Knickers, feels confident enough that this Seelie is going to be safe from a Purify. Of course, no Purify available there for Mystical in hand, but even if he had it, it would have been quite a risk. And this is the strength of a Rain deck. If you can win round 1, a lot of the time it's one of the most fearsome decks in a long round 3. And Gandalf now, the ball is in his court. Having won round 1, he can decide to either bleed with this Seelie Nova on the board helping him out, or just pass and take a longer round. You would imagine with this carryover, he's going to try and at least try and force some nice cards out from Mystical before he takes this pass.
And as he finds the Compass there, the Defender is tutorable with a Royal Decree as well, so it's fine to put that back into the deck there. And you're right, Spessy, long round is where it's at. There is the Defender. This is such a threatening play. You need to Purify this now, otherwise you're wasting a Heat Wave on it from Mystical. It's going to be so hard to get through this. And Gandalf values control of the round so much that he actually is playing Ring of Favor that we saw. I think Gandalf's really happy with how things are. He is now bleeding with technically a card up because of that Seelie carryover, and he is going to utilize it, start hiding these Messengers of the Sea behind this Defender, and then capitalize on the Rain.
I'm almost having flashbacks to the last month's meta where Erendite was a Golden Necker card, because you would see these kinds of situations a lot of the time with Seelie down and then pushing into round 2. Of course, Erendite now being a Temporary Vision card, it's no longer an option in these decks, but it looks like Gandalf is wanting to utilize a similar line. And here we see the Elven Deadeye play. This is going to put an elf on the board, which is going to allow the sappers to purify. In fact, I've just had flashbacks to the first time I played it in a Gwent Open qualifier, and I actually forgot to use the leader charge for my sappers purify, and it didn't go through. So fortunately, Mystical is not as dumb as me and has made the correct play there, of course.
This is really nice because it allows the Heat Wave to go through to a really threatening play, which will be a Messenger. This Sword Master coming down from Mystical is also nice because it threatens a little bit of extra damage. The cool thing about having 8 base power Hafre is you can just click it down, set up this rain, and your Messenger of the Sea doesn't come down as a 4, it comes down as a 6, it can come down as even an 8, but Heatwave of course banishes this card, it doesn't even go to the graveyard, so Gandalf will not have the value of resurrecting that Messenger later. The second Messenger though has to stick so that Megascopes can be put on it, for example.
Yeah, Mystical really praying that there's no other messenger available for Gandalf, because if this messenger would be stuck at the bottom, you can't Megascope it, and of course you can't Freya it either, and those Megascopes are also going to set up Freyas on the messengers that you make from the Megascope. So a big moment, and there's the Aileron coming out. Of course, Mystical hoping that there won't be a messenger. Gandalf just trying to make sure it's nice and protected by locking up this Swordmaster to remove a point of removal on the messenger, and of course could combine this messenger with a leader charge if he so chooses to get it in at 6 points, making it very difficult to remove.
That is something that Gandalf has to be careful about. We can see Mystical's hand. We know that there is no Yavin that could come down and remove this messenger, but Gandalf doesn't know that. So if the messenger comes down as a 6, that's really risky in case there is a Yavin in Mystical's hand right now. So Gandalf really has to think about it. On one hand, he wants this messenger down, but he also wants it to potentially have max amount of rain so that it boosts a lot more on deploy. But yeah, if Gandalf plays a messenger that would get removed, the Golden Necker is not going to work out because there's nothing to Megascope, just like you said. So it has to be a little bit careful about the timing of this messenger, and is definitely going to be careful about Yavin, although we know that he doesn't really have to, but it's good that Gandalf is of course thinking about the potential counterplays that Mystical could be offering.
Yeah, the cultist in the back row, of course, another way of just giving this messenger a little bit of extra protection because it can boost it up by a point. Here comes the bomber. It's going to hit 2 units. It does hit the shield on the series, something we touched on earlier. Also, just to note the positioning from Gandalf, he's got the armor to the left and had the shield to the right because that is going to be playing around the Teruvial. There we see the cultist. Will we see the leader charge as well? We don't see the leader charge.
No.
Of course, a leader in the front row would have put the messenger to 9 stats. But feeling confident enough with the cultist buff, I suppose, that Yavin is not too much of a threat at this moment.
Yeah. Yavin could have come down there, but Mystical would have had to commit both leader charges, I believe. But leaving it at a 7 is a little bit risky. What Gandalf could have done is use another leader charge on the second row as well to make sure that messenger boosts by 4 plus the additional boost of the cultist. But feeling confident that there is no Yavin, and he was right. No Yavin here to remove the threat, and it looks like this messenger will stay alive, which is actually really, really scary. And here you can see the beauty of the Golden Necker. Multiple threats in one turn. The Melusine Cult is on the melee row, a value play there with the Hafre being resurrected, and a Megascope onto another messenger.
Yeah, of course, there was a Hafru on the board already, but this Sigdriffer summons, so the deployability from the bonded Hafru does not trigger, which is why it's staying down at 6 points. Venosio in the back row coming through, the Neophyte making another Deadeye, certainly threatening for that big Yavin play. And Gandalf now does decide to use that first. Oh, he hasn't used the leader charge. In fact, it's from the order of the cultist in the back row. Of course, more rain available from the Hafru as well. Might even just be able to hold on to both of these leader charges as it stands.
And a nice way, or a nice advantage you get from holding those leader charges is the fact that Bride of the Sea is a really, really flexible card in this deck, and with the help of Rain, you can really utilize her to resurrect something like Sigdriva's Right, even if you have enough Rain, Freya's Blessing, Tears of the Siren. She can do a lot of things, and leaving your leader charges gives you a lot of room to decide what you're gonna get, but going for the Tears of the Siren here just to maximize on the Rain, saying that, okay, Heatwave is out, Yavin is not a threat. We see Spores, but is 2 messengers going to be enough for Gandalf?
Yeah, and we also see the positioning of the Megascope again at the back left. The Magic Compass now the option. Of course, there was a squirrel come through earlier. I'm going to assume, Sealy, that squirrel came down onto the Ryogan in the graveyard for Gandalf, so he's not going to have that option. Without that squirrel, Gandalf would be able to go for the Magic Compass into Fukusia, into Ryogan, which would just be an insane swing. That's not going to be an option, though, so limited by the amount of rain turns that can trigger. Of course, the Spores available to reset one of the messengers, but the other messenger will still be playing for a very decent amount of points. A 13-point lead for Gandalf, but with 4 ticks of rain, which is going to be the option. There's, of course, always the threat of Camby Sealy.
Yeah, I knew it. This was gonna come. Okay, so Isengrim came down there really nicely to boost the whole board. And I was gonna say, 99.9% of the time, you will see a Fukusia come down from Gandalf's Compass. But this Wild Prophecy is looking really tempting, and he did go for it, which makes me really excited because it's a fun one to see. I did not expect to see double Wild Boar in this open, especially me having played one yesterday. But great value card just coming down there from Gandalf. And you did mention Camby, Spessy. Never discount Camby. That is also a pretty fun play to go for with the Compass.
And here's the Spores, and it's just not even close. Double the points for Gandalf with a leader charge still in his back pocket. Gandalf taking the first game 1-0. And I mean, listen, there's no surprises there that the Rain deck is coming out on top against the Elves. Elves going very wide, and Rain, you can see the power of it in a tournament setup especially. It really has been performing well this weekend.
Absolutely. It's just fabulous having that round control. And you could see how the Ring of Favor as well helped Gandalf there in round 1. Thin an extra card, so that Compass was actually enabled in round 2 when it wouldn't have been unless that ring would have thinned another card there. So yeah, not a surprise there, just like you said. Elves definitely struggles into this. The coin toss flipped. And it's quite likely that Gandalf will be queuing Nilfgaard on red, unless he potentially wants to stop the Elf versus Nilfgaard matchup to happen. I think it's very likely that Mystical would try to queue Elves from blue, perhaps into Nilfgaard, because that would give Mystical a pretty good shot at getting these Elves through. That is what Mystical wants. So if we're going to see a game like that, it will be really important. Scoia'tael Elves versus Nilfgaard. But yeah, what do you think about the queues? Any thoughts?
Well, of course, Gandalf now having won with his Rage of the Sea deck. That is one of his 3 decks ticked off. His Northern Realms was banned, so Double Cross or Off the Books are the options. As you mentioned, Double Cross traditionally is going to be the deck you're going to be seeing on the blue. And for Mystical, of course, having lost with his Deadeye Ambush, he has still got to win with that. He's still got his Double Cross and his Off the Book. So both players with Syndicate, both with Nilfgaard, and then just this Square-tailed deck still for Mystical to try and get through as well.
Yeah, a really nice thing you can do with that Scoia'tael on blue is if you find that Feign Death, you can do the tempo pass we talked a little bit about during the deck reviews. But instead of the Scoia'tael matchup, trying to get that Nilfgaard, Gandalf, you can see Gandalf is not queuing Nilfgaard here. I think he's trying to avoid the Elf Scoia'tael matchup. This is actually a really interesting queue. I think a little bit of mind games here from both players. Now, what do you think about a Syndicate Mirror Specie?
I am really excited because it's not just a mirror matchup. We've got the Devotion Syndicate for Gandalf up against the new, the flashy, the hipster version, the Golden Necker. So it's the old school versus the new school, and I'm very excited to see which comes out on top in this one. Mystical, of course, with his Golden Necker, his Ciri Nova on the blue coin opens up, and look at that, Gandalf is just mirroring it. So far, honors even, of course, 5 points difference because of the tactical advantage stratagem that Mystical gets being on blue coin.
It's going to be pretty interesting to see how Mystical plays this from blue coin, as the list typically likes a little bit of... It is happier to go on red coin, and one of those reasons is, of course, Ciri Nova. But here, things are completely swapped. I did talk to Paya, asking about this mirror in particular. He had scrimmed it and said that it is very even. However, a lot of the time, the Golden Necker player is happy being on red coin and potentially trying to win on even, which is not going to be the case here. So let's see how this turns out. I think it's going to be a really exciting game. But Mystical having round control, I think, in general, is just a really good thing. Maybe setting up the point gap here so he can play Ciri, and potentially having a Golden Necker bleed in round 2. Those have proven to be very lethal sometimes.
You see Mystical taking this early pass, putting down quite a bit of tempo, of course, shutting down the Firesworn engine spender from Gandalf. Also getting that Roach for that extra 4 points. It's an 8-point gap as it stands. No coins in the bank for Mystical, and 1 leader charge was committed as well. So Gandalf is going to go for the bank. 7 coins in his pouch once this comes through. And only bronze cards on top. This is going to be shuffled, of course, so probably a good thing his deck is getting shuffled, because hopefully some of those golds in his deck are going to be shuffled closer to the top for him.
Yeah, this bank is definitely doing a little bit of work. Of course, one of the benefits to playing this Devotion Syndicate version is that you can play those expensive golds there with control options like Horson and Professor. Then you also have Shock and Hemmelfart, really important cards to find. But here we go. Gandalf going down 2 cards. This means Mystical is probably able to set up that Siri in round 2 as carryover for round 3, which is really good for Mystical here.
Yeah, fascinating opening. Mystical committing that leader charge, so he's going to have 1 leader charge left for this inevitable long round 3. Forcing that long round 3 by just playing so much tempo. This is a tactic we see lots of players utilize. If they favor themselves in the long round, they can just play 3 big cards, big commitments, try and force their opponent to go down 2. And then, of course, it's very difficult in this position for Gandalf to bleed because you're just going to be losing card advantage, and it often just does not go well. King of Beggars in hand for Gandalf, not going to be too much of a problem. He's just going to be playing his Conjurer's Candle. 9 coins now in his bank. Of course, 4 of those going to be carried over to round number 3. So he's managed to do what he needs to do in terms of carryover with the 4 coin pouch, the candle down, and as you mentioned, Mystical also just going to be able to drop this Siri Nova, and no surprises to see that pass from Gandalf. Mystical does just have the option of playing another card here to try and fill up his coin pouch as well.
I like the squirrel coming down a lot. One of the reasons is it's really awkward to pull that squirrel from Golden Necker when you want to put threat on threat on threat. Getting a squirrel from Golden Necker is not ideal. And of course you have the whole graveyard situation for Gandalf. Gandalf is now going into a round with Cyrus Hemmelfart while not having very many Firesworns in the graveyard. There are 2 Firesworns to resurrect, so that squirrel actually got a decent bit of value in there for Mystical.
Yeah, it's a really good point. Of course, a big part of the Golden Necker in this deck is you can play 3 units often with the special. If you're playing Necromancy, that's not going to be quite the option though. Oh, no, he does have the Necromancy, so 3 units in 1 turn potentially for Mystical. So he can go, of course, the unit itself, the Necromancy, and the Salamandra Hideout into another unit. So 3 units on the board. And if a squirrel is one of those, as you mentioned, it's kind of, you know, lowering the impact of that threat overload.
I think Mystical has just fabulous setup here. He has kind of everything he wants. The gold cards and a Golden Necker that will pull the Salamandra Hideout and the Necromancy. It's all set up. Failed Experiment is, I think, a unit that Mystical would want to see. And the Necromancy hitting probably the Salamandra Mage. Definitely not a bad card at all once it comes down to double Salamandra at Mystical's disposal. While Gandalf, on the other hand, does have the Hemmelfart missing. Pretty big card that I would have liked to have found here. But this Shock opener is definitely really strong if he stays online. Veil helps a little bit too.
Yeah, quite a few Firesworns in the hand for Gandalf. So because of the devotion, this Shax is going to get an extra coin for every Firesworn that is played. And Mystical, of course, while he did commit that leader charge in round 1, Gandalf also committed some tributes. So his King of Beggars isn't at the full coin capacity that it could have been in this round 3. So both players committed some carryover potential in round 1. And then both players also getting this Conjurer's Candle. But Mystical, of course, this 8 points extra going into round number 3. So 4 points down as it stands after this big opening commitment from Gandalf. But Mystical, hand is looking pretty solid, and of course this Azar can be quite tough to get through as well for some threats. Deciding instead just to open with the Roland and buff it up a couple of times, putting it at 11 points. This is going to be out of the range of Horson Senior.
Yeah, Horson Junior, of course. Now let's see here.
Oh, it's Junior, isn't it?
It is Junior. Senior. I wish we'd see Senior. He's a really cool card too, but Junior indeed. And Mariel's, while it boosted out of the range of Junior, it's still a very tempting Mariel's target, and there's a reason for why you have to remove this. I mean, Gellert and Roland is just already a huge combo, and then you combine that with a failed experiment, and it really is spiraling out of control. That is what Gandalf wants to avoid, so I think that Mariel's makes a lot of sense, just making sure this key engine, is removed there, the Roland. Gellert still has immunity. He will survive for a while longer.
And here does come Junior himself, going to clean up this Salamandra Mage. Of course, this Geller currently with immunity, soon to be purified. and then it will be able to be removed. More coin spending to protect the Horson here as well. Of course, does have a fee ability, offering a little bit of more removal threat in combination with cards like Professor, Timboy, Salamander Mage. Does just give him more opportunities to remove things without even the Tunnel Drill or other cards like Horson's Freak Show that you often see removing things.
That's right. Now, what do you think about this Azar kind of still being in Mystical's hand? Would it have been nice to have it maybe on a little bit earlier to potentially make it slower for Gandalf to get through the Scarab tokens, and then maybe Roland would have stayed alive a little while longer? I'm wondering if maybe Azar could have done a little bit of extra protection, but maybe he's looking to protect morale because those late round poisons will still do a lot of damage. Mystical can certainly put on the board, so it might be important to protect something else later.
Yeah, I was surprised not to see the Azar come down, but like the later you play this Azar, the more of a surprise it can be for Gandalf, the less removal he's going to have, because traditionally this Azar gets cleaned up very easily by something like the Horson, of course, on the board. But if you can boost it up enough later on, it could get really difficult. Here's the Golden Necker. We might be seeing the triple threat here, the Failed Experiment, the Necromancy into a unit, as well as the Salamander Hideout as well. So Mystical coming through with that triple unit Golden Necker, not something to laugh about or you know, underestimate. And Gandalf, of course, doesn't have this Golden Necker plate up his sleeve, prioritizing instead these high-end golds. And of course, Hemmelfart is stuck in the deck, and that is one of those key cards which he gets as a result of not playing Necker. 15-point lead now for Mystical.
One really nice thing that Mystical did here as well is play these big threats before the adrenaline effect of Gellert will go down. And this means there's a lot of threats on the board now. There's double Salamandra Mage, there's Gellert, and there's Failed Experiment. And that is what Golden Necker just does so beautifully. So even if the immunity from Gellert goes away, he's still a huge threat because there's a lot of other threats. So you have to really prioritize, okay, what am I actually removing here? And that gives Gellert a chance to live even longer for Mystical. So really nice timing there, I think, with the Golden Necker. Gandalf, on the other hand, working on establishing that row. And speaking of big points, there is that Keeper that we talked about. Will be playing for a solid amount of value, especially if a Shock is online. And Tin Boy is also a card that gets a lot of nice value the longer the round goes on. So it'll be interesting to see these big point plays still come down from Gandalf.
Yeah, Gandalf getting that extra coin as well from the Shady Vendor as the Congregation. Of course, a Firesworn card, which gave the Devotion Jack an extra coin. And we do see the Azar finally only buffing up one of the Scarabs, leaving the other one more vulnerable. Professor coming through onto the Failed Experiment in the back row. And Horson there cleans up that threat, removing the potential poison from Mystical. No longer going to be an option for him.
That is definitely quite nice. There might be a reason for why that Scarab was left there, and maybe Mystical actually wants it to die. He has two melee locked units in his hand, both Morale and Freak Show, but right now there's only space for one.
Oh, wow.
So there's a bit of a row space issue here. While he's been nicely playing around Gandalf's Salamander Mage, he's also kind of put a lot of units now on his own melee row and needs to make sure, I guess the Morale would have priority here, but also Freak Show could be nice to use. It's not necessary, though, if you can spend with Candle as well, so might be okay with playing that Freak Show even range row.
Yeah, and does decide to buff up this other Scarab now. So a Scarab at 7 and a Scarab at 6. Two full-blown defenders almost for Mystical now. You can certainly see why Azar is such a solid pick in these Syndicate decks with Conjurer's Candle. Do see the Salamander Mage come down. Here is the Morale, finishing up that poison very quickly in combination with the Salamander Hideout order. And that is a really, really large lead now for Mystical. But only 3 coins and no leader charges, whereas on the other side of things, Gandalf has an extra card and he does have 7 coins plus 2 leader charges still remaining.
Yep, there is still a shift in points that we are about to see. And Gellert is still alive, boosting this Serenova with the Veil. She's not going anywhere. She's not going to be poisoned. Nothing like that. Not that there are poisons, really, in Gandalf's list. But she is pretty safe to just buff up now, especially that Moriel's is gone. Nice bank here, going for the Shady Vendor. Also, we saw the stolen mutagen roll earlier, which is really nice. And another one that Mystical could take here, which he's going to do. That's a really, really good value on both of these shady vendors. Really threatening points. This is going well for Mystical.
Yeah, it's quite a absolute domination from the Golden Necker Syndicate. You can see why so many players have brought this over the King of Beggars version, which is quite unthinkable. Here comes the Tin Boy, though. Of course, a big point slam play does narrow the gap slightly, but it's just not going to be enough. 60 points on the side of Mystical. Throws that last poison over to Professor. He cannot clean it up. Of course, that failed experiment got answered. 42 points needed for Gandalf to tie it. I don't think this Keeper of the Flame is quite doing that, unfortunately.
It will be a lot of points, which is fun to see. Look at that beautiful kind of candle spend from Mystical as well. Perfectly calculated the coin. The horse and Freak Show could go on range throw there and just work as a profit tool. Things went really, really well for Mystical. Drew everything. Unfortunately, Gandalf couldn't quite do the same there with still having a big card, which is Cyrus Hemmelfart still in deck. He really can make the difference in round 3, but Mystical impressively played, I would say, really utilizing the pass in round 1, being able to set up that Siri Nova to round 3. That was a really, really cool game.
Yeah, I think round 1 is where this game was won. Like that tempo pass that we've seen so many people utilize, that decision to commit a leader charge for that extra little bit of tempo, forced his opponent Gandalf to play an extra card, meaning there was no potential bleed. Just set up that carryover for round 3. Played the Squirrel as well to get that triple Golden Necker threat. You didn't want to squirrel off that Golden Necker. And yeah, missing the Hemmelfart definitely made that a little bit further distance than it otherwise would have been. Like Hemmelfart could easily play for those 11 points that were missed out on. But that's the other beautiful thing about Golden Necker decks, the consistency. You're drawing through so many of your cards. You know pretty much how many points you're going to get every time. Whereas with these polarized decks where you've got a card like Hemmelfart at 12 provisions, you might just miss out on it. And we can see 1-1 in the series. Gandalf with his Rage of the See-Through. Mystical with off the books through as well.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that Mystical's off the books going through here. We talked a little bit about the weak links. I think Mystical is going to have a hard time with his elf list. He's going to have a hard time with one second.
With
Nilfgaard list, of course.
Nilfgaard,
Lost my word. Yeah, the Nilfgaard list. So that is something that he's going to want to get through. And I think that Elves has the priority to go through right now. And again, ideally, I'm thinking it's an Nilfgaard matchup that you really want to queue with Elves. So maybe we're going to see a red coin Nilfgaard this time around from Mystical. And then we're going to see something from blue coin again from Gandalf. It could be Syndicate. It is very flexible on blue coin. And then Nilfgaard, of course, prefers the red. So I'm expecting we're going to see... never mind, sorry. Now I said it wrong. Mystical has the blue coin in the next game, right? No.
I'm wondering if we see this Nilfgaard mirror as well, Sealy, because like the Nilfgaard mirrors have been around for such a long time and they still melt a lot of people's brains, mine included. I think a lot of pro players as well, like I was talking to some former pro players yesterday, watching some of the Nilfgaard mirrors and being surprised by how some of the players were playing it. It's just, I would say, the highest skill ceiling deck and matchup in the whole game. Despite being around for so long, there's just so many different things you have to consider, whether you go for that long round 3, that round 2 bleed. So I would love to see a little bit of Nilfgaard mirror action today, particularly because they just assimilate decks. It's really that classic vibe.
I think it's very likely we are going to see it, but let's see what we see first. Yes, Gandalf has the blue coin, and he is taking Syndicate on it as suspected, while Mystical does take the Nilfgaard, which is red coin, kind of restricted. And the reason being is that Nilfgaard is kind of difficult to take on blue coin. You don't really want to get out-tempoed. You don't want to risk losing on even, which now that these Blight Makers aren't really included in Nilfgaard Assimilate anymore, you run the risk of actually doing that. So yeah, here we go. Gandalf on blue coin with Syndicate. Mystical, on the other hand, red coin with Nilfgaard. Makes sense.
Calvé in hand for Mystical, and look at that, Hemmelfart's in the hand for Gandalf, so he's going to have the Hemmelfart this time. And yeah, Gandalf opening up in a similar fashion to what we saw in the last game with that tactical advantage on this Eternal Fire Disciple.
Yep, and here comes just a simple lockdown from Mystical, not looking to commit too much into this round. Gandalf, on the other hand, is looking to establish the Firesworn package into his graveyard.
Yeah, just you can lock one, but can you lock two? It doesn't look like it. Of course, coup would be an answer. And look at this Mage Infiltrator. Nice. The death blow means it's going to fly back to Mystical's side of the board as well. So this played for a lot of points and removal. We might see another one of those as well, because Brathens, of course, has the option of playing this as well. And so does Vigo.
That's right. Eternal Fire Inquisitor here is a really nice play for Gandalf to have. Now, this one resurrected with Himmelfart later will be a lot. Mystical, of course, wanting to go into the next round, finding a little bit more of those golds. Not an ideal hand yet. So Mystical is waiting for that. Really important to get this Cubby down as well before moving on.
Shady Vendor in the front row. Shakedown, Eventide Plunder, Fist Tech. Gandalf, remember in Syndicate, you want to get that coin pouch filled to try and get as much carryover as possible, but you still also just want to be winning the round. Does go for the Eventide Plunder. And look at that, there's another one. The third time he's played this card in round one. We're only 4 cards in and he's played 3 cards. This card 3 times.
He is a persistent one, not about to leave anytime soon. And let's see what Mystical does here. Anything you want to put spying on, you kind of have to commit to potentially playing a little bit more after that. But if there's nothing you want to put spying on, this could potentially be where you leave this round. Unless you want to trade cards and say, hey, maybe Gandalf has some good stuff in there, and I want to see it.
Coup, of course, an option again to answer this, but then you do lose that echo value. It's also going to clog your deck in a way as well, because it's just putting an extra card into your deck, just going for the Diviner instead. So not passing, but just developing an Assimilate engine. Of course, the Diviner does have the Purify ability, but it's not doing much here. So just playing it down to just try and stay in the round a little bit longer, try and trade it and make an efficient trade. And I think you're going to be quite happy overall with this trade here. Some King of Beggars coins have just been lost as carryover for Gandalf, and also another Firesworn card down, which could play for a lot of points in round 3.
Yeah, it's not a bad card for Gandalf to be able to play here, though, because that hand is starting to look a little bit golden. Mystical counting here. Is there anything more to play? If he can play and still stay in the round and have reach and round control, Assimilate does value that if they can get it, but it is very hard to get, which is why we do see this pass here. And Gandalf is sitting by the steering wheel here, deciding what to do next. Khalid is down. Mystical is bound to have very good draws, and now the question is, do you bleed? Do you take the long round? What does Gandalf want to do?
Well, Conjurer's Candle is definitely a card he's going to want to see either way. Playing this down in round 2, of course, means it's going to be available in round 3 as a spender. You can also use that to then protect your engines. Even Himmelfart can be a nice card to just buff up to try and make things more awkward for Mystical. And this line that Mystical's taken as Nilfgaard is really the traditional way of playing Assimilate. Playing a few cards, trying to stay in the round as long as you can, make some efficient trades, and then just passing. You feel confident in a long round, so you're forcing your opponent to bleed you, and Calvate, meaning that you're just going to have a whole bunch of gold cards to defend this bleed.
Bit of an awkward situation, though, now for Mystical. He did mulligan that Diplomacy, so not a lot of proactive plays. Of course, the Mushy Truffle can come down here. Also carry over for Mystical, so not too bad. And maybe taking that Diplomacy mulligan is nice in case Gandalf decides to really push here. You maybe don't want to be stuck with a Diplomacy in that case. But nothing to really put spying on yet on Gandalf's side of the board. However, he's going in, and here is the Salamandra Mage.
Yep, the bleed is officially on for Gandalf at 6 cards. He is now at risk of losing card advantage. But no surprises to see that he feels he does not win a long round against Assimilate Nilfgaard. Very few decks do. Therefore, trying to shorten this round 3 definitely makes a lot of sense. But of course, there's always the risk now of losing card advantage, and really it's about resource management. The longer this round goes on for Mystical, the more confident and more point swingy he can get. We saw yesterday Payable catching up just some insane points in a round 2 bleed as Nilfgaard. So Gandalf's going to want to bleed, but not bleed for too long, while also shortening round 3. He really needs to be like a surgeon with how precise he makes this round 3 length.
That's right. This Himmelfart is a really valuable resource. When you talk about resource management, something like Himmelfart and Jacques can be explosive points in a really short round for Gandalf. So that is what he is probably aiming to keep. The other cards I could very much see, or very well see played.
We saw the Northern Realms runestone coming through from Mystical into the Griffin Witcher, and that got cleaned up by Professor. That's the exact kind of play you need to be making if you're Gandalf. Big point slam plays, answering the engine, making things awkward for Mystical. And yeah, like, it's a pretty nice start to this bleed. The Mage Torturer coming down on the Professor, though, that is quite the threat, not only because of the Terra Nova into Professor, but also the coup de grace is now going to be an option on Professor because of that spying status.
There is a Junior as well coming down here. Very nice coin spending with this candle. Gandalf has to be really happy to have seen it this round. Really efficiently using these points, and the point gap is big. But just like you said, Speci, Mystical has established kind of good carryover here, good Artad value, and Invocation coming in there, stealing Horse and Junior as well. Mystical has the option to potentially do those point swings by playing really, or the best Syndicate cards, really.
I'm really liking this bleed from Gandalf, just continuing to put those points down, takes the payday on the Rune Mage, putting himself to 8 coins, spends again, just really looking to get a big lead here. Of course, the lead ability for Mystical would show 5 cards of Gandalf's now because of the Rune Mage, but 3 in hand, and the leader is looking potentially quite solid. Is there any Fire Swans in the graveyard for Mystical as well, Sealy? If he was to take the Himmelfart?
Keeper of the Flame that could be taken here if Mystical does decide to use the leader, as it got killed by the Salamandra Mage, and the Illusionist is the card that spawned it. Oh, but of course it is 5 provisions. It's a Fire Sworn card, but not able to come down.
So Mystical has now committed the leader. This is really nice for Gandalf. He certainly wants to see this leader gone and is going to be hoping that he stays ahead so he has the option to pass, of course. Might still want to be a little bit further. Vigo coming down after the leader ability. That does just mean that he has lost a point on the assimilate of Vigo, of course, if he ordered this slightly differently. So not quite optimal there from Mystical, but of course he didn't know what he was going to be hitting. He is now 10 points behind. Gandalf 10 points ahead, 3 coins in the bank, 3 gold cards in hand. Mystical knows exactly what is in the hand of Gandalf here, having used the leader ability.
That's right, and here comes the pass. The point gap is getting a little bit closer. Mystical also being able to take this truffle carryover into round 3 will be quite nice. Let's see here what Mystical decides to do. Will he go to round 3 with 2 coins, potentially, by not spending this Himmelfart here, getting that 5 Persian card out and onto the board? It's not that much, and this coup is looking really nice on the Professor here.
Yeah, the coup on Professor, not very committal. Coup's going to come back. So we do go into a 6-card round 3, which I think is about perfect for Gandalf. He probably would like a slightly shorter round, but of course, the longer that round 2 goes on, the more likely you are to lose your card advantage. I think he timed this quite well. Maybe if he had a slightly more playable card in hand, he could have gone a little bit deeper, but not going to be too unhappy. We know how explosive King of Beggars decks can be in short rounds.
Tin Boy, of course, not finding amazing value in too short of a round, but the round certainly is long enough for it to get value, so it's not a bad find at all. Mystical, on the other hand, also looking like he has a pretty beautiful hand. So yeah, this is going to be a fairly close one. I think if Mystical gets this Nilfgaard through, he is going to be very happy. Let's see if that happens.
Lydia, the opening play from Mystical, you'd expect into the plunder. Going to give Mystical a way of spending those coins. 5 options as well, of course, off of the Eventide plunder. And we do see the Street Urchins, which is a nice proactive spender, getting some more coins in the bank. Mystical could spend these now, but of course with cards like Bribery, Brathens, I'm sure there's going to be more ways of spending coins later on.
Yep, coming down there, not a bad Lydia at all, using a little bit of coins there as well. Why not? Mystical still holding on to the coins. There is the bribery, so we'll see what that one will pick up. Gandalf going ahead using leader charges here. Let's see what is coming down. It is the bank. Shock really nicely there up top. Is able to find it here. It's a really big find. Invo is also out now, so this Shock is safe.
King of Beggars flying out onto the board as well, so a variety of ways of spending the coins there for Gandalf. King of Beggars, the Candle, and Jax as well. There is a Firesworn card in hand as well, so the Jax Devotion continuing to get some more points. Here comes the bribery into the Professor, of course. This Rune Mage, you can really see the value, just increasing the odds of you finding something nice from both the Lydia into the Plunder here, as well as the bribery into Professor. 14 points now for Mystical. 7 coins in the bank. On the other side, Gandalf does have an extra card, is just 4 points down, and has a whole lot of coins to spend as well.
A lot of coins to spend, and a lot of Firesworns going to get a lot of good points. Hemmelfart, of course, helps with the row establishment for the Keeper of the Flame, and because of Shock's third form as well, he will be boosting himself by 1 whenever a Firesworn comes on board. So really nice timing there on that Shock. There we go. Muriel's coming down, taking care of the spender. Not yet looking to put the big points on the board, just utilizing Muriel's in. Now that bribery is out, no other way for Mystical to spend these coins unless there is a coup. So yeah, it is looking pretty good for Gandalf to remove the spender from Mystical.
Yeah, the spending situation is looking like a sticky one for Mystical, because a lot of the time you might be able to use the Mage Torture on Jack here and then use your Coup or your Terra Nova to play that spender, but because of the Veil on this round 3 Jack, that is not an option. At the moment, the only way I can see Mystical getting coins is from a Coup on King of Beggars or playing King of Beggars off Terra Nova, and that is absolutely not what you want to be doing. But of course, there are some bronze cards that can spend some coins. Maybe Hemmelfart could be a Coup target as well, perhaps. It's looking awkward though, these coins. Maybe the Street Urchin should have got buffed up a little bit more.
Definitely a little bit scary, but Mystical should have that way to do it, whether it's by playing a Mage Torture first or just cooing the King of Beggars itself. But here is the Salamander Mage waiting a little bit with this Hemmelfart. Just like you said, Hemmelfart could be a coup target, so it doesn't want to give anything too good into Mystical's hand. And we have to see a couple of these combo pieces come down now. The Torturer, the Artad, or the Coup.
It's a 3-point game. More coins for Gandalf, but let's not forget about the Mushy Truffle for Mystical, as well as the Assimilate value that he can get from that with potentially 3 Assimilate points. I think the key thing is Mystical needs to find a way to spend these coins, and Gandalf has to try and deny that, which looks like he's done a very good job of doing so far.
And here is the Mage Torturer. Going for the Muriels. If Gandalf were to buff up this King of Beggars now, the Coup cannot come down on it and then create a spender for Mystical. It has to come out from Artad in that case. But here is Hemmelfart, first of all. Coming down now that the second Torturer is out, it's a lot more safe to come down. Waiting a bit before spending. Something like the Eternal Fire Inquisitor sitting there in the graveyard is a nice card that Gandalf is definitely looking to get on board.
Yeah, Mystical, of course, can use the Tribute on Morels as a way of spending the coins, but then the Terra Nova into Professor, you could get some more coins from that and you can't spend them, so it's definitely a bit of a sticky situation here for Mystical. Of course, okay, here we see the Terra Nova, Professor Morels, the 2 options.
All right, it could be a removal here on the Hemmelfart. The Hemmelfart's order ability was not used either, so wouldn't be so bad to go with the removal soon enough. But targeting the Salamander Mage here first, and the Coup is left. Will Mystical have another way than Muriel's to spend these coins?
Yeah, just going Terra Nova Professor as a point slam play, probably not going to have any way of utilizing the coins from the bounty. Of course, could end up killing it with Morels, but then you're just not going to have a spender on the board. Here's the Keeper of the Flame buffing up the whole row. That is not bad at all. The Keeper of the Flame is popping off here. I love it.
It is a really cool card, yeah. And just valuing the Keeper of the Flame points instead of the Eternal Fire Inquisitor that then would spawn another token. So I guess that's why it didn't go for that order ability at all from Hemmelfart. I mean, it is...
6 coins left in the bank for Mystical that did not get used. Here comes the Tin Boy. Coins in the bank still available.
Yep.
6 coins available. And it's a single point that does it for Gandalf. Unbelievable scenes.
That is really, really wild. I was expecting maybe something different to happen there. Maybe Mystical was able to spend. That was definitely pretty cool game, and so close for Mystical to get that Nilfgaard through, which is so important. It is really, really important to get that Nilfgaard through. I'm not surprised the Syndicate did go through. Eventually, I'm thinking it will, but how close it was for Nilfgaard, it was definitely scary, I think, for Gandalf.
No, absolutely. And that denial of the Street Urchin, Mystical probably kicking himself that he didn't just spend 2 more coins to get it out of the range of the 4 damage removal. Now Gandalf, he just has 1 deck left to win with, and that is going to be his own Nilfgaard deck. Of course, if he does win, he's going to be in the final up against Pyreball. That is Mystical. Has now lost his first 2 series as well of the Open. Worth mentioning, of course, he won 3-0 in the quarterfinal. He's lost a couple of games now. It's not all over for him, though. He has got to try and take down Gandalf's Nilfgaard with his own Nilfgaard and with his Scoia'tael deck. So the chances of us finding that promised Nilfgaard mirror are looking pretty high as it stands.
Yep, I think it is very likely to come down to that. I keep talking about this matchup about elves on blue coin against Nilfgaard as a matchup that we'll see, and I think this is where we will see it. It has a decent chance of doing it, but no, they're not giving it to me. Mystical instead wants to take the Nilfgaard mirror now and get his Nilfgaard through from blue coin. So we are already in this Nilfgaard mirror.
Okay, so there's all sorts of nonsense that goes on with these Nilfgaard mirrors. There's 2 main lines. You can either try not commit much round 1 and then just back yourself in along round 3 that you can do it. The alternative line is the really big nads go for it line, which can really backfire, which is push into round 2 and bleed, and sometimes it just doesn't work out for you. So very interested to see how this one does play out. Again, the biggest brain matchup in competitive Gwent, in my opinion.
It is going to be really intense. I think whoever wins this round is definitely going to consider bleeding in this matchup. Let's see whoever has control of the bleed that could potentially be happening.
Both players do have the Calvé in hand. So both players going for the Calvé and a bronze card each. Of course, Mystical, being on the blue coin, does have these extra 5 points from his magic lamp to help him out.
That is right. Definitely not a bad thing to have here at all. Looking pretty equal so far. Both Calvites are out. It is going to be a tight race. And yeah, Mystical, a little bit more likely to take
Alchemist.
this from blue coin. And there is the Alchemist. What could we find there?
Oh.
It doesn't work the same way as it used to. But Fire Scorpion instead, a little bit of extra engine value here. Also not bad. We did see a lot of Fire Scorpions and another Nilfgaard situation from Pyreball and Magpie. It proved to be quite handy in that one.
Yeah, Mystical had the option to pass, of course, the turn before, continuing to play on. Gandalf responding with an Emistry. Could click the Fire Scorpion here as well. Looks like he might be holding on to it, though. Just really need the player wanting to overcommit here. Of course, Mystical has played now a 5 provision card, so he's played 1 provision more up to this point.
And here comes just a simple Torture on a Calvite that, of course, will not make a huge difference. Just a nice 8-point play to pull potentially later with an Artaud if you really want to. Here comes the Diviner, Assimilate Engine for Gandalf, and it is starting to look like Mystical has to put some points on the board here, or things could turn a little bit sour.
Yeah, what an interesting game. Mystical not wanting to overcommit, not wanting to give up round control, but is running the risk of just not committing enough points here because Gandalf has really started to apply a lot of pressure. He used the Purify to deny the coup on to Calvé. Therefore, Mystical takes the bleeding to find the coup, obviously getting a nice coup value there, but wasn't ideal the fact that Purify did deny it. You wasted a bit of bleeding. Rune Mage now coming through. Gandalf is not messing about. This is a big moment in this game. What runestone does he go for? What does he find?
Usually, yeah. All right, Assimilate Engine
Alchemist?
could be found there. Another Alchemist.
I want to see the
If you wanted to
Alchemist.
take it now, Assassination playing for -5 points there and getting Gandalf ahead. And this is why it is a little bit scary going on blue coin with Nilfgaard. And I really did expect Mystical to take Elves on blue instead, because it's a scary position to be in here, and Gandalf is definitely sensing it. Another thing I think that Gandalf just proved to us was that he is not afraid of bleeding. He's not afraid of going for it and going all in. I think Gandalf is smelling a shark. He's the shark smelling blood in the water, because he's really going for it, squeezing out pretty good resources here from Mystical. Mystical just avoiding to not lose on even. Lydia coming down here from Gandalf as well. Trading a Lydia for Lydia is not bad, especially if you threaten the win on even.
Yeah, and the key thing in this round one is Gandalf just developing these engines. He has the double Assimilate. He also has this Fire Scorpion that he found. Finds another Assimilate engine as well. Now 4 points ahead. And both players with pretty similar hands. There's the Mage Torturer. Of course, Lydia being the final card for Mystical. Not too bad at all. Invo also offering some carryover, perhaps. And, I mean, if you lose on even, it's a nightmare scenario to be in if you are Mystical. That's for certain.
That is right. And now well, not the imposter Lydia, the real Lydia, not the bribery Lydia, will be coming out here to avoid this scenario. It is a lot of points potentially here, and maybe Gandalf wants to hold on to this invocation, and not a lot here for this Alchemist. Is the invo enough to get ahead here? Because you could get ahead, you could win on even here if you want to take a Calvite. Of course, you don't do much yourself with that Calvite, but the win on even is tempting, and Gandalf takes it.
Yeah, 1 point more for Gandalf, and of course he would have been able to invo this Lydia for some more carryover. But, I mean, it's still an 8-point card. There's worse cards to have in your hand. And Mystical trying to take the Nilfgaard Mirror on blue, and it's gone very pear-shaped. He has not managed to get out of this round. Wanted to obviously not give up round control, but it's gone the worst way possible, losing on even. Both players having played Calvate, their hands are going to be really strong. They both mulligan coup because it can be awkward. It's a Rune Mage as it stands for Mystical, and a Mushy Truffle for Gandalf. Both leader abilities available as well. Gandalf
That is right.
with the ball in his court. Do you think it's a bleed? Do you think that he passes and just takes the card advantage here, Gandalf? Because, I mean, if you're Mystical, having to dry pass with a Rune Mage is not ideal.
No. The Truffle could be something alright to establish here. I like the last mulligan that we see from Mystical, making sure that at least there is a Truffle. Yep, Gandalf goes and establishes at least the Truffle, maybe thinks that he can trade something really good. We'll be trading that into a Truffle and then deciding what to do after that. Holding on to the leader. And here comes the Rune Mage first.
Amnesty's not looking too bad.
Yep.
Here's what's taken. Of course, it's not a devotion deck, so it doesn't get buffed up. Gandalf, these guys are not messing around. Gandalf coming through with the Brathans. Mystical, of course, being forced to mulligan his Brathans because he needed to find that Truffle. Certainly not ideal. Another Assimilate engine developed. The Mushy Truffle ready and waiting to be clicked. Mystical, if he wants a leader, has to take it now. Otherwise, runs the risk of having no leader ability. I love the way Gandalf is playing
That is the perk
this.
of bleeding. This is what Gandalf did yesterday. Nilfgaard bleeds can be really efficient, even more efficient if you win on even. In fact, so you get this last huge play when you take the leader that Mystical doesn't have. I see Gandalf just going all the way here and taking that leader as well. It is a huge play. Yep, there we go.
Oh, we didn't even get to see it play out. It was Terra Nova into Rune Mage, into Leader, into Terra Nova, into Rune Mage. It was going to be
Gandalf is so happy. Gandalf is really so happy. I did not expect to see this Nilfgaard mirror so early. We knew it was going to be a game deciding one, and that the series would kind of come down to that Nilfgaard mirror. I did expect to see elves before we actually went into the Nilfgaard mirror, because yeah. that just Gandalf really, really efficiently bleeding here. He's done it the whole tournament, and it's paid off. Reverse sweeping Lario's Nilfgaard list and being able to win on even, and then bleeding is just really huge. And that leader advantage that you can do when you're in control of bleeding is what Gandalf has been taking advantage of really efficiently.
Yeah, and there we have it. The final is going to be an all-Polish affair. Payabol versus Gandalf will be the final of Gwent Open number 2. Of course, the winner of that will also book their place at Gwent Masters later on this year. What a performance there from Gandalf. Commiserations to Mystical. Of course, this was his very first Open. He'd only played in one Open qualifier, so I think he did really very well to handle the pressure and can be very proud of his performance.
I definitely think so. Definitely not a bad one to go home with here. The first qualifier, making it to an Open, then playing in an Open, and then also winning your first game of the Open. That has to be a nice accomplishment that you're happy about if you're Mystical.
Yeah, I think it's quite inspiring as well to people that are watching at home. This guy, he only came up for one qualifier and managed to get it. So if you're someone that you like watching competitive Gwent, you too can just, by playing on ladder, finishing in the top 64, you will get a chance to play in these Gwent Opens yourself. So it's really great to see people from the ladder just being able to make their way up to the highest level and perform really very well. Very excited to see who is going to take the final later. Payabol versus Gandalf, the veteran versus the newcomer, both from Poland. It should be an exciting watch, that's for certain.
For sure. And I think we are ready now to hear what Gandalf has to say, as Boja will interview him right now.
Gandalf the White strikes again. How you doing, my friend? That was a beautiful win.
Yeah, it was such a beautiful win. It was an amazing feeling for me. And to repeat that move from that Angie mirror, like with Lyria.
Yeah, you'll be going against Payabol in the final, so your ticket to World Masters. How you feel about that pressure on you? Not only you're going against a fellow countryman, but also one of the best Gwent players. And he also said in the interview that he would like to go against you because he feels like the matchup is favorable. So what are your answers to all these things?
Yeah, he was talking to us like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I'm really well prepared thanks to my teammates, and I will show my skills in the final. And I think it can be enough, and I hope it will be enough.
Yeah, I love these stories whenever we have new players coming in and they get to take on some of the players that have been with us for quite some time. You, of course, also have been with us, but not on the big stage, which is Gwent Open. Since you have this opportunity, are there any shout-outs or anything you want to pass on to the people watching? If you do, now's the time.
Okay, I would like to thank my teammates, especially Rolero, Rezel, Puzzle, Timmy and Kier, because they were with me when we were preparing, and now I hope they are supporting me.
Awesome.
And will be with me in the final.
Awesome stuff. So congratulations once again. Get some rest. There's still some time before the final because we have the pre-final segment. But yeah, thank you. Thank you. Get some rest. And yeah, I just can't wait for the Polish final.
Me too. Thank you very much.
Take care.
Okay, everyone, welcome back. We have just heard from Gandalf, who is going to be in the final. And very shortly, we have got a very exciting pre-final segment from the developers to find out more about the expansion that is coming out on Tuesday, Sealy.
That is right. Gandalf is definitely a happy man, but he has a lot to do now. He needs to prep for what will be happening after a while, which is the finals. But let's take a look at the bracket here to see how things have turned out this tournament. We started with the quarterfinals yesterday. Semifinals have now been concluded. Really impressive performances from all the players, but of course the final, the Polish duel will be happening. TLG, Payabol, a veteran, and then Gandalf, of course, a newcomer to the competitive scene, but is ready to show what he has with the decks that he has. It's going to be an interesting one to see.
Yeah, and of course, with all this Gwent behind us, that does mean we can take a look at the prize pool distribution so far. Of course, each game you win in competitive Gwent Opens, you do get that little bit of extra change. So, of course, the players that are progressing further are getting more money, but also the people that are winning more games as well. So, after the 3-2 from Payabol and Magpie, they're currently tied for prize pool, but of course, Payabol has more opportunity to get more in the finals. And then Gandalf is taking home a huge chunk after his 3-1 win versus Mystical with $4,255. Mystical going home with $3,105. I think himself and Magpie are going to be pretty happy with their weekend's work despite losing in the semifinals.
Absolutely, and one of the reasons they are so happy is because you, the community, have of course contributed a whopping $13,048 on top of the prize, the base prize pool, and making it a total of $23,000, and that is definitely not bad. So the players have a lot of reasons to be happy this weekend. And I think this is it for me and Spessy, but it is not all over, of course, for today's action. So we'd like to thank you for watching. It was a real pleasure to be able to cast these fantastic series together with you, Spessy, and with you guys watching over there. And the ultimate battle is left, which Thea and Lionheart will be casting after the segment that is coming. Sean and Ryan will be looking after you guys in the next segment.
Yeah, really excited to watch this pre-final segment from the developers. Thanks to the community for all the support on the casting, all the support over the tournament, for watching, for taking part in the chat, even those with those dodgy Rashid Sith emotes. Like, we appreciate you guys for supporting Gwent Esports, for contributing to the prize pool, and I know the players do as well. So looking forward to watching the finals, and let's watch this pre-final segment with Jean and Ryan. Thanks.
Do it.
Hello and welcome everyone to today's pre-final segment, also known as the developer update for update 10.7, also known as the Black Sun expansion. And I've got Jean here. Welcome, Jean. Thank you for joining me.
Hey, always a pleasure.
Yeah, always a pleasure, especially because we've got the honor to reveal the final cards of this upcoming expansion. And before we jump into that, let's just get one thing out of the way. I've got a little bit of a cold, but I don't know how I managed to catch that. It's 33 degrees outside, but it's fine. I'm fine, and I'm very happy to be here. So, yeah, I think we'll start off with a little bit of a recap. Don't worry, it's not going to be too in-depth or too long, but we'll just go through the factions that we've revealed so far, and after that we'll go straight into the final reveals, and then following that we'll round off today with covering the upcoming balance changes as well. Alright, so unless you've got anything before? No?
No, let's go.
All right, I'm excited. So let's kick things off. We revealed monsters, and what do you have to tell us about it?
Well, first of all, I want to talk about the expansion as a whole, and we had two major goals that are not very obvious, which is that first of all we wanted to come back to the scenario, introduce a new one for each factions, and the second one was introducing this new infusion mechanic, which was a mechanic that we'd been longing to play with for quite some time. So we're very happy to be introducing it. And so we're kind of playing with it in each faction. And in monsters, we decided to come back to the Thrive archetype. And we play with it in different ways, right? With Throw Scratch a lot in one hand, you put a man trap that's able to trigger it multiple times. And that's also able to infuse Thrive to units that may or may not already have it.
Yeah, I think especially one person, but probably more, will be happy to see the plant archetype being fleshed out as well. And of course, Thrive, I think, has been quite fun, at least for me, in the past. So I'm happy to find some new tools in that box. And yeah, why why would you be unhappy about a new cat in the game? So I think that's awesome. All right, so after monsters, let's take a quick look at yesterday's reveals of the Nilfgaard faction. And here we can see 4 new cards. Tell me all about it, John.
Yeah, for Nilfgaard, we are introducing the Cult of the Eternal Eclipse. It's a standard package, and the point was that you could include it with other existing package by turning these cards into cultists. And the cult is basically acting as a pyramid scheme, right? Well, the later your cultists are going to join the board, the worse the rewards are going to be.
Yeah, that seems pretty realistic to me. Thank you very much for that. Also going to be interesting to see how much this is going to be combined with different archetypes that Nilfgaard already have available, because I think that there's some interesting combinations, especially with obviously some status archetypes and other cards of Nilfgaard. All right, moving on to the Northern Realms. We revealed Northern Realms on Friday, or our partners did, so thank you for that. And they have a new keyword to play with, which is Grace. So why don't you tell me about it?
Yeah, so with Northern Realm, obviously, Knights. It's also coming with a bunch of reworks to existing Knights, so you'll hear about that more into this video. And the introduction of that new Grace keyword, basically allowing us to provide goals for you to boost your units, right? By giving you rewards if you prove worthy of these rewards, right? By being boosted enough. That's it for now.
Yeah, very gracious. All right, moving on to Boja's favorite faction, the Squirtel.
And for Squirtel, we are coming back to Harmony, right? Long-awaited topic.
Yes.
But the thing is, we really wanted to use Infusion for Harmony with designs like Antarian that's able to actually give Infusion to other units, but also Chameleon that's able to Infusion as a way to play around categories. So, long-awaited, but we think it's going to be worth it.
Also long-awaited has been the support for the Skellige Pirate archetype. We've had it in the game for a long time, but I think it missed that little extra touch to bring it over the edge, so let's take a look at those cards.
Yeah, in the case of Skellige, we decided to use Infusion as a way to inject negative Death Wish, which basically rewards you if you are able to kill your opponent units. So very Skellige thing.
Yeah, Skellige is all about killing their enemies, and those Death Wishes can't be prayed away easily, so you gotta protect your cards against Skellige. Alright, and finally, moving on to Syndicate, we've got In Search of Forgotten Treasures and cards supporting it. So, what is this all about?
Yes, this is all about Tide Cloaks, and more specifically the Horde mechanic. In the case of Syndicate, we had this kind of complex problem where the Jackpot's leader ability is very happy to basically always be at 9 coins, right? Which means that it's kind of easy to achieve a Horde. So the challenge here was to make it in such a way that cash had its own specific value. The answer to this was leaning a lot toward reducing Horde and getting synergies by doing so, which gives the archetype a very, gritty engine identity.
All right, and that's it for the recap. So that was a quick rundown of the cards that we've revealed so far. Thank you once again to all our lovely partners for creating those awesome reveals. I think it's been a ton of fun, and lots of effort put into those. Can't wait for the next reveal campaign. But first, we've got this one, and oh boy, I've been waiting for this for quite a while now. Let's kick things off with the first neutral of this expansion, and we've got a special someone that I think maybe some people already know about, but let's take a look at Eltibald. 6 strength, 11 provision gold card, and he's a human mage with the ability Zeal Order. Infuse an enemy unit with whenever your opponent plays a card, damage yourself by 1. cooldown 3. Whenever you play a cursed card, reduce cooldown by 1.
Yeah, so once you get a good grasp of how Infusion works, this card is relatively straightforward. That ability is basically calling on prophecies, right? Condening your opponent's unit to slow its impending doom. Though you can technically infuse the same card multiple times over if you wanted to, you know, tick down even faster. You really need to be killing something. And of course, each sign of curse is urging that able to work quicker, right? So reducing your cooldown and allowing you to put this infuse effect even more.
Very interesting. So technically this only gets better if you play multiple cards, I guess. And yeah, so you're dooming your opponents by playing your own cards and damaging them. That's very cool. And the artwork is also pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. All right, that is the gold. And the second to last card is, let's take a look at Renfri's Gang. 6 power, 6 provision bronze card, human bandit and cursed. And they read, deploy. If your starting deck has at least 25 units, summon all copies of self from your deck to this row. Okay, so we've got the name in the card's name already. So I think before we talk about this ability in depth, we should probably take a look at the final reveal of this expansion, right?
Yeah, it will make more sense once we get to the next one.
Yeah, especially the condition. All right, so it is time, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, the card everyone's been waiting for. Not Dagon. The other card everyone's been waiting for is finally coming to Gwent. So let's take a look at Renfri. Oh boy. What a beautiful artwork. What a card. Obviously a gold card. A neutral card, so every faction can run it. 2 power, 10 provision. And she's a human bandit, also cursed, obviously. And her ability reads, deploy melee, discard a unit, and boost self by its power, then draw a card. Finally, this card ability is back in the game. I know the community has been waiting for it.
What's this, Ryan?
What do you mean?
I mean, this wasn't the effect.
Oh yeah. So Jean, you know, I scrolled through Reddit a little bit, and I saw multiple people telling the developers that we should reintroduce this ability because they felt it's been missing for a while now, or hasn't been printed on any new cards. So I thought this would be the perfect opportunity, you know, to introduce it into the game. So I made a little bit of an adjustment to your original idea. I hope that's fine.
Oh, I mean, I guess if that's what the community wants, that does make sense. You sure about this one?
I'm sure, but you know what? Just let me get some community experts on this, and then I'll maybe convince you further. All right?
Okay, sure.
Hello, Dr. Korchit, if I'm correct. You are the Renfri guy, if I'm correct as well. How do you pronounce your name correctly?
Yeah, it's Dr. Korchit. You've got it right. It's based on a character I made when I was like 8 years old or something like that. He's like a mad scientist, so that's the context there.
And you're the person behind the daily custom cards until Renfri is released, right? So why don't you tell me quickly how that journey started?
So I actually made like a mini Skellige expansion like before I made the Renfri series, and I loved making that so much. I kind of wanted to start making custom cards, and at the same time I was reading the Witcher book. Specifically, I read The Lesser Evil with Renfri, and I was really impressed with her character, and I've been noticing there were quite a few characters that hadn't been added to the game yet. You know, I've actually got a little list. I've got, you know, S.E. Davin. I think there's like Falca. There's Viggy the Loon, who I really like. I think that's a CDPR original character. But at the time I was reading the Lesser Evil, I was really impressed with the Renfri character. Just the way Andrei Sapkowski described her, you know, her actions, her motives. I just thought it was quite interesting. So I thought that was a good reason to start a campaign.
Yeah, I think lots of people enjoyed that, and Renfri is definitely a very cool character. So I assume that you must be quite happy to hear that we are finally bringing Renfri to Gwent. It is time. It is time.
Yeah, you can't imagine.
You've got your mission was successful, so now I just want to get a final feel for the community sentiment and the expectations of the community. So I thought, why don't I just get it from the man himself? So yeah, without further ado, let me send you the card. Here it is.
That's total garbage. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the CEGAR, like chain of command or something, or?
Wait, you don't like the ability?
That's honestly the worst ability I've ever heard of. I can't imagine that would work.
Thank you so much for your feedback. I don't want to name names or anything, but I'll definitely make sure that the designers get the message. And yeah, I'll have to move on from now. Got to go back to Jean. But yeah, thank you for your time. Hey Jean, I'm back. I just talked to Dr. Kolchit, the Renfri specialist, and he did like the idea, but did tell me it's not quite working out for him or the community in that sense. So yeah, I think in the end it might be better to go back to your original idea, even if it's not as exciting. But yeah.
Oh, okay. It's probably not as good as the one you had, but it will work, I guess.
We'll do what we can, you know? All right.
Yeah.
So it's time. Let's take a look at the real ability now that we're gonna introduce into the game of Renfri. There she is. 7 power. 7's better than 2. 13 provision, and still a human bandit curse, but her ability now reads: deploy. If your starting deck has at least 25 units, create a curse to replace your leader ability, then create a blessing and infuse your leader ability with it. First of all, here we can see the condition that is required to play this card is the same for Renfri's gang, so we'll talk about Renfri's gang a little bit after this. But yeah, tell me what exactly you've got in mind for this card.
Yeah, there is a lot to unpack. Well, it looks kind of simple like this, but trust me, there's more to it. Let's talk about the condition first. This is a new condition, right? 25 units.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason we decided to go for this condition is because in this card drop, well, as you guys know, we introduced a scenario for each faction. And we wanted Renfri to be something that makes you play differently, right? And if you want to use the new scenarios, go ahead. But if you want to use Renfri, you're gonna have to give up on them. And it's not only scenarios, right? It's also your usual consistency tools, right? Like stuff like Oneuromancy.
Mm-hmm.
Probably you don't have access to it. It's also your removals, right? Cards like Heatwave.
Oh.
Though technically you can always run a 26, 27 cards deck. Then you're also paying the price for it, right? Less provision to dedicate, less consistency, etc. And yeah, I guess we can move to the next part of Renfri, which is so then if you pay that price, right, what you get in exchange is you get to create a curse. And let's show some of the curse, right?
All right. So here's the list of all the curses, right?
Yeah. So curse, what is there under this name is 7 new leader ability, which are completely unique to Renfri. And yeah, you basically get to create one, so 3 out of the 7, and that that comes to replace your leader ability. And it's not only that, but then you get to do the same with a blessing. And let's go through the blessings now. So the blessings are ability that you're gonna infuse to your leader ability. So same as before, you get create, so 3 out of the 7, and you pick 1, and it gets infused, and that's gonna be basically the passive effect of your leader ability, which ranges from having an actual cooldown on it, but having an effect whenever you play your unit, maybe having an effect when you actually click your little ability, etc.
Yeah, I hope all the viewers have got their screenshot buttons ready, because there's going to be a lot to unpack with this card. Let's take a quick look again at the curses, just so people can screenshot or can talk about it with their companions, because there's a lot of combinations as well that are possible with this card. And as a reminder as well, you are able to play your pre-designed leader ability before you actually play Renfri on the board. So you can make use of that, then play Renfri and create a completely self-made new leader ability for you to use then afterwards in the game.
And not only you can, but you definitely should.
Yeah.
Because, your previous leader ability, you're not getting it back, right? So better make use of it while you still have it.
Yeah. Now I can imagine that this was quite challenging to design.
Yeah, and that's what I want to talk about. Neutral cards in Gwent, they're always they can be hard to land properly, right? But it's even more so when there's so much expectations on them. And basically what ended up inspiring is, with Renfri's cult status in the community, we thought that it could be pretty cool to have a card that actually lets you create custom effects, right? Custom abilities, kind of as a tribute to the community, to creating all of these custom.
Yeah, that's awesome. So instead of creating a custom card, a custom leader ability for everyone to play around with, coming into the game just in 2 days. 2 days, can you imagine, man? We've been talking and playtesting this whole expansion for a while now, and I'm super excited for players to finally get their hands on it and check it out, yeah? All right.
And to come back a bit to Renfri's gang, since you're missing out on all of these regular consistency tools, you're gonna have to make do with consistency tools, which, were not as reliable, right? Were more soft. So stuff like Knickers and Roach, maybe tricking Maxis. And Renfri's gangs completely falls into that line of being a card that offers some soft consistency through deck thinning, but also is going to offer some tempo, right? Acting as a 12 point for 10 provision.
Yeah, especially if you then, as you said, you kind of want to find Renfri if you're playing a deck around her, so this is going to make it a little bit easier to find her consistently. Okay, perfect. So I think after this whole reveal, I think it's time to take a step back and take a quick look at the upcoming balance changes that we've also introduced into the next patch. What do you want to start with?
So first of all, I guess we did some tweaking to the way the evolving cards from Master Mirror behave. So let's go through that. As a reminder, the 6 evolving cards from Master Mirror. Basically, with the introduction of Infusion, we decided that we wanted to slightly change how these evolving cards behave. And what this means is that when they transform, they will actually now carry over any power change, but also possible status that they have on them, which means infused effects. If we can take an example, like 8 Nemodar, right? If she's boosted to 9 from she's originally 6 power, well, she used to transform into Ethne Wrath of the Brokilon and
lose all the hand buff.
Lose all hand buff. Now she will actually transform and be 13 power, right? Because the base power of the card is 10 and she was already boosted by 3, so that carries over to be 13.
All right, I think that makes a lot of sense, yeah.
And similarly in Nilfgaard, it means that cultist categories that have been infused will be carried over, etc. And to reflect that change in behavior, we've actually changed the line for all of these cards. and instead of saying transform, they will now say evolve. So we're actually making them officially into evolving cards.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, since transforms usually create a new card, so losing all the old stuff. So evolving, going to be evolving all around the board now, and I think people are going to be happy to see that, because I think some people, especially for Squirtle, have been asking for it for a while, and I think this change now with the infused keyword makes a lot of sense to combine it. All right, another change coming soon is about Ornate Sensor, right? And I think there's been some discussion around this card, especially because it's had the potential to be very swingy in its points. So tell me what we decided on now.
Yeah, so the previous iteration of Ornate Sensor wasn't a card that we were very happy with. To be fair, for reasons that were quite similar to the reason players were not happy with this card. The lack of counterplays that there was around it, but also the randomness factor that was built into the card.
Mm-hmm.
And for these reasons, we've decided to go for a complete rework. And we've taken inspiration from Becker Twisted Mirror from Beta GWENT. So basically the card is going to serve as a payoff if you have a damage-intensive game plan, so it's going to be able to boost your unit, but also can serve as an emergency removal tool if your deck is also able to actually do some boosting.
Right, very interesting. I'm still excited to see some highlight clips with this card, because I think there's still some really awesome payoffs that you can achieve with it. All right, moving on from the neutrals into a faction that is dear to my heart, Skellige. But we did have to touch upon one of its staple cards a little bit, right? So Melusine now lost its all-around Veil and now only gains it on Deploy.
Yep. So the main thing that this changes is that if you replay Melusine through Sacrifice Riot or Fuchsia, it will actually get doomed, because, at that point you don't actually have Veil, right? You only gain it on Deploy. And the direct impact of this is that Fuchsia will now be limited to being resurrected only once per match.
You mean Melusine?
Basically, we've been too lenient with Self-Wound.
Yeah.
And the ability of the deck to harass, by resurrecting Melusine over and over, unless the card was actually answered through each wave, that was a bit too much.
I think no complaints on that front, so let's move on to Syndicate. And Syndicate has gotten a few changes. The first one we want to talk about is Salamandra change, who now has to pay a higher tribute. Instead of 4, the tribute is at 5.
Yep. Salamander Mage has been a very high value card since we tweaked it in 9.2. And it was acting as a key piece if you add a tribute game plan. And this made a lot of sense back then, because, the archetype wasn't performing well and we were attempting to make it better, but it is really not warranted anymore. It's one of the top deck of the meta.
Yeah.
And probably one of the best way you can spend your coins. Paying the tribute is at least 6 points if you're able to land all of the damage for 3 coins thanks to the passive. And that's without accounting for Off the Book or even playing Salamander Mage if you already have Adrenaline. The increase of the tribute makes that payoff slightly worse, but most importantly, it's actually making the setup less flexible, because you'll need more coins in your pocket in the first place to be able to go for it. And I think this is where most of the value will actually be lost.
All right, seems fair. Moving on to the next card out of the Syndicate faction, and we've got a scenario that we took another look at. One Night at the Passiflora is now its name, so we've got a name expansion. And also, we moved around the chapters once again, because we feel like... maybe you can tell me more about it, but I feel like this is more adequate to the current state of the game.
Yeah, so to be very clear, this is a buff. Don't worry. Basically, with the introduction of the new scenarios, it kind of led us to retake a look at Passiflora, which not recently lately. And yeah, we decided to revert to previous order that it was using. So, spawning the Slice Electros first, then the Passiflora RPGs, and only then gaining cards.
Okay.
Basically, yeah, like this order used to be deemed too strong, but the state of the game has changed, and we think that nowadays this is the kind of stuff that we're expecting. On top of this, we also added the Blind Eye category to Fistech Trafficker.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you got to keep up with the times. You got to change your business model if you're running a Passiflora. So now maybe it's a bit more adequate. So let's take a look at Scoia'tael. And we've got Farseer first, who now you have to pay one more provision for if you want to run Farseers in your deck.
Yeah. So this change is slightly more complex, right? Because Farseer was indeed performing very strongly and making Enbuff feel good. It wasn't actually pushing the deck over the edge. The real reason we're making that nerf is because we expect the Enbuff deck to be performing quite well with Renfrey, since it's already a pretty unique-centric deck.
Yep.
And so this is actually a preemptive nerf to this deck incorporating Renfrey.
Yeah, I mean, we've play tested, and I think this has definitely stood out as a card that is a little bit too powerful. So now you've got to pay a bit more, especially because it's a bronze card. You usually run 2 of those. You've got to pay 2 more provision in total for your deck, so it should have a significant impact on your deck building condition. All right, moving on to the rest of the cards that we want to take a look at for Scoia'tael right now, and those are the Dried Fledgling, gaining a point, power point, Forest Whisperer, losing a provision but also losing a power point, and then Percival losing a provision. So all around a bit cheaper, a bit more powerful tools for Scoia'tael to play with.
Yeah, so in the case of Dried Fledgling, this is an attempt at 2 things. The first one is actually kind of breaking the status of being a token card that Dried Fledgling is. So we hope that at 5 power, it's going to feel way better to include, especially considering it's your only 4 provision Harmony card.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also going to have the effect of buffing Water of Brokilon, which basically gets right off the bat 2 more points.
Yeah, 2 more points can mean a lot, especially if you're playing Harmony, because that soon and quickly gets out of hand and out of the removal threat range.
Yeah, that makes them quite harder to remove. In the case of Forest Whisperer, so we've made the card more affordable, especially considering that the Poison package actually shares some cards with Harmony, so this is something you might consider in your deck building. And finally, Percival has been adjusted to be kind of more in line with the standards of nowadays. And we've also changed Glynis and Sir Squirtooth to have the same provision reduction, since they basically share the same design pattern.
Yeah. I actually played Percival in a Harmony deck like recently on the Pride stream, and that was the first time that I realized that you can actually see Percival's reflection in the armor that he's basically playing against as an opponent, and it's such a cute card. I wonder, do you actually know if Percival is able to play himself in the Gwent game that he's playing?
I have no idea.
Got you on the spot there. All right. Anyways, moving on to the next faction. We've got Monsters up next, and Monsters, as you said, we were taking a look at the Thrive archetype. So the first change that we made is to the Necker Warrior, who has 7 points now, and a new ability reading Deploy. If this card would not trigger any of your Thrive units, damage self by 3 and infuse self with Thrive. Pretty cool.
To be fair, it's also the only change we've made to Monster. But yeah, basically, previously we've looked at 4 provision engine, which only had the keyword. So it's the turn of Naked Warrior. So we're using the same condition as the scenario, right? If you would trigger your 5 unit. And that way the card can both serve as a way to trigger your 5 units, basically acting as like a 7-point body. But if you do not meet the condition, then it basically comes back to its original state of being a 4/4 card with 5. An interesting thing to note is that because the card gets infused as it is being played, it is still able to trigger the scenario if it did not have a 5, like if it didn't trigger a 5 unit, right? As long as it infused itself with 5, then it's going to trigger the scenario.
Yeah, it's. I think this is a pretty cool card design because it's kind of 2 cards in one. But it's just gonna be depending on the situation you play it in. All right, now let's take a look at Northern Realms, and I know you've got quite a few changes that you want to cover for this faction because you took a deeper look into a archetype right here. So let's take a look.
Yes, first of all, a new leader ability for them, right? So Royal Inspiration was our last cooldown leader ability, which were leader abilities we were not very fan of and had started kind of rolling out of the game, right? The previous one was the one that we reworked to be supporting pirates. Well, so I guess I'm going to read the effects. On order, you boost an ally unit by 5. If that boost triggered an ally unit's grace ability, then you get the order back, though with 1 less point. What it means is that in theory you can get up to 15 points, and there's a lot for the durability. But being able to eat the refresh every time is actually going to require some setup and to carefully lay out your boosts on the board, so you might not get it every time.
All right, so with the new Grace keyword and this Royal Inspiration version, I was muted for you. I wasn't muted for the recording. I'm sorry for that. But it's quite important that you hear me. So, all right, so with the new Grace keyword coming to the Northern Realms faction and the new version, the updated version of Royal Inspiration, I think it's quite clever to bring your Ignis, your Scorches, and your Tor removals if you're playing against Northern Realms. And yeah, let's take a look at the next change. It's to the card Mad Charge. It's been a while since I've seen this card, to be honest.
Yeah, Matchak actually already shared the Legion shared the change to that card already, since it is actually used on Damsel in Distress. But yeah, basically we've tweaked it to provide value quicker, though it also comes to the cost of being more knight-centric. The condition used to be if you have a knight. The condition is now if you're actually using it on a knight.
Yep. All right, makes sense because knights do try to charge into battle occasionally. So let's take a look at a blade that some people had questions about, I think, as well. It's Vandergrift's blade, and now it reads: deploy, damage an enemy unit by 5, and death blow, store destroyed unit's base power. The next time you play a unit, boost it by the stored amount and then destroy self.
Yeah, so another card that's going to be quite useful to set up your Knight's Graces. And yeah, it both acts as like removal, proactive boost. It's handy.
It's handy. Maybe a bit more handy than the sword actually looks. It looks quite heavy and unhandy, but the abilities should be quite interesting. And now, the final thing we want to take a look at, the rest of the cards that you touched upon, giving graces here and there.
Yeah, coming back to a bunch of the knights, giving them extra grace payoffs, which makes more sense considering your leader ability and your scenario. And it's actually a pretty neat way of making these cards look, a bit more sexy.
Yeah.
And yeah, like the knight archetype is basically a completely new one. So we'll be monitoring quite closely how it is performing, and potentially print more Ignite support.
Yeah, and just as a reminder for the people that maybe missed it during last week, Grace only triggers the first time you reach it, right? And
Yes.
That means if you've reached, let's say, 12 power on Reinhardt Odo, it will then instantaneously boost all boosted allied units by 1. And in general, I'm happy to see Reinhardt get a little bit of a boost, more power, less provision, additional ability, because he's such a cool character from Thronebreaker. Okay, and that covers all the balance changes that we're going to talk about today. Hopefully they complement the new and upcoming cards nicely. So, yeah, I think, do you have any additions to the balance changes?
I think there was something about the premium.
Yeah, exactly. We do have to mention that the premiums in the Black Sun expansion won't have the sound in the full screen preview. So if you're in the full screen and don't be alerted, it's not your device that has an issue. It will be fixed in the next update afterwards. So 10.8 should be the fix for that. And yeah, I think we've got one more thing to announce. We've got something special to celebrate the release of the expansion, right?
Yeah, one last surprise. So during the first week of the release, there's actually going to be a new seasonal that's going to be unique to it, which we named Trial by Fire. And when you enter a match of that seasonal, your deck is going to be completely replaced by a deck that we pre-built of the same faction, and which is going to include, cards from the expansion, obviously. These decks are not quite meant to be competitive. In fact, they've been purposefully made to have fewer provision. But basically, the goal is, to provide a fun and laid-back environment if you just like to try the new cards before you craft them, or just because you want to test them in a more carefree way.
Also, great way for content creators to grab footage of cards that they don't own yet and that they want to create content around. And in general, I think people that usually play seasonal mode and craft their own decks, obviously you will be able to play your own decks afterwards once again in the next seasonal mode. It's only going to be here for a week, I believe, right?
Yeah.
And in that week you'll be able to test the new cards, which is I think a cool new idea, and we'll try to keep this kind of concept going.
It's likely something we'll keep doing in the future, and though we'll obviously listen to feedbacks and change the form if it needs to be changed.
Exactly. Yeah. As Jean said, we'll keep listening to feedback, so do keep commenting on our videos, on our Twitter timeline, on Reddit, on Discord. We truly appreciate it. And yeah, thank you all so much for watching this video. I think this is going to be a nice wrap-up for this pre-final segment, for this depth video, and I can't wait. So let's all watch the finals, the grand finals together, and then it's already Monday, and Monday means it's nearly Tuesday, and Tuesday is when the expansion drops. So I'm excited. Thank you so much for joining me, Jean.
Thank you. We really poured our heart in this expansion.
Yeah.
We hope everyone is gonna enjoy it as much as we enjoy making it. And
exactly.
Yeah, let's watch the final.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for the partners as well for being a part of this real campaign. Thank you all for the designers as well, especially all the people working in the background and trying to make this as exciting as possible. And now good luck to the contestants. See you everyone. Bye.
Welcome back, my friends. A massive thank you to Jean and Ryan for what might be my favorite dev video of all time tier. Where do we start? I believe you may be muted there, my friend. I cannot hear you coming through to me. Let me see.
I am. Sorry,
there she
some
is.
sorcery on my end. I was about to say there's no way you can be disappointed with that one. We finally got a Rainfree, and the Rainfree guy I think he's happy with the final version of that card. I know I am. That's an intense card, right, Lionheart? That's like 3 pages worth of info and options you can choose from when playing Rainfree.
It is absolutely huge. Renfree's going to give blessings and curses to replace your leader ability. So you use it first, get it again. So many different conversations of ways that is going to work. Some offensive, some defensive. It is an absolute powerhouse, but we are here for the grand finals. We could talk about this all day and all night. But in reality, it is the Polish Civil War. It is the legendary Fireball. It is Gandalf, the first time. Can he make it and win this open tier?
I mean, I am so excited to see this. This is going to be quite the final, Lionheart, and I hope Gandalf proves his worth as his first debut in the Open against a master, which is Fireball. I mean, they have similar lists to an extent, really. Both decided to go for different options for their 4th list. You know, you have Fireball with the Deadeye Ambush, Gandalf with the Rage of the Sea. It is going to be interesting to see them up against each other.
It really is. There is so much to pick through with that. My mind is still racing back to that set of reveals with reworks to one of the scenarios, evolving cards as well, Renfree, and even a new seasonal mode, Trial by Fire, which I love the idea of, by the way. I am a massive, massive fan of that. Love to see it completely. It is just... There is so much to unpick there. It really is. I don't know about you, the 15-hour Shinmiri stream to go through those patch notes are going to be the dream. I can't wait. I'm already getting my notepad out.
Oh, for sure. We'll watch Shin's stream after the official cast, of course, just to make notes ourselves. But how about we go ahead and take a look at the prize pool so far? What have the players accumulated? Yes.
Well, I'm sure they have had a lot of money, and they're probably frantically flicking through these changes as well, trying to focus on what they're doing. A lot of money has been earned, and you guys have supported so much of this Open. You've more than doubled the prize pool here. You've added 13,000 to the pot. Oh, and now you can see Gandalf is already $4,255 richer, having taken the last series 3-1. You can see as you go through the quarters, the semis, and the finals, each game earns you even more. But there is a huge amount. It does say semifinals. Ignore that, my friends. The final match stake is a whopping $4,600. If you 3-0 here, you are taking the whole thing. Whoa, that is a lot of money.
I like Gandalf's profile picture here. He already seems to be smiling, knowing exactly how much he's going to be walking away with. And I love the fact that both players are in the finals yet have different amounts. It's all about how many games you win, not about the entire series, right? So yeah, looking very good here, but $4,600, I wouldn't say no to an extra bit of cash there. I think both players need to give their all here. And yeah, I wonder what the coin flip will tell us. Who's going to go first in this match? Who's going to go second? And what are the bans going to be like? Hopefully we can take a look at that rather soon.
Yeah, definitely. I believe the results of the coin flip are available to us as the coin flip has been done in between the series. Gandalf is starting on blue coin tier. That means Pyre is on red. He has had to flip between coins over the course of this, but he is a seasoned, wily veteran, and that won't faze him in the slightest, I don't think.
No, definitely not. But hey, beginner's luck exists, right? And sometimes people who play unpredictably are more difficult to beat, right? So again, it has not been decided just yet. And
no,
that's going to bring his all here.
I'm sure he will. I am sure he will. In terms of the way this is going to look, Pyre did want to face Gandalf of the two people that were here. He felt his lineup was favored into it. Let's take a look at those lists and see why he feels that way.
So we start off again with Gandalf's Rage of the Sea list here. You have the Golden Necker package, which is quite nice when it comes to tempo. No self-wound though. Gandalf knew that self-wound was likely going to be soft-targeted throughout the series, and he was correct. Instead going all out Storm and Rain. We also see Ryagan the Undying there, which is going to be in the graveyards. But Pyrebull has brought some graveyard punish like Xavier, so this might be difficult to pull off. After that, we go on to Gandalf's Stockpile list.
We do indeed. Honestly, I have adored that Rage of the Seas list. I've been saying it all weekend. I love the Rain archetype, and the Golden Necker version is really good. Melusine changed in that dev update as well. I think there will be a cheer. I can't wait to see the reaction to that change in Twitch chat. But Stockpile, a list we haven't seen too much of, in spite of it being in basically everybody's lineup. It has been the magnet for bans. It is the standard Mutagenerator version. Buff up all of those 5Ps with as much carryover as you can, jam the siege to defend that bleed, or potentially push for a 2-0, and if not, that short round with King Hensel is oh so sweet after Radovid gives you those extra leader charges to pair off with one of your engines as well. You'll love to see it. Will we? Well, we're not going to have to wait much longer. He has also brought himself a Nilfgaard list here.
Yes, it's the same Nilfgaard list we've seen for most of the tournament. You've got your Assimilate Double Cross, you got your Arto Terra Nova, your Rune Mage, which gives you 5 create options. You've got Furkart, Mage Tortures to help place those spying statuses on units you want to steal. Of course, the Mushi Truffle and the Illusionist go very well together if you can steal something powerful from the graveyard. And then that's about it. I'd say it's time to go off to the final list, which is an off-the-books list.
Yes, it is, and it's the only non-Golden Necker version. It is the standard lineup. It, however, has taken Tin Boy over Philippa, and that might just find some value into the lists of Pireball there. So many points in that little bit of wide punish, and a lot more coins available as well, as King of Beggars just keeps refunding those tributes over and over again. If you make your offering, you will get it back in kind from the King of Beggars. This list, I'm actually really interested to get to see this list into Pireballs. I hope it doesn't get banned. It will be really interesting to see the non-Golden Necker version played here. But speaking of Pireball, we are almost there. Let's take a look at his deck list, shall we? See what he's got. We've seen him a few times. We are going to go into them now.
Yeah, we've seen him quite a few times, but it's still good to mention his cards here. We've got the Golden Necker, which is very nice in the Syndicate list. You've got your standard setup with a Tunnel Drill, paired with a Crime card. Those Shady Vendors come in very handy when you need access to a little bit more than you included in your initial deck. You've got Fistic, Morale, both Blaneham brothers, Morelsi for some tool removal if necessary, Horse and Freak Show as well, just in case Tunnel Drill doesn't last very long on the board. We've got Azar Javed to protect our important engines, and then finally Savola to end it off with. Then we go on to another Stockpile list.
It is Siege, 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 and again, we haven't seen it. In fact, we haven't seen this one at all. It's been banned at every single turn, if I'm not mistaken. It is a powerhouse. It is less about the Mutagenerator, albeit it is there. It is control. It is there to punish the greed, probably to target the self-wound that we haven't quite seen, but that Heatwave and Muzzle at the top end really do pack a punch. Still a plenty of engines, still plenty of damage from that Siege, and the unthinkable lack of Amphibious Assault as a result could mean this has some draw issues if we ever see it, but instead, let's look at the double cross list, because I have a feeling we might just see that.
Yes, a double cross list. Again, it's almost exactly the same. The first thing I noticed though is that there's only one illusionist in this one instead of two. Pireball normally likes to go for one illusionist. I've recognized this pattern by now. Again, you've got your basic setup, you've got Cultivate to ensure you draw into those golds, and you've got the Imperial Diviner to perhaps purify a card or two, Squirrel for more graveyard hate. Again, I wouldn't want to have Ryagan in my graveyard when playing against these lists. And then finally, our final list would be a Deadeye Ambush.
Yeah, the one that he has said is his fourth list, the one that just made sense to bring, but he has shown a lot of ability to get it through. It was the one that he struggled most to get through in the Series v Magpie. Will that also be the case here? Is it going to come down to finding a way to get this Deadeye Ambush list through? It is a Swarm list. It has all of the power of every Swarm list. Most of its value in points are wide, but you do have that power and removal in between the Simless, and of course the we have seen that Gatling gun go off so many times. He has struggled with this list in terms of draws though. Some very, very unfortunate pulls with this in the previous series against Magpie. He is really going to be hoping that that is not the case in the remainder of this series.
Oh yes, for sure. I mean, we've seen these decks so much by now. It's almost, I can almost sort of see it play out in my head, what the players will take on what coin, etc. Hopefully we can see the bans soon as well. The Stockpile has been banned mostly throughout this tournament, but off the books as well.
Oh no, the rain list is not here. Pyre respecting the rain. He has gone for some targeted graveyard hate throughout his lists, but has decided that that list is probably just a free win against his elves, albeit I know he did win the matchup in scrims a few times. I am devastated to see that tier.
Yeah, that's quite surprising, seeing that Pyreball could easily have dealt with something like Ryagan, but I guess the Messengers of the Sea proved to be too powerful. Pyreball, though, cannot take his Northern Realms list. I'm sure he's used to it by now. We haven't really seen it throughout the series all that much. And yeah, that's quite interesting. So Gandalf going first on blue coin. I would think he'd go on Stockpile first, and that Pyreball would perhaps target something into that. But it could also be off the books as his first list. I know he has gone for that in the past, and it makes sense in all fairness.
It does indeed. We have quite the series ahead of us. You already know how much money is on the line, but of course it isn't just about the money. It's not just about the pride. The winner of this series is booking a place to Gwent Masters at the end of the year. It is the big one, and it is going to matter. This is Gandalf's first ever event, and he could book himself a place at Masters. All he's got to do? You know, just get through Pyreball.
Just Pyreball, that random guy, you know? He's not all that. Surely not.
Dear.
Can you imagine? That would be quite a turn of events. But we're unbiased casters, Lionheart.
We are straight in. Pyre. Oh, they are going in straight away. There is no messing around. They are prepped and ready. You were correct in the NR pick. Pyre deciding to go on red coin with these elves early and really try and force them through. That is an interesting choice here.
Interesting for sure. I know the last thing you'd want to face with your elves list is that of a Tin Boy list and Syndicate. So perhaps a sniped target here from Pyreball. You love to see it, in all honesty. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, because the first player to really set up their engines is absolutely going to board wipe the other one.
Yeah, that's the risk, right? It's about finding the value from Siege or from Verno, and it's getting it in the right order. Pyreball's draws, again, not ideal. They've been worse in this tournament, I'll be honest, because he at least has access to the Aneromancy and is on red coin with Maxi to do a little bit of shuffling here. Gandalf will be very pleased to see the Muta Generator, though. His strategy is going to be develop as much carryover as he can. Has managed to miss his Amphibious Assault and the Aneromancy. Remember, his version is not the same punishing version. It is a slightly greedier list.
Yeah, the only problem here is I cannot imagine Muta Generator sticking for long. We've seen that being heatwaved in the past, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it again. Though this is Pyreball we're speaking of, he could have an entirely different game plan in mind.
He could. Now, obviously, he has access to his Heatwave through that Aneromancy, and right now he is weighing up the decisions. He will know this matchup. He will have faced this list. He is trying to work out what the odds are. If he uses this Anero and gets rid of Muta Generator, it is massive. But it also uses a charge of your Aneromancy in a list that has not been kind to him draw-wise. Right now, he is weighing up which way do I take this. If I trade this, effectively, it's 2 0-point turns. Maybe I end up in a bit of trouble. But if I leave it, what do I do? And the Aneromancy is in. It's got to be, hasn't it? It's not. He decided. Gandalf now knows. Pyre has made the choice. That is a big, big decision from him here to say, I am going to play my way. I am going to set myself up. I believe I have more points than you are going to. Huge decision from Pyreball.
Very interesting. Again, Pyreball never really does what you'd expect him to. I guess he just thinks, well, Vanadane is enough here. I can perhaps tempo ahead easily, not really having to worry. Also, he decided to go for Vanadane, not Feign Death, which is an interesting pick on red coin, especially if you want to tempo ahead. But I guess setting up your graveyard is going to be quite important if Gandalf inevitably decides to push with Siege in round 2.
Yeah, Gandalf has to win the round, I suppose, in this instance, and he's going to do everything in his power, Pyreball, to stop that. Lots and lots of tempo. I've seen the Mutagenerator list played a lot. You don't mind losing on even. You often have a huge amount of power to be able to just accept that. As you say, you can use the Siege to resist, try and save your Henselt, and even if you use both, you have so many powerful bronze cards with so much buff. Honestly, it can be really quite tough.
Just thinking, Piable saying to himself, well, you can't use your carryover if we don't reach round 3. I'm just going to beat you on even, and then I'm going to slam a bunch of whalers into you round 2, denying your setup, and you won't even have the chance to get Henselt out in round 3. It's going to be as quick as that, and it's quite an interesting choice from Piable's end, perhaps why he decided to keep the Heatwave Lionheart, maybe to get rid of that scenario.
Yeah, very much so. If he can win this round here, decides to use a leader charge to drop the Yavin so that he can kill one of these offensive engines, trying to create the distance. Only 2 cards to go before you drop below that 4-card section where a long round becomes a problem. Is Gandalf going to have to start playing on the front row to get some value here? Nope, still goes back row, starts another engine with the Temerian Drummer. He is going for the greed, knowing Firebolt is going nowhere.
Yeah, Piable is not afraid here. He can play bronzes and easily keep ahead. We know Gandalf can't commit that scenario, can't commit Henselt. At least it would be extremely awkward to do so. He has about 1 more card left and places it in the range row.
He does. Now, Pirebolt's going to be sitting here. There are 12... What's that? A 12-point gap. He could have decided to say, you can't catch me here. Doesn't, because he still has playable cards. He could well have decided to get out of there and make him play 2 cards, but it develops even more carryover. Instead, we see the Maxi Van Decker here. Simulus sitting right at the bottom of the deck, and the scenario being missed in the next round as well. Does not feel amazing, if I'm being completely honest. You're going to grab the Fisher King, the Heatwave is great, and so is Verno, but it's a really awkward placement for that Feign Death and the Simulus, especially as you've already used first the Nero. Could decide to a Nero the Feign Death in the next round, let the Fisher King move Simulus maybe. He will be weighing up all of those decisions now, and I'd imagine that's what he does.
I think you're right, Lionheart. He does decide to go for Maxi, and honestly, I can't see Gandalf getting ahead here. That was an interesting play from Gandalf because you'd have to use some leader charges to even get ahead if Piable did pass. So rather interesting. Again, Gandalf, he's not getting ahead. That's the only thing that's bothering me here. Even by playing Bombardment, that's not going to get you enough points. Are you planning on committing something else here?
It's not far. Bombardment itself will play for 7 because it's going to give you another reinforced ballista ping. There's already 1, so it's 8. The Drummer is 9, 10, so he is actually ahead if he plays this Bombardment here by a single point. He will be ahead by just 1. The danger is he cannot play either of the next cards, so he has to make the decision, do I lose on even, or because the Bombardment is enough, is it worth giving here? The answer, of course, I think he probably will, but the more he shortens this next round, the harder it becomes for him to find a window to get out. So he is currently going to have to weigh that up. It's difficult here. I'd be tempted to play it just because I know it gets me ahead, but I actually don't know if it's correct. Passing and making the next round slightly longer might give him better value on the siege. It is what he decides to do in the end. Pyre will feel reasonably happy with his commitment and setup into round 1 here.
Absolutely, Piable's going to be very happy. So Gandalf is likely going to play that scenario. Won't really have a choice. Question is Piable going to push him? I believe there's no other choice really, unless you want to set up your cards before your opponent. The problem is Piable can't really drive past because Gandalf will be setting up his cards before Piable and will easily board wipe if Simulus doesn't come down. So I'm interested to see how far Piable decides to go into this round.
Yeah, I mean, there's an argument for Pireball to say, I know you're going to get value from your siege, but I believe with double last say, which is something he would have here if he dry passes, maybe he says to himself, actually, with the options I've got, if I can hold Simulus and I can hold Venosiel through to that, I believe I have more points than you. The fact that he doesn't go through and use any of his mulligans there is interesting. He chose not to draw into the Karathi Heatwave. He chose not to draw into the Fisher King at all and held on to exactly this hand.
That's quite interesting. He decides to go for Alyssa, shuffles back those whalers into his deck, and they'll just play Illyrian's Landknecht onto the range row, easily gets him ahead. That card is inspired and hence has a 3-point order ability of damage. So not committing that scenario just yet. It's going to hold on to that for as long as possible, but there's not there's not a lot of time left as Piable is going for it. Immediately plays Vernasil, showing he is serious.
He does. Now, this is the scary moment. If you're Gandalf, you've got to be mindful of your own greed. He wants to play... If he plays the Siege here, it does not get him ahead unless he plays a single leader charge here, which he chooses to do. Could have decided not to do that because of how valuable those leader charges are, but actually cruise this Trebuchet now with the double soldier as well, so it is why it hit the front row. That was a lot of value lost, potentially later, but also completely the right call, I think, from Gandalf here.
And Piable carefully checking out his cards here. I feel by playing Vernasil, he's already committed into the round, and that's exactly what he does. Plays Isengrim, showing Gandalf he is not backing away without seeing that Henselt on the board.
No, definitely not. Very interesting choice of play there. Could have played a little bit slower, but is saying to Gandalf, you're going to need to give me value here. He's not worried at all. Very interesting line from Pyre, because he knows, well, what are you going to do? You're not going to tempo pass me. I have an Aneromancy, and instead can just drop the Vial of Forbidden Knowledge, everybody's favourite placeholder, and it is going to allow Gandalf to keep playing. The scary thing is, the Anero is going to end up being Aneromancy into Amphibious Assault, probably. That Squirrel, waiting, desperate to banish here.
Yeah, the problem is Piable isn't going to catch up easily here. Gandalf could very well just do a hero pass if he really wanted to. Obviously, that's not an option with Simlas.
No.
But
yeah, he knows he's
how
got
far
access
can
as well.
this? Yeah, how far can Piable really go forward here, right? Oh, and there comes out the Amphibious Assault, making it clear that Squirrel was wasted. Gandalf's side of the board has far too many points here for Piable to continue at all, and Gandalf holds on to his Henselt.
He does. The last save does remain with Piable, of course, because he did win on even. This is going to be a stacked final round here. I don't believe Pyre shuffled unless it was the Verno and the Vial just happened to stay on top here. No, it is the exact same thing. So he's going to draw into a Fisher. Okay, not the Fisher King here. Maybe he did shuffle. Interesting, unless this is Fisher King? Oh, it is. I'm surprised he didn't draw more through round two to fish further, because if he'd drawn further, even two more mulligans in the last round, he had a chance of finding one more. He would have potentially found Feign Death in this round. That is an interesting hand here.
For sure. We see that Ballista coming down onto the range row. Isn't yet prepared to set up Henselt. No need to really. And Piable, yeah, that Fisher King isn't going to be a very great play, only playing for 6 points, really. Got a Heat Wave ready to go as last save, perhaps, and then a Neuromancy into Simlas.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose for Piable, keeping last say here, and this is really clever. You might wonder why he just discarded. In the last round, I noticed that the card that was pulled out was the Siege Tower by Gandalf, and I think that might have been a mistake. When he used his AA, he pulled out the Siege Tower, and the Siege Tower is the only proactive rather, one of the options to pull from your Henselt. It would have played for a lot of points in its own right, rather than needing a target to damage something. Should potentially have given something different instead, hasn't done so. Will there be enough points here between all of this to make it worthwhile? That's going to be the question. Is that leader ability going to find enough value on the Henselt in the final turn?
Yeah, I've seen this being done before, and I mean, it does make sense. Again, you're trying to deny that extra Henselt value with the Stockpile leader charges. Can't really use Ballista unless you damage your own card here, and therefore Henselt isn't going to go any further. To be fair, that's still 39 points here. Simlas, on the other hand, is going to play for quite a bit as well. As well as 2 leader charges for 6 points. No, but it's going to be close. It is going to be close, though.
It will be close, but I'm pretty sure I think he's probably at least 10 points off here, unless my maths is wrong. Which it could well be, let's be completely honest. But I think Gandalf will take this one by a good 10 points here with the leader charges. Okay, by a good 7, and it is Gandalf right now is in Fairyland. He is 1-0 up in the finals of this Gwent Open against Piable. Oh boy, no sweep here. It is going to be a very interesting series. Pireball now having to pull himself back in the second game.
I mean, Gandalf's going to be very happy with that one. Yeah, Pireball didn't really have much there to do with what he had. I mean, it wouldn't have been enough, right, for Simlas at all. And Gandalf simply did a good job. Did a good job of keeping all his cards. Didn't have to give Henselt in round 2. Pireball tried to bleed it out of him, but it simply wasn't enough of scenario. I wonder if that would have gone any different if the Muta generator was heat-waved, but yeah, that's an argument.
The big question.
For a different day, right? That is the big
question, right? Yeah, you're completely right. Would that have been better rather than setting up the Vanadane? I suppose he made the decision in that moment, right? He decided to himself, okay, what I'm going to do, I am going to say, I'm going to get you to that short round 3, I'm going to no-unit you effectively, and Simlas is going to be enough points. As it happened, so much of the carryover had still been retained on those bronzes. He won by 7, but there were at least, I think, 12 points of boost on the board. So a lot of value there from that Muta generator into the round 1. Very interesting. I'm still surprised into round 2 he didn't fish for enough mulligans for the scenario, but I suppose equally he never intends to play it into round 3 because it actually ends up costing him points rather than earning some. So it's a difficult matchup for Elves for sure. It is not the easiest by any means, and I wonder what they're going to take into this second series. Gandalf now going in on red. Sadly, we have no rain deck, but we do have Assimilate and Off the Books. Which way do we think that's going to go, Tia?
Well, Gandalf did show a preference for Nilfgaard on red. Wouldn't be surprised to see that. Pireball, on the other hand, yeah, just sniping with that Deadeye ambush list. He always did that with Scoia'tael, though normally he keeps Scoia'tael on blue, actually. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Scoia'tael again from Pireball's end. But yeah, Gandalf, on the other hand, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Nilfgaard pick here.
Yeah, and it's the Nilfgaard mirror. It's double cross v double cross here. And this can be one of the highest skill matchups, probably in Gwent. And I know that might sound crazy. I know you're sat here thinking, no, it's Assimilate. You just play points and points and points and you just drop engines. But there are so many decisions around how important round 1 is. And you've seen it constantly in this because you use your leader, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. That is the real trick to this matchup, and it's going to be absolutely huge to see who wins round 1.
Yes, exactly, and a Pireball again attempting to snipe a matchup here, going on blue with Nilfgaard. I mean, I can't imagine Gandalf being too sad about that. Going on red is perhaps even better because he can now attempt to win on even here. It depends on the draws, in all honesty, and right now both sides look quite alright to me.
Yeah, very similar looking hands. Both players have found Calvate, both players have found Rune Mage, a couple of different setup options available as well. Yen only in hand for Pyre here, and he's looking for his first choice of play. Or it ends up being the Calvate, not just for the consistency, but also a proactive play is very welcome for Nilfgaard Assimilate, so he's going to feel okay about that.
Definitely. Also indicates he's definitely going into the next round if possible. Gandalf here can just as well open with a Calvate of his own. He might be taking a bit of time here to think over his options. He's playing against Pireball. Pireball sniped him on blue coin and not the best option. Assassination doing 6 points of damage. Though he is holding on to Calvate for good reason. Don't really want your opponent to be stealing that. It's still an 8-point card.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice there. Looks like he's trying to not give a target, trying to stay uninteractive and happen to find some damage, which ends up being quite lucky for him there. And as a result, Pyre has had to play the Furcar in to create himself, finds a rather sad Viper Witcher mentor, and now we do see that Calvate not able to stay uninteractive any longer and just make sure that the effective carryover, not in points, but in consistency, is in place for both players.
That couldn't have been a worse Witcher mentor right there, coming down
literally.
At 4 points. It is quite literally the worst, yes. Decides to play the Van Moorlem Hunter, going for some bleeding. Effectively a 5-point play there. Gandalf finally playing Duchess Informant. Will he get a better card, is the question. What will he get? It is
yes,
10.
he will.
Calvate doing its thing. Nicely done.
And he was always going to get a better option because Calvate had now been played, right? He played it after Calvate, which means you know it's Braathens at the top of the deck or Terra Nova. This also gives Gandalf the information that Terra Nova is already available to Pireball. Not that that's much use because you know he doesn't want to use it right now, but it is still there. Pyre looking at this, it is a potential pass for him. But passing, as we have seen in this mirror, is so risky because then your opponent can push you into that round 2 and lock you into the damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. And he, you know what? I swear he listens every time I say something. He has decided to take that pass, and that is a huge choice from Pyre here because I can see Gandalf really pushing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Having last say has been proven to be very useful time and time again. Able almost there, having to lose on even if Gandalf got a better target like Arte Terra Nova there, but got out by the skin of his teeth. And we go into the next round here with Gandalf at full control of the game. Does he want to bleed? Does he want to go for last say round 3? He has all the options in the world.
He does indeed. Every time we've seen this matchup so far, at least at this Open, we have seen generally the winner of round 1 decide to bleed. It might sound weird, because obviously you're thinking, okay, they're 1 card down, why are they going to push against the same list? But in reality, it all comes down to that pressure. It happened yesterday to Lerio. He knew he couldn't use his leader, because if he did, he would lose round 3. But also because he had 1 more card, his opponent could play it and lead it and steal that final card, rendering it completely useless on his side, and ended up getting 2-0'd. I'm curious to see if Gandalf is going for the same strategy here. Wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, Gandalf playing that Rude Mage onto the board, definitely something Pireball is going to want to steal. That is one of the best cards you really can steal when it comes to Nilfgaard V Nilfgaard. Got a few targets here. Going to go for the Slave Infantry. Yeah, very good. Place for a 5. Oh,
and that's really smart. I like that. And maybe you're thinking, why has he not converted the Van Moorlehem's Hunter? It was more points. He is trying to prevent the Mage Torturer giving spying to the Rune Mage. It's a really nice option from Ku as a result. It would also be a powerhouse of a card from Arte Terra Nova. Really nice find there. Really nice find there for Gandalf.
Yeah, Gandalf's going to be very happy with that one, and Pireball can't get his hands on Rune Mage now. Instead goes for Arte Terra Nova and plays an Assimilate card onto his side of the board, still not giving Gandalf a lot of cards to steal with spying statuses. Now this is Gandalf's chance to get out if he wanted to, but alas decides to go into the round with a swift coup de grace onto Arturius. Probably going to go for that. Is it the Duchess Informant? Yes, Duchess Informant into another Assimilate engine.
Yeah, and this is going to be one of the big things. Get as many Assimilate engines as possible. We saw in the semi-final we cast, we saw 40, 50, 60 points per turn when there were 10, 11 Assimilate engines on the board, and this is how you do it. Keep creating them, keep copying them, rinse, repeat, have more than your opponent. That has got to be the play, as we see an experimental remedy here coming down for yet another informant. If Gandalf can also make Pyre's side of the board awkward and full, and get rid of the spying tag in the same breath on Vigo, it might not take it off Terra Nova, but it certainly gets it out of the way for Ku.
You love to see it. Pireball realizing what Gandalf is trying to do here. He is going for a 2-0 is what he's doing, trying to catch Pireball off guard. But what a horrible hand that is.
Not good at all. Does have, he's got 1 soldier. This plays for a little bit of value. Potentially allows him to coup an Assimilate engine, or coup the Lydia next turn actually is pretty big. As well as fill the other side of the board as well. Not terrible. And you wouldn't mind stealing a Lydia.
Definitely not. And of course we see the Mage Torturer coming down there. In the Rune Mage, something Pireball does not have access to. Both players trying to keep their good cards off the board, but Pireball has run out of options, to be fair. He really has to start committing some cards. And he has to do it quickly, because Gandalf is not showing any intention of slowing down here.
No, most definitely not. Gandalf is going to be pushing and trying to get as much value as he can out of this here, even going for the 2-0 with that leader. That's the scary thing about Double Cross. When do you use it? if you're Gandalf, it is literally the final card in this round is when you use it to steal whatever is left, because every card is going to help you. It's really scary. It's really tough. As we see Pyre, now that's interesting. He has decided to drop Terra Nova into Artorias Vigo. Terra Nova, of course, can't create a Terra Nova because that would literally never stop. So it is one of the safer options to put on board.
I mean, if that isn't the card you want to steal, I don't know what is. Having another Arte Terra Nova into round 3 would be glorious. Of course, by playing that, Gandalf can't steal it with his leader ability anymore. So that was definitely planned on Piebald's end. And Gandalf finally coming down there with the Brothans card, certainly something that Piebald might have his eye on. And now we see the Assimilate engines racking up points. That side of the board is looking quite full when it comes to Gandalf's play style there.
It is. It's getting scarier and scarier on this side of things. As we do see Pyre take that now. He does go for the Lydia and is going to jam. Oh, okay. Goes for create. Fine. He could create into create here. That is a lot of value. Creates into create. Again, nice. Maybe even an illusionist after that. No, coated weapons to get rid of an engine. Very nice. Look at the swing. He was 15 to 20 points down. He's now... Assimilate mirrors are crazy, as Pyre now has 5 engines on his side of the board.
Gandalf steals Arte Terra Nova, perhaps thinking about getting out at this point, maybe just seeing what Pyebald is prepared to commit, but going into round 3 with 2 Arte Terra Novas is definitely not going to hurt at all.
No, that he does have access with his 2 Artorias Vigo, I believe, as well. Not too many other good options, if I'm not mistaken, but we will see. I think he's staying here. I don't think he's going anywhere. He has got access to 4 Assimilate engines himself. This could be a very, very tasty bribery right now, just to boost all of them, especially if he finds a Brothans. That is a lot of points to create another 2 Assimilate engines, and he is a turn away from clicking that leader and making Pyebald's life very, very difficult, because Pyre is literally damned if he does and damned if he doesn't here. If he doesn't choose to click leader this turn, it will be useless in this round. He knows that. He may not have enough points as a result, but he needs to win the round. If he goes into a round 3 and his opponent does have the leader, he's also in trouble.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Gandalf now has the option of going all out with the leader ability, and Pyebald won't have access to that. So the thing is, can Pyebald catch up here? Gandalf has to do the maths pretty carefully, and does decide to go for it.
And he's going to 100% use the leader as well here, if you're Gandalf. He's playing the Rune Mage. This is going to proc so many Assimilate engines here. Always going to go for the Dazbog Runestone because of the synergy. I've probably pronounced that wrong. Please don't find me in the comments.
Oh, that's beautifully done. Look
and
at
there it
the
is.
point swing. It is huge, and he goes for the leader ability as well. Oh, he doesn't look happy with it, though. Doesn't look happy at all.
Oh, that is horrendous choices. Wow, that might be the worst bribery I have ever seen here. And Pyre, when he sees that drop, Pyreball is going to be thanking his lucky stars, because I think he can potentially get out here. He has 2 spaces left on his board. His leader might be dead, but when he briberies, look at the choices instead. Wow, that is huge here. Can he even do... He's 50 points down. Does Terra Nova do it in 1 with all of the engines here? He's going to be frantically checking that.
Yeah, that is a stark difference in choices. A stark difference. And he is deciding to go for Rune Mage instead. Only problem here is he might very well fill up his side of the board if he isn't careful. Decides to go for Skellige, interestingly enough.
Now, the reason I believe he's tried to go for Skellige is exactly what just happened. He was looking... Skellige is the best chance of finding damage or self-wound to be able to create space. He only had 2 shots on the board here. So he's now got to find the gap with Lydia. Here's the problem. Lydia is going to create a unit, right? And he has no way of fighting and removing all of these pesky wands that are all over his board right now. This is going to be... Does he take Golden Froth here, maybe? Instead of a unit? A lot of points.
Depends what does the job, and he does decide to go for it. It's not enough. Gandalf takes it. 2-0 so far.
This is not how I saw this grand final going. It is Gandalf 2, Pireball 0 right now. Gandalf is sitting on his devotion normal off the books list. Now this is one that Pireball thought was quite targetable. It struggles into Nilfgaard. He feels it could have a bit of an issue maybe against Deadeye Ambush because it loses some of the value as well. But we have seen that it runs a Tin Boy. Can he get it through? Pireball is having to reverse sweep here to get to Masters. Whoa.
Either way, this ends. I think Gandalf did an absolutely smashing job so far. 2-0ing into Paya, perhaps 3-0ing, okay? The night's not done yet. He's going to have to play his off the books list 3 times now and get it through on either blue coin twice or once on red coin. He has those options at his disposal, and now Pireball has a chance to take a breath and quickly reevaluate his playstyle here. He has 2 red coins, 1 blue coin. He's gonna want to take right lists through on the right coins.
Completely. We have said it a million times, and it's becoming cliche, but he has all the power right now. He gets to decide exactly what matchup he wants. He knows exactly what he's facing, so exactly what to choose, even gets to pick his coins, 2 of them being red as well, so he can be as offensive as he wants to in those matchups. It is by no means over. You and I have already had the joy of casting 1 reverse sweep so far this weekend, including the person right now who is trying to complete a 3-0. Will it end up coming full circle? I do not know, but I am very excited to find out, because this is not how I saw this going at all.
Hey, I've been warning people from the very beginning, never underestimate a new player. They have been watched the less. We haven't analyzed their play styles, we haven't seen them in competitions, so we don't have a lot of data on how they play, and really each player's play style is unique. So Pireball deciding to take Nilfgaard on red here, a good choice I'd say. Definitely something you want to take on red, and probably gonna go with Deadeye Ambush on blue if there is another game after this.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, you can see, as I mentioned, I remember Pireball when we were getting some information. He felt that the Golden Necker version of Syndicate had a better time right now, when standard Nilfgaard would potentially struggle, or rather be very good into Syndicate. That's why he didn't want to take it. And doesn't surprise me that he wants to get his name up on the board here with this one. Remember, each match is worth a lot of money as well. You want to get that win on the board. Makes sense to start with what he will feel like is his best bet here.
Pireball playing Call of Eight very quickly. Gandalf already on 17 points, not bad at all. Placing those engines onto the board, starting to spin as quickly as possible. Also setting up the graveyard for Ceres Himmelfart later. Not looking bad if you're Gandalf.
No, not at all. You can see there's just so much value from the Disciple, from these Firesworn bronzes, and the Keeper of the Flame is such an incredible card. I absolutely love it. Not one I ever thought you would consider to be meta or even played, but look at the point value on that. Additionally, its tribute should be 3, but with the other clerics on that row, there were 2 more. That just cost only 1 coin to boost everything. And you know what? He even got it back thanks to the King of Beggars. Incredible.
So amazing. And Gandalf already on a good spot here to potentially pass. That might be the goal as well, seeing that he has a handful of golds. Really not something you want to commit if you're ahead by so many points. But has to be aware that Pireball might be willing to go further here in order to secure the round. You don't really want to give that over to him unnecessarily at this point.
Interesting choice from Pyre there. Chooses to just bleed the once. Has decided, you know what, I'm going to spend 1 of those coins. Takes effectively the gap to 16. Will have been an intentional decision. He can spend all of those coins for bleeding a little bit later as well. And you are correct. Gandalf says, no problem, my friend. I got everything I wanted in this round. I played a ton of bronzes. Built that difference between us. Let's see how you catch me here. This is not going to be easy for Pyre.
Oh, it's not. And Gandalf is not showing any intention of slowing down here. Pireball, on the other hand, he can go ahead and get ahead here. He's likely going to have to play something along the lines of coup de grace, and that's exactly what he does. He has extra coins as well, so he can spend those, and that will be triggering Assimilate along the way.
It will indeed. As you see, the bleed's just enough there and has gone down but it did have to go down to 4 cards, which means there will not be a push, there will not be pressure here. It is going to be that long round 3 here. He does have last say though, which can be very important if you can deal with enough of the spenders or the threats to have that last say, maybe with Yennefer.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Gandalf's going to have to be very careful here, knowing that Pyable is going to end up playing his cards. He's going to want to hold on to those cards a lot longer than you normally would, and I wouldn't want to be in his shoes. There's so much calculation going on in a match like this. And decides to go for Crystal Skull carry over along with Shady Vendor, bringing 4 coins into the final round.
Yeah, has decided not to tribute that as well, so he does take the maximum coin purse. Could have been refunded for doing it as well, but it wasn't worth doing. There is still the King of Beggars in his list, of course. You've got to be careful with your mulligans on that side, and it has 10 coins of tribute willingly ready to refund. He is not going to struggle to find spenders for that, though, with his Tin Boy, his Jacques, and also his Morilci as well. Lots of options for him there. You can see isn't worried at all about taking those mulligans. It's a losable situation, very much so, if he bricks that.
Exactly, and he starts off with the Fire Disciple. Again, one of the best bronze spenders. They're getting 2 points for 1 coin. Also something Pyable would like to steal, though, if... This might be a list where you end up overswarming if you're Gandalf here, because playing Ceres is going to give you quite a few units onto your side of the board. I'm just thinking how Pyable can abuse this situation by trying to spam Gandalf's side of the board with spies as quickly as possible.
Yeah, very true. Although you could use that Cyrus, as you mentioned, it does destroy a token as well. So it might replace it from the graveyard, but it can also destroy a unit on a full row and then not succeed in replacing it. Not ideal, but certainly something you could consider. The long round, it is going to be about getting his value cards down quickly as Pyre works out what on earth do I want to do to start here. Dropping the Rune Mage, so you miss some assimilate value, but you get better assimilate options as you go through. Could be a lot worse.
And I have a feeling we're going to go for the Imperial Diplomacy there, not going for the Mentor a second time. Ooh, could go for the Spender there, yeah, getting Street Urchins for 3 coins. At least you have an outlet for the coins you accumulate here, which isn't always the case, and Nilfgaard certainly needs those.
It does, it really does. The one thing I love about the skull here, it just makes sure you don't over-profit. That Conjurer's Candle, a single coin to spend, really nice and versatile without having to clog the board, and then all of a sudden you've got your Jacques down without over-profiting. Really, really nice here. But another 3 units jammed onto the board.
Yeah, and the nice thing about Jacques is the fact that it can't have a spying status in its 3rd form, not in a devotion list, as it has Veil. So Pyable just deciding to steal that card immediately, not allowing it to stay on the board longer than necessary.
No, but he does have access to it because he can fur card into one of his specials, draw a card, and his top card is now that Jacques as well. So more coins, a second spender, and a decent amount of assimilate value for him there in that yen early. Instead of waiting for it to find value later, wants to pair and combo it nice and early.
That's very true. Furcard is going to find a nice Jacques at its disposal. Another spender as well. Gandalf here also might holding onto some of his better gold, so Pyable can't get his hands on it. Pyable going for Bushy Truffle though, so you can get that Illusionist set up, as well as another spender. So many spenders on the side of Pyable. He definitely needs more coins now, as those are going to start stacking up onto his side of the board.
They really are. Now, does get a Salamander Mage. I would be surprised if we didn't see it tributed, because let's be honest, the tribute is for free, goes back up to the 8 coins and does a decent amount of damage, getting rid of one of those.
Yeah, not badly done. Of course, that being on the board is also going to give coins every time you play a tribute ability. And yeah, Gandalf's still getting full refunds for his tributes because of King of Beggars sitting safely in his deck. Now, Paya going for Furcard, will be drawing into Jacques, and you love to see it. What will Bribery give Pyable?
Couple of choices there in terms of, so he could take Cyrus, probably take Cyrus here on Hemmelfart, because he does have a lot of options in his own graveyard, and it is really good value as well. Could have taken the Morilci if there was something worth killing, but there really isn't in that sense. So it does make sense to play this here, even though he hasn't chosen, I don't think. No, he didn't choose to spend with it. He is holding those coins for now. Doesn't want to overswarm.
Yeah, he went for Ceres there instead. Haven't played a lot of his Assimilate engines yet, so he is losing quite a bit of value there with Arturius, Brothens, and Arto Terra Nova still in hand. But that is something Piable's definitely taking into account, though. We see interesting option there. Yeah, going... okay, interesting.
Valuing the removal takes the assault. He didn't have 6 damage. There's only 1 Salamandra Mage on board and no other Salamandra, but felt it was entirely worth removing. Quite an offensive hand sat here at the moment for Gandalf. Has so much removal that a lot of the engines that Pyre tries to stick here may struggle to survive. This is going to be scary.
And we see Brothens there stealing a Renegade Mage. A very nice steal if you have coins to spend with as well. That's going to find a lot of value. Basically playing for 11 points right there, as well as an extra coin. Gandalf immediately using Horsan Jr. to get rid of some threats. He's not too bothered. He has quite a bit of reach actually, but he's taking his time here to decide, and rightly so.
Lovely little pair there. As soon as Brathens hit the board, Junior was an inevitable way of answering it. And then the candle protects the Junior as well, saying, you know what? You might find something, you might high roll with Lydia into finding enough damage and removal. I can't allow this. Protects it, and now it can pair to remove something even taller with the Professor, and then a spend on that Horson Jr. as well. Pyre in a spot where he has to start thinking about his leader ability as well, because it's slowly getting to the point where it is going to be worse and worse for him, trying to get Assimilate engines on the board quickly in order to do that. But it's that constant worry, when do I click this leader ability? Double cross is a lot of points, provided you find some value, but he needs enough coins to do it.
And right now he has quite a few options here. Gandalf holding on to that Tin Boy. Of course you really want to play that last if possible, but he knows it is also a threat against himself if Pyable does decide to click that leader. We see Horsan here getting rid of another card on Pyable's side. I love the reach that gives him. I absolutely love it. He can even go ahead and remove another Mage Torturer, which is an Assimilate engine if he wishes to. And he goes for Ceres, finally placing it on the board. Is he going to spend is the question. Does he need to is the question.
Holds it for now, is not worried about it being killed or removed, absolutely doesn't need to, and on that full row it just wouldn't make sense anyway. Anything he was going to bring back, it is trading decently in points, but it's just not worth it. As we see, this is Terra Nova. Terra Nova is dropping down now and going to grab a Junior. Could pair the Junior here to remove, yes, and now we get the leader as well. This is quite big. Doesn't spend first. You could see he takes the Tin Boy just on the one row because he doesn't have enough coins to tribute, and we see Junior then clean up the other one. That was a massive point swing, and now Pyre is 15 points ahead, but leader ability is spent here.
Yeah, that certainly hurt, but Gandalf still has access to the same card and will actually get more value from it if he keeps it for longer. He also still has 4 charges left, and Pyable now knows exactly what's left in Gandalf's hand. He's going to be able to take that knowledge and use it to his favor. Gandalf doesn't have to worry about it anymore. He can now play in the order he decides to. And what is he going to go for here? Going for Professor to get rid of that threat, also filling his pouch very nicely.
He does. It doesn't quite catch him up here, but remember, he is also going to get King of Beggars with just a single coin of tribute remaining. Has got the spender on the board of the Conjurer's Candle as well, but so many coins available to him. He's got 8 in his purse, 1 extra from King of Beggars, then another 8 from his leader ability. That transfers to a lot of points with his tribute. 7 of them going to hit like 2 damage to every unit on Pyre's side. This is quite scary here.
Yeah, it is very scary. Pyable waiting just a little bit here. He can use coup de grace on quite a few targets if he chooses to. Many of them are inside killing range. And he decides to go for Jock onto the range row.
and doesn't tribute, which is interesting. Now, the reason you're thinking, well, why not? Firstly, he knows Tin Boy exists, so it already makes good sense not to do that. But secondly, he wants to get as many coins as possible, potentially, to make Lydia better. He could find a decent crime card from Lydia, find a little bit of value, or even use the coup onto something like a Salamandra Mage for a huge, huge point swing.
And we see the Fire Disciple going for another click. Gandalf now definitely having Tin Boy left. King of Beggars came out onto the board as another little spender. Pieball now having 6 coins ready to be used. Morelsi is not a threat anymore, so if he wants to go tall, he surely can. Doesn't have to worry about that being an issue. He's carefully figuring out what he wants to use Lydia on, or whether he's ready for coup de grace. Decides to go for Lydia. Getting alright options. Not that amazing, in all honesty.
No, but Assault does actually play for 6. Bizarrely, the Nilfgaard player does have 2 Salamandra units between Jacques and the Salamandra Mage here. So he could take that extra value from that without using any of his coins. It is 1 more than any of the other options here, and he does opt for it. Knowing full well that he has that also sets up the potential coup. But to be fair, it was already there thanks to the spying target. Is this going to be enough?
Okay, interesting.
Very nice.
Yeah, giving armor to some of the cards obviously means Tin Boy is going to find less value on that stacked row. I assume we're going to see Tin Boy damage both rows. That is a lot of damage. Has 8 coins left, so he has to play this very carefully to get the most out of it. Does so beautifully with 1 Candle Spin, 1 Fire Disciple. And what do we have left? We see it going down on the King of Beggars. Now, Pieball has a few options here.
He does, but I don't think there's... I might be wrong. I don't think there's one that gets him out here. I think we might be witnessing... I don't think there's one that gets him out. I don't think this does it. He's still got another 7 or 8 points from that truffle.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my word, by a point. By a point, that might be the biggest upset in Gwent history. Look at his face. Not just game winner, tournament winner. Gandalf has taken it. This may be the upset of all upsets, and he has deserved it. That was a phenomenal series. Incredibly well played.
Dear gosh, Gandalf, very nicely done, making your debut, going to Masters, already beating Pieball, who you might very well be meeting in the Masters. That was exceptionally well played. I don't think Pieball was expecting that, Lionheart. I don't think he was expecting that at all.
No, it was a really, really close fought series. A single point in it. Again, every little micro decision. I think Pyre was generally looking, it would have been pretty good into that, but it fell perfectly for Gandalf. Drew everything just as he needed it. Perfect use of the coins. Didn't, from what I can see, I don't believe he overspent or missed a single coin there. Every single one of those. Like, I lose that match because I miss a coin here or there. No, Gandalf did an incredible job. Wow. Massive respect to Pieball as well. Genuinely one of, if not the best player to ever lace up his boots in this game. He's 100% going to be back into the next set of qualifiers, but Gandalf, well done.
Gandalf's name will go down in history, I am sure. And he's going to be walking away with quite a bit of coins in his own pocket here. Again, 3-0ing Pieball.
Oh my, you're right. He takes the whole pot. Oh my, wow, that is a huge amount of money here. He is going away from the Gwent Open, a very, very wealthy man here. That is a huge match stake to take.
Exactly, with something like $4,000 and something added to the already $4,000 and something he had. He's taking more than double what Pieball is taking right now. I'd say almost triple. It's quite a bit, Lionheart, and I'm sure he is well deserving of it. That's insane.
It really is, and he is standing by right now. I'm sure he can't contain himself, so we're going to take you straight over to Borja for the interview.
I don't even know what happened. You just won 3-0. That's crazy. Against Pieball. Like, what the hell? How was it?
I think it was just... it's an amazing feeling, and I don't even know what to say now.
Dude, that was amazing. It felt like you're a steamroller that just goes through. And I mean, I don't think there's anything more that could have been done there. And I'm surprised because Piable was very confident going against you. And yet, you've come out victorious, and not in a normal manner. It's a 3-0, which is like decimated.
Yeah, I know. It's even more amazing. I don't even know what to say now.
I hope you guys, as fellow countrymen, will be friends still. I know Piable is very,
sure.
very friendly. You just won also a lot of money. So what are your plans with this money? Do you have any goals, any dreams, anything you want to invest in? What's going to happen next for you?
No, I think I have to make some list.
Okay.
And then I will think about it.
What are your plans overall when it comes to the rest of the seasons? Like, we know that you made it to World Masters already at the end of this year in December. So do you plan on continue playing on ladder and getting into more opens to get more practice? Or do you want to kind of just, set sail and chill a little bit?
I think I will just still play because I like playing GWENT, but
That's
maybe less just like in my normal seasons.
Nice. Awesome stuff. Congratulations once again.
Thank you very
I know
much.
I asked you previously to pass on anything. Is there anything you want to pass on to the people watching, or any shout outs right now? Feel free to do so.
I don't know, but I just want to thank everybody who support me, and I think that will be it.
Awesome.
And it's amazing feeling to win in a final in that just like that.
Awesome stuff, man. Congratulations. Get some rest and enjoy it, because you have done an amazing thing. You have made it to World Masters, and you just won GWENT Open #2. Congratulations once again.
Thank you very much.
Take care, my friend. Have a good one.
See you.
And you can see a very happy and gracious in victory Gandalf there, Tia. Wow, what a series.
I'm just so happy for him. I can imagine going into your first Open, winning that Open, going through to Masters. What an exceptional day for Gandalf it has been, and how deserving. I think, like I said, his name is going to be quite the talk for the next week or so. And again, just well played, Gandalf. It was so fun casting your matches today.
It really was, but it wouldn't be fair not to shout out his opponent as well. Piable played very well. A couple of awkward moments for him. The draws with that Scoia'tael list really have been punishing him a little bit over the course of today, particularly. They have been a little bit cruel to him, a bit difficult. That Nilfgaard matchup as well. It felt like Gandalf constantly found the range to get the round length and control that he wanted. And you know what? Sometimes when it's with you, it's just with you. That was fantastic. And I guess we should look at the final bracket. We have talked about all of that prize pool. I think he can do several different things. As you can see, our champion, Gandalf, for the Open.
What a name as well. Did he even tell us why he chose that name, Lionheart? Is he just a big fan of Harry Potter or something?
I know you're doing this deliberately, but Twitch chat doesn't, okay? I don't believe. I'm assuming that has got to be the case. Maybe he just is a stoic, wizardly character. I don't know, but I'm definitely going to ask him next time I talk to him. It was an incredible performance. Got through. It was the lower side of the bracket. Firstly, on day one, he could have been done. He was 2-0 down against Lerio, and he said no. I will do this, and he went all the way through. Then, unfavored, you could argue, against Mr. Cal lineup for lineup. Mr. Cal was going for Nilfgaard, found his target. Gandalf brought it in, and you can see as he 3-0s Piable, the final standings, that is a whopping prize tier.
It is like I thought. It's about 3 times that of what Piable earned just because of that 3-0. It's $8,855, Lionheart. There's so much you can be doing with that, and again, very well deserved. But hey, Piable going home with a nice $3,220, not bad at all. That can still get you a healthy amount of snacks and coffee and all the good stuff in life. And yeah, all the players going home with their fair share, but hats off to Gandalf, walking away with most of the earnings.
He has indeed. Don't forget as well, some crown points awarded. Pyre coming in second takes 10 very crucial crown points here. There are places up for grabs by winning these tournaments, as Gandalf just proved, but your ladder performance and your qualifying performances make a difference as well. Pyre adding 10 very important crown points into his pocket. He is a ladder legend, there is no question of that, and maybe in crown points alone he has really already booked that place, but hey, there is still plenty of time to go and plenty of seasons to play. What a weekend. Today has been absolutely wild. We've seen so much.
We've seen a lot. We've been through it all, honestly, from beginning to end, and it has been so much fun from day one to day two, just casting it all, analyzing it, and seeing these players in action at the top of their game. Can't wait to see what we have in store with the new expansion coming out, the new rank 3 card, whether that's going to be in the next Open 3, who knows. But I think anybody's possible, anything is possible, anybody is possible, and I'm glad we got to see players with spicy lists being rewarded in this Open.
Yeah, very much so. As you say, the new expansion is going to be with us in just 2 days. Renfrey being the final reveal after all this time, after all this teasing, and with such an incredible set of abilities. So many different ways to play it. We did get a cheeky Project Golden Necker leak as well that I am very curious about. Can't wait to hear more on that. And we have a new name on the Gwent esports scene as well. What an incredible weekend, dear. Good lord.
Yeah. It has been quite a bit of fun, and also just with that map being shown, I think we've also seen Vlad confirming that the little timer at the side has nothing to do with in-game purchases or anything of the like.
No,
it is something else entirely. Do not fret. It's probably going to be amazing. We don't know.
Yes, it's something else. It's not gacha, it's not gotcha. Don't worry, my friends, from what we hear. So I am hyped for that. It has been a phenomenal weekend. Everybody who has taken part deserves their credit. Thank you so much to everybody who's been involved. And of course, our other co-casters as well, to Spessy and Seeley, who did a phenomenal job over the course of the weekend. I think that might be us closing out here.
I think so, Lionheart. It has been great casting with you as always, and thank you for Twitch chat being fun as always. Thanks for the support. We appreciate you supporting the scene, but really thank you, as well as all that support in the background, giving Gandalf even a bigger prize to go home with today. At the end, it all comes back around.
Very true. It has been a pleasure. I adore being involved in Gwent esports. We hope to see you again, and we are going to send you to the lovely legend that is Paul Borgia to close out the show. Thanks for having us, guys.
Actually, I started with Lionheart, you legend. You know how to butter me up by calling me a legend, so you're the legend here. But the legend of today is actually Gandalf, a guy that just came in here, started as Gandalf the Grey, went to Gandalf the White, and after that to Gandalf the Gold. And now on deploy, he's so legendary that he decimated Gwent Open #2. Easy clap. What amazing 2 days. We saw the last reveals for Black Sun. We saw a tease for Golden Necker, which of course, once again, no in-game mobile weird game stuff with energy that you need to refresh if you buy, and no, that's not us, that's not CDPR. We don't do things like that. And yeah, apart from that, I'm still trying to figure out how I'm gonna play the Renfrey card. I like the previous ability that Ryan mentioned, was much easier for me to understand, but the new one, it's gonna take some time to decipher. Thankfully, we have Malegion and team that I can always call, 1-800-Malegion. Remember, if you have any questions about balance, use that number to get all your information there. All right, that's it from me. But of course, you're probably wondering when's the next event, because this is when the second one, there's a third one coming. Save the date. On the 1st and the 2nd of October, you will be able to see more Gwent action. And yeah, interesting graphic that we chose there. Let's ponder that also. But yeah, you guys will probably theorycraft to figure it out. You don't need my help for that. And yeah, that's it for me. Awesome 2 days. Thank you all for watching, and we shall see you soon. Bye.